take on SSG. They look formidable. They look strong as ever. And with Joel and the mannequin by their side, who can really take down Bleed? For Los, it is unfortunately devastation.
And you can see the emotion from Loss. This is a really difficult loss to swallow for them, not even being able to capture their own map pick. But on the side of Bleed, obviously Group C, such a challenging group, yet they continued to fight their way through it. Now here in the lower bracket, I'm very intrigued to see how far this run will go.
Los has had a phenomenal year leading the APAC region, slowly getting better and better throughout.
It clearly means to them, but it really does sort of highlight, one, that Los were giving it their all. They gave everything they had, but how much has this Bleed roster continued to improve? They didn't even make Copenhagen. They made the big splash at Atlanta, and an even bigger one now developing here at Six Invitational as they send Los packing, the team that finished second at the Atlanta Major. That looked so strong coming into this event. Unfortunately for Los...
Bimba mata al mobile niya. Siya ba yung tapos ko siya ba?
welcome back to the B stream here with another elimination game, as they are pretty much all day. Yes, we can see the bracket here. We've obviously had our first victims in the bottom left. Vurex to W7M and loss to Bleed, so sort of swapped success stories there across the Brazilian region versus Korea and SEA, or ones from the sort of wider APAC region, and we are unfortunately about to guarantee a wider APAC region team to go home here. Bliss versus Fury. In the bottom left is the showdown on this stream. Who will survive to fight Wolves?
Yeah, that's true. How do you spell bracket, Emmy? Just
I don't. B-R-A-C-K-E-T.
Okay, yeah.
Is how it's spelled.
That's correct.
Correctly. Our producer spelled it wrong earlier.
But yeah, it's going to be an exciting matchup between the two of them. And I think that it's also a matchup where two of them were maybe expected to go out in groups, and now they find themselves in play later. So they're not even...
And obviously one of these teams fell to this position yesterday, and one of these teams has been sat here waiting. That is the one that you see on screen right now. Bliss, the Australians, are going to see if they can try and wave that OCE flag, the only team to represent from that region for a very long time, and B, on any of the sort of major stages as well. This year, they have great performances. They've been so bitterly close on so many occasions, on so many maps. Now's the time to try and bring all of that together here. It starts with...
They didn't. I mean, the first map looked really good for them. The second one, it started to be a bit wobbly, and that last one just basically completely outplayed by their opponents. So Fury definitely are looking to improve themselves today, to go back onto the mistakes they've made and make sure that they can keep up them. I would have expected to go out in groups. And, you know, I'm going to be honest here. I actually had them on my pick'ems as going out in groups as well. You did? Do you pick it? Yeah, still doing it.
Sort of alluded to before. Here it is. Chalet, Border, and Consulate. They have met once upon a time, a long time ago, in a best of 3. None of these maps were the options they went with. This is fresh territory and at least the head-to-head consideration.
Yeah, I mean, that was last year for SI23 qualifiers of their respective regions. So it's literally quite a long time ago. There's been lots of changes since then. There has been changes in the map veto since then as well. Plenty of time to get yourself accustomed to the other maps, or, you know, maps that usually weren't in your map pool.
Getting the pump on.
It's gonna get the hype ready, you know. Get the blood flowing.
How good are you at flags?
What?
I'm pretty sure that's a Korean flag, right? I'm terrible at geography. I'm just going to set that up first.
It's a Korean flag, yeah.
That's technically the only Korean representation we have left in the tournament, I believe, after what happened with Vurex earlier.
Yes. As far as I know, you are correct.
Not to put more pressure onto this team. That's the sort of point I'm alluding to here. Because of the result that's just happened, I was setting you up. I thought you were a flag guy.
No, I mean, I just didn't know where you were going with that. But yes, it is a Korean flag that was that we saw.
Last bit of Korean representation is also covered by the only bit of OS representation as well. Here they're really...
It's not the only bit of OS rep.
We have to claim him. We need the best players. It's like in rugby. If you live somewhere for a certain amount of time,
you
can play the part of the national team. It would be weird.
Is that how it works in rugby? Because I think, like in football, for example, you choose what nationality you want to play for.
Football, you can
when
choose.
You're like 18.
In rugby, I'm sure Fresh is somewhere saying I'm right or wrong. In rugby, when you live and play for a league for a certain amount of time, you can then play for the national team. AKA Virtue is European. Take that. See that, guys and Xenox. Rob, if you're awake.
I'm not sure if Virtue agrees with it himself.
Virtue. Yeah, say that, Virtue. You're allowed to choose which European country you're from, but you have to be
European.
EU. We need that. We need that win. We'll be in. Start. Chalet, what are your thoughts here on the first map?
Well, you know, we've seen it quite a bit here and there. We've actually seen it 3 times from Fury. We've managed to get a 7-4 victory against Scars as well. Yeah, it is. So that makes me wonder a little bit. Have they watched and have they managed to take it home once? And that was against D+, which was a 7-3 victory. And they lost it against Wolves on a 8-6. So mixed results for Bliss. Fury, on the other hand, just dubs for now.
Just dubs for now. So what makes you think it's confident enough for Bliss to be the one to pick and drive it?
It might be that they've seen, you know, the play and they realize that there is counters to it. Whereas yesterday when we were watching this game against NIP left a lot of open ground out there, left a lot of opportunities that could be utilized by the side of Fury. And that really allowed them to just, you know, start flying into map.
Here we go. Find ourselves sliding in here with a very balanced 47 to 53. We haven't really had too many actually balanced predictions. I think the most level I've seen across with the point.
I just said it.
I know it is. We're already losing it. The game hasn't even started. I think it's the mania that's left in this room after the W7M VRX game.
It felt great.
Okay. I'm gonna bet Jesse's jacket on.
Jacket.
I don't know if it'll fit you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Jesse is a
bit smaller than I am.
A little bit more narrow. Wine Cellar Snowmo. We start here, and as you sort of alluded to, it's not that this is statistically we're gonna get a sense.
Where it takes until like Pocket Strat to come out in like quarterfinals or something.
Yeah.
We've had everything in groups, and I think we've had every single side as well that was played so far. So really showing that everything is really possible. Yeah, got plays on every single site. So
beautiful, perfect.
For its snowmobile, and because it is that basement site, we do often see that first floor. It's important. Verticality is often a name of the game, and we see Sledge to be brought out. Not an operator we have seen much ever since the nades have been nerfed. We've seen more Buck as a result of it. Ash as well being out there, so plenty of opportunity to open up the floor. Of course, some heart reach to open up, well, either on the wine silver side of things, depends on what kind of a take you want to go for. That's a very tight angle like trying to go for there, yeah. You don't have to be afraid that you're taking some shots back because there's definitely some cover out there.
There's some physics answer for what makes that easier to get some control of here. I'm curious as to the expectations of this being the first lead-in site. Obviously, as we said, you know, they have success on this, even as close as yesterday. It was the one map they took in their showdown against NIP Fury, so they're kind of happy to be back here so quickly. They had a better run statistically on the defense. Crit J is almost able to open it up. They did open with their attack yesterday. The officer plays the little pocket attacks. Crit J caught. Perfectly executed, both in position and well execution there. Sage over the top. Lycolis has taken shrugs of damage slowly.
UND pops off. Nothing really following up on it. Just making sure that that top floor is going to be completely theirs before they start headed down towards the complete first. Blue Mine's out there, but well, that is what it is. Pull those out. I mean, you know, it does like a little bit of damage, but
it is what it is.
It's just a little bit of damage. Doesn't do much more. There's no one to follow up on it.
It is what it is.
No, just a 10 damage. What it is, yeah. Little damage on Lycolis as he's going to be leaning into the trench area. Be facing off against a DMR as well with his slug shotgun, basically. Very similar to the behaving guns out there. Fisho spotting out the shoulder of one of the players, goes for the pre-fire, not able to connect to anything though. Have opened up onto Wine, and it seems like a Wine execute is close as I9 goes down to about 5 HP as well. The grenade might actually follow him off. He's forced out. Brendo shuts him down.
They're going for the plant. They've tucked themselves in towards the default. It's a bit of a tricky retake here. As you can see, they're double stacked. The C4 will thread, but it won't get the catch. Not sure if it was shot out. Oda gets a lockdown. PG Man gets one back. Huge gun that cannot quite find the angle, and a strong opener here for Bliss. They're able to take their first attack round. Yep. How far can they get before things start to become a little bit of a statement piece here?
Well, the thing with Bliss is that they don't do blowouts. They always want to go to like 7-5 or what was it, 8-7, 8-6.
I don't know if they want to.
No, they don't want to, but they have a habit to.
They
right?
do.
It's like they just somehow end up there every single time. It is truly one of the miracles of competitive Siege, but it just keeps happening. But a beautiful opening from them here. They didn't take more than they needed. They had the hatch under control. They opened up the walls, the crossfire. It was a beautiful way to play it as well. Finding those kills, locking them off, having the opportunity to then get that plan down. So good execute from Bliss. Again, not having to extend over the entirety of the map, just taking what's necessary, focusing on that plant, which is kind of the playbook that Fury had yesterday as well. They take what they needed, they went for the plant, that was successful. Bliss now bringing it against them.
Chalet is always a map that can start to build momentum as it goes on. You have short snappy takes, but you look at how that works structurally from the side of Bliss. Very quick. It's getting into the top floor and getting that pinch onto the trophy player. They made sure that they had at least 3 around and circling and sort of ready to cook against Fury. Fury themselves, they need to get their heads on a swivel. That was the biggest punishment they suffered yesterday against NIP, who just always seemed to have an awareness in the second 2 maps of where Fury were A, trying to be, or B, wanted to try and survive in. It was the shutdown of the pushes, the movement, and then also just the capture of the back line that became a big consistent problem for them. Bliss, they've learned lessons, they've read the book and had a look to see where they think they can shake that out, and it is in that drive. Very quick routes and rotations round. Oda, yeah, jabs, might get himself set up with some security. Right through.
Going to have the pings, instead deciding to go for a air jab and cover of the flank, so he had the opportunity to try and strike onto the very first, deciding to not waste his life for it yet, and also calling the fact that it's maybe not that important to really have control of that as early on. Retiro manages to make it all the way through and take down the Kiba.
Twitch drone as well, moved in as he was focused on the Retiro. I think it's solo on my disc. Maybe even the Moot Jammer if it's very lucky. I9 is trying to steal someone's life. They're hoping this hasn't gone double checked as the player has already rotated and is blowing open box as we speak. Show's making this territory a little bit more dangerous. They haven't giddy of the sight, blocks out the player. The fire starts to pop in. It's Wettables. It gets caught first. BG Man goes for the swing, gets the revenge. It's back and forth, blow for blow, and labels. Ow, unfortunately, Brendo wins it out. 2 versus 1 was going to be one or the other, and it's in their favor with 45 seconds dark. Usually, the first point of impact is
focusing themselves through the small open bound. Could have just made them snowball. So a good play from Fury there in trying to involve themselves into positions where they were unknown. I9, first of all, prone out there. BG Men playing on the breach before the fire came through, able to pick up some huge kills. Unfortunately, though, for Fury on now. So definitely some good progress being assigned.
Another rotation. They're going to make sure they find themselves on new sites every single time. Keep the game. The decision, I guess, double down. Fury were probably quite well. We probably need to talk about this. We are on our defense. Yeah, at least in the most recent memory. Kills that got things really as close as it was. Get himself just some drones. Back of the library. If he can get a read on Dark.
And these are pretty similar strategies that we're seeing from the side of Fury on their defense. So Bliss really had the opportunity, due to the fact that they had an off day yesterday, to both scrim, but also to watch the game, prepare, see how they set up, and to be like, if it does come through in the Fido, which they would imagine it would if you beat a team like NRP on this map, the opportunity to strike true as Oda opens up. Finds Grit Jade. It's going to be the Izami gone. No more regenerative Kiba barriers to be tossed up. And now losing a Legion, losing a Izami, any operator like that is always such a big hit, especially if it's early in the round.
Still holding on towards rafters at this point as the pressure starts to come across. We saw NIP unable to force Fury out. Wet is going to go for the swing at the same second as the E1D. They charge in all the way around. Oda gets one. Wet does get taken by I9. Fisher getting another. It's suddenly back and forth. Top blue is there. Single player left. Like Colas, he's being forced out by the bees. But what a great execute that turned into from Bliss.
Again, perfectly working together, not taking more than they have to here. And they know around where Lycolis is. Lots of damage being done to him from the vertical. And eventually it is a crossfire to coming from the window and the door as well. 3-0 Bliss. And are we going to see a tactical timeout from Fury right now? Because they are just nowhere to be found to the same levels than compared to yesterday.
I mean,
yes, there you go. Mike goes down.
It's rough. It's rough so far because Bliss haven't given Fury anything. Fury have struggled to wake into this engagement, struggled to wake into this map. Only 2 players on the side of Fury have kills. I9 and BG Man You're looking at the huge potential of Dark. You're looking at, obviously, Critchay with the sort of confidence he usually has on defense as well, and what he was able to do yesterday against NIP. Not even on the map yet. In the meantime, Brendo 7-1.
Like, they're just holding up the right angles, forcing them into the right places, and the trades are on point for Bliss. It's not like they're taking 1v1s. It is 3v1s, 2v1s that are happening because they're isolating these players and manipulating the space they have available to them to find these longer angles. And Fury unable to find themselves in safe pockets where they can force 1v1s, where they can force advantageous positions for themselves. They head back towards Snowmobile Garage and winding seconds of that.
Where they've been able to strike very, very well is sort of against the expectation of drone game. Bliss, they probably... But options to remove... I mean, look. The fact that this Twitch drone is free to get all of this structural work done.
Then that's when they're going to start trying to hunt it down.
It's
so
like,
checking if there's anything more important. Not the case. There we go, second time.
There's a
sturdy
hard
floor
bit.
there.
Yeah,
And this is to get through though. And a lot of utility already.
Green enough for BG Matt against Brendo. Both of these players have been able to get themselves a sort of forefront of killing across their respective teams as of this moment in time. There is still some hold towards the backline prep, and 3 players, I think, currently sitting and drifting around the bar. Maybe just 2 now. Yet the rotate comes back round towards. Left to his own devices long enough and get a strike, which they did very well. Against NIP, you could have a bit of a moment. The break towards the default plant spot. They've already popped Goyo canisters. They know they've got some clearing.
Replaced indeed. Right now, not a lot of utility left in pocket. If anything, just it's the impact that Dark is carrying. Makolos is looking to go for the flank, but of course it's happening in a minute. However, I
didn't turn around the corner, but there it is on the other side of it. 15 seconds. You'd beg for a finger charge right about now. Wins the fight on the verticality. They get one of their 2 players up. They're going to go for the plant and the cover. They go for the swing round and have it. And it was scrappier than it's really been so far. They were picking things up on the doorway. Bliss, though, 4 in a row.
That was such a interesting plant attempt. In the middle of the doorway, when someone can swing you from blue, when someone can just swing in from like the rotation. And like, let's just try it, right? Because the watching the wine cellar take, it actually managed to get 2 and 3 kills on the back of it. This one that we're talking about, Dark, by the way, beautiful double kill to come through. Unfortunately, not able to confirm them. Could have made the difference here.
Applying themselves towards the activation. When do you think is the best time to go for it? 4-0, Bliss. Taking that round after the tag timeout of their opponents will fill them with a lot of confidence. They know they're still going to try and put that distance in. They know Fury are very good at attacking this map.
However, Bliss, they're definitely steady. I think that round might have been the closest. Otis, one shot thing, you know, down. If you missed a
Brendo is the first to find an engagement on Trophy Window. The player on the Solarium stairs, I mean, it's a common bit of pressure. They're going to push back and forth. The C4 does find Fisho, but instantly traded out. Didn't really...
The reason behind it was maybe it was just you know, I'm being pressured from there. I need to do something. Of course, you feel a bit like stuck when there's people on the rappel and there's people holding off your staircase. Like you are players like Colas. E1D pops off, so do concussions.
Have eyes directly towards the sides. And watch some sort of just I9. He swings wide towards the half wall. The single player in that post plant situation cut in a row, eyeing up a 6, the flawless. And you're still sort of looking at these little moments from Fury where they're just not connected towards the game that is coming either ahead of them or what their teammates are doing.
It's just there's a step behind on Bliss right now. Bliss doing everything perfectly. Like they're isolating how every single round has gone so far. They're always having a man advantage unless they lose that early entry. But even if they do, it's quickly turned back around because of the Fury member overstepping or, you know, just being in the right position to instantly strike back. So definitely Bliss doing well. So far, we've seen none of that from yesterday.
That Sense play that we sort of talked about at the very beginning, but wasn't actually on the A chassis.
Yeah, should be.
Where you can sort of get the roll through of the light wall.
The roly patrol.
No util to stop it. I don't know if the hatch is locked or open. They'll sort of pop that wall. Open. Okay, so they don't have the full check lapel. He is obviously the lead on that.
What did you say? Actually being thrown in there, 2 of them. Legion will be able to shut one down as caught by the Magnum, but the other one will deploy out there. So you do see currently that the opportunity to use that hatch to stop this plan from happening, that's being denied. But the Azami below, indeed, with the Kibas blocking off the doorway, is going to be causing a bit of a...
Still deploys.
And then they shot it afterwards.
They got the one that they shot. Yeah. Smash it onto the Kiba barricades. Crit J's had to go back towards the top end. 1:30, and everybody's still standing. Get caught. The attention towards the Warden. I9 is the power player right now. He has everything to do, and the glass is to look through it, but he's looking nobody's moved behind the utility yet. So we've seen at least 2 smokes in the sense wall, not have anything back behind. Another one rolls through. The grenade is trying to force I9 out of that location. Gets one, gets at least Dark back. Now I9 can focus on the plant, but they just swing in. Sage tears them through. The site is theirs, but otherwise, Blizzard for a second moved up towards the top. They drop their way back down as Crit J gets Sage out, and with 40 seconds, Oda able to get one back. It's a 3 versus 2 versus 1. Like Colis, he doesn't know they're behind him. Fisher guy's going for the rotate round. He pulls himself out back towards the window itself. It's 30 seconds, turning into a fight. They have the ping on the player. They want to go for 2 stories. Maybe the drop of the hatch at the same second. Agolis gets himself a little bit safer with the C4 in pocket. He can kind of long arm this, and that's what he's opening himself an angle up for, but he's caught.
Hatch.
A flawless half for OCE.
Beautifully played out there, and I was actually going to call it right after you were done with your point, but like you saw the Wedables move up, open up the little gap in between. It's something we saw when Chalet just was brought out safe anymore, because they can just be shot at any moment there. And if your goal, when you're playing that supply, is to stop the gaming window to be jumped from, you're just receiving too much pressure there. It's like a 180 angle that you need to hold on to, and eventually, I mean, you might get one, but around finding themselves with a 7-0 victory. And they have 6 opportunities to lock up this first map. And it doesn't matter if it's a 7-0 or an 8-7 victory, as long as you take that map. No more round differential that gets taken into account for anything here. Of course, they would prefer 7-0.
I mean,
just go on to the next map.
It wouldn't even be the first of playoffs as well.
No, it wouldn't be the first.
We had VP, 7-0, NI bracket. And on the second, when you're heading into border, where it's a lot of interconnected gunfights that stretch the whole way across, that is exactly what Bliss have done so well on that.
And currently doing some massive work as well on the side of Chalet. 6-0 just against them. We realized control. There is hatches though that have been reinforced and put up the pressure onto the direct side.
Blowing their way here across rafters. The focus paid cautiously towards Oda, who will be that first point of contact. Now, Oda has not had a good tournament. Himself a step ahead and has dropped himself a step back. What has been taken out of it without the Jackal, Crit J does not have the control over the roam itself. It can very easily strike and retake Dark. He's found a steady body balance to keep. Oda still gets one out, PG Man, and Oda round on the back, Fisho and Sage, and there it is. Bliss are living in it. A floor. Nice.
Just incredible performance yesterday from Fury. Oh, we are happy to be going today. Now headed towards border where they...
Interesting thought to bring along the sledge here. I'm guessing they want the nades on side to get rid of any potential shields or something, but I'm not really seeing anything on the side of Liquid that they will have. It's not going to be on going into the second half. Otherwise, first to be in. Can you push forward?
That they were playing into a game plan. That they were playing into a game plan. Just trying to find kills at this point. Anything he just trying to find kills at this point. Anything he can. It doesn't matter because the call can. It doesn't matter because the call is there. Votes with.
I did say it would really come down to a measure of their.
Call is there. Votes with.
I did say it would really come down to a measure of their greatest, I guess. Liquid suddenly with the greatest, I guess. Liquid suddenly with the one step. So really good stuff from Liquid. Up 6-0. One step. So really good stuff from Liquid. Up 6-0. And I always say there's 2 halves to the game of Siege, Tim, but I feel like there's just a little bit of difference here between these 2 teams.
Could be a turning point for Falcons. They've already had their tactical. This is always a problem to me. If you look at a team like Team Liquid with the big names they've got, and they are laughing, joking, and just quite happy.
Everyone at home did I think it was, what, 93% to Liquid or something crazy? We're all expecting that it's Liquid that go on to play against G2 in that next game. And we've seen teams at tournaments historically where they don't play an earlier game, get caught out by teams that are coming in hot. They've already played that day. They're already at that level where they know what their energy is. That can often be the difference maker in map 1 to give them.
Anything, I'll win.
I think you do want to cast the onto it.
Certainly could be. He's on the mark. So we'll see what maybe in a little bit. So we'll see what maybe in a little bit more danger than he realizes. He is on the warden, so has the opportunity, of course, to avoid any utility like flashes that come in towards him. But there's not too have the
Grim together. They will force defenders to move away with the fire and the bees, but also gives you a lot of agency on the plant itself. Nesk was not expected to get spun like that by Valentino, and I'm sure as the competition wears on, you may.
I think he might have heard you. No, I totally agree.
It's been a quiet tournament for him so far.
But we're going to see him taken down there. Bobs does manage to get quibs, and we've still got Lagonis alive on the Monty. That's going to be big in this 2 versus 4 situation. P9 trying to work in behind that broken mirror. Lagonis is going to be going for the plant here. The cover is in place. They know where he is. Pick him up from the rotate. This is looking bad for Falcons. Volts with a double. Closes it out. And that is going to be Oregon wrapped up in
the attacking side and see if they'd fix those errors that they were making against Easy yesterday, but not really any chance to do so, to be honest with you. Just an absolute clean sweep for the whole team. Volts going 13-2 on the defense.
Anybody this tournament, but I'm sure they'll be watching this one with interest.
Well, we certainly will be, that's for sure. For now, though, we'll go to a quick break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
Whoa, that was fast. A 7-0 decimation here on the icy cool cold of Chalet Bliss. I mean, it was their map, and yeah, it was their map. Fury were just brushed aside, and unfortunately, one of the weakest performances this team has been able to put in. So you hope they'll have a hell of a team talk for map 2.
Yeah, and again, they probably went into the map after the performance yesterday thinking, oh, we got this in the bag. They did not.
No. The bag, somewhere else.
The bag's been gotten by Bliss.
The bag, picked up, taken. Again, we saw players from the side of Bliss. They played some of the best that they've played. Oda especially, as I sort of said before, he was very quiet throughout the first stage of this tournament and really set a pace. But Brendo 12-3, I mean, everything you want from an Ash player.
Yeah, for sure. Bringing the entry back to the entry indeed. Doubled.
1-7-0 in playoffs. Versus Missy Elliott style of what we back here. Fury are capable. They've shown it. They've proven it. Last time these two teams met, it went all 3 series as well about a year ago. Over. There's a bit of a swing round, though, in the predictions. Bliss have stacked themselves a little bit higher in the favoritism.
Now, Bliss have only played Border once, and they managed to lose it.
Lose it. Congratulations.
They lost it against Sonics 3-7. Especially if you were watching the Ace stream just now as well and saw how Falcons just performed on their map.
Twitch ban from Bliss. Map here, you're probably more likely to get that spotted out. Maybe they fear the game of Fury, which you can do, but also when you play it as well, and most notably as free, as I said at one point, it looked like the map as well, so maybe you know something, you expect something, and opening up on their defense here, Namri.
Here again, banning the exact same operators as the system. Every cams that you have to hunt down. It does allow other.
Right, Fury, all eyes are some description. Pocket plays on that opening lead in. Even though however, one of the better teams for pulling back forward. Where this first round goes, if it is away from them, regardless of the fact that they are on attack here, could be a bit of a deciding factor because, as I said, it's not a reliance for them, but it's a consistency of them.
There you go. And that's going to be given the opportunity for the attacker to actually walk in quite close there and take the fight towards CCTV in a bit more of a convincing fashion. Having to worry. Actually, one shot after him underneath. Asian trying to put up some pressure down onto the buck, but Lakota's able to escape with no damage whatsoever.
Sit and rest as the keeper barricades give him some extra support. They're just trying to find the side of a player, but Brendo continues the role he had on the previous map. BG Man is gone. Anything they've already stolen is at least going to stay theirs, but he's trying to find this route against these power positions. His territory is getting thinner and thinner, but the impact tricks against it. Perfectly played in place. No more Selmas.
Hard out here. It's only up to Brendo. Still around in the break room here to try and defend this round for Bliss and make it 8 in a row. It's looking very unlikely now, though. But still, Execute only now going down, or the planned attempt rather dark will go down in the meantime. They are about to be switching with the player that's thrown underneath 90. Crit J locks it off, and Fury able to win that round.
Win a round.
Win a round.
They break the deadlock
That's
of
true.
not having anything on the first map. Here, Fury and... What happened, analyst boy?
Well, I think that first of all, what we saw was a bit of too much aggression coming around near the break room. You lost one of the...
Okay,
Just fell.
it was locked on long corridor. Really nothing. Bliss was shaken. Head back drive in this SI so far. It is still border. It does still reward good bouts and bits of aggression, good swings around.
Towards detention holes, or you need an explosive from Dark to bounce off at the right moment. As soon as you throw one in, though, that nitro cell's coming right back at you, so... yes, you might come in over.
That happened before. They've stolen the camera just behind him. Who knows, he's at least a little bit safe from this side, and that gives them a great watch end as well. They're going to see if they can try and reconvene. As I said, it was a little bit of a sudden smash and grab before, but they're still looking for a first pick. Sage is BG Man. Twice in a row. They've done, but they lost. They were second seed in their group, only dropping one fight. Then things have really drifted a bit away from them.
Yeah, losing a player that early on, that needs to be impactful for your team to perform well. It was a bit of a pain, of course, and you still have the other four that could pick up. But Brando shutting down Dark. Going to be turning things a bit more into the scales of Bliss here, as they are looking sight now. It's more...
Cannot find the end of him, and Sage from the top rope locks him off. Flawless response to a first round loss. Bliss, they get one. They make sure that Fury aren't allowed to buy any momentum.
Elimination games going through. And right now, as we return, try and go for a sneaky plant aside of ventilation around there. So surely there's something set up to be an early alarm system if that happens.
One apiece, Fury. You've got to keep this game sort of pressed to the metal at this point here. Where the positions and punish the game that was punished so well previously. However, Dark has the drop from the top rock. Ready. Around the swing onto square. Gets the take. That was from the bottom of detention. Just went out the breach themselves. Got the repelling player.
It's painful losing out the heart breach like that as well. It's definitely going to be an impact later on, especially if you still had ambitions in taking Armory for this round. But Jay now trying to retake on the gone now. And that's going to be leaving it into a bunch of guns that just have to try and brute force themselves through the side if they want to get a plant and a victory down.
Across the fight, trying to jump in against the fight that is forever waiting to pounce seems to be the path for the course here so far. You've got Bliss stepping into these engagements. As I said at the very beginning, they're making sure that where is uncomfortable from based approach here, as Iron has found himself inside the office towards at least the verticality of the site itself, but they still have to put pressure towards the plant.
1-1, and indeed, as you mentioned, the pressure of the plant needs to go through. However, there's nothing really that they have currently in the sides of Fury. They are trying to take that top floor under control, but all that really gives you is a hatch drop. You still have the pulse out there from Wettables, who's spotting out on some of these players and giving away the information of where the rotate is going to be. Trying to go for a bit of a wallbang game right now with the player on the opposite side, but Brandon comes in for the support, shuts him down, leaves it only up to I9 and BG Men now. Oda trying to go for the... but it's not going to be much more than that as he's shut down. Could have been a double flawless.
2 in a row here, Fury. If it's 3, you do wonder if we will see a tour, at least for now. But You can tell Bliss have the trigger pulled. They have this ready in the bank. They know what to expect the entire starting. Just finding the steps into this fight. All 5 of them are really getting into their element.
I mean, it says enough that they've been able to challenge like some of the bigger teams, you can almost say, and bring them to overtime or to max regulation in almost every given round, upsetting those big teams. And maybe a game like against Fury right now, where they, you know, have the opportunity to just
one of them misses. Otherwise, I mean, been a huge get into these engagements. Here, they're almost at all. There it is. Crossfire not entirely. Her wings onto
do a block of the line square, seeing less. Correctly so. Gotta keep that in mind.
In a fortress made of keeper barricades.
Correctly so. Gotta keep that in mind.
In a fortress made of keeper barricades. As of yet, hoped and get their fins out. I9 left alone a 1 versus not even.
Fury, like nothing else to be said about it. All the others, not on the board. And it's painful to watch because we've seen what Fury can do yesterday when they also... It's a shame BG Men being caught up there. I mean, he probably didn't expect someone to swing aggressively. Like Colas out there, he's just getting his feet removed from a concentration on Bliss's faces. Like you have like a single person shouting, like let's... And try and make the back.
You know, you don't want to harp on about a million different things. Pressure of this being the game that sends them home. The first time this team has felt that pressure at this tournament is obviously they perform so well in groups that it just creates that little... It really sets your mental up.
Oh, Brendo just being spotted out by the drone there and deciding to just stay on the spot that he's in before. BG Man prone as it got hit a little bit. Whoa. Brendo able to fire the opportunity. Dar goes down eventually as he leans back into the fight. A slight mistake, maybe a bit of greed coming through, but Brendo able to lock that one off is huge.
I mean, it's just a weird way to go down. Crit J strikes against Sage on the back end of the Eastern Stair. Car motion towards Workshop on the back end, watching the other hatch drop, gives him that long range towards either of the hatch takes. They seem to be eyeing up the stair set itself. Colas isn't too far away with the kid. His strikes. Is it finally a bit of strength this team can pull from?
The drone the opposite side of the sun. The drone talent. It seems like they're going for a... He's taking the cam. Forgets that he actually... Well, he was in the right position, but a little bit... As like Colas is opening up, and Oda now realizing that the only real option he has is to just go for the defuse and hope that they realize it might be a fake, but the flashbang blinds him out, and
the turn of the half as well, which means they've got one more opportunity here. Really just before the turn of the half to make it an even one as well. If they can start to click back into gear, suddenly a 3-3 isn't as sort of depressing as being on the back. For the aggression that's led Bliss very, very well in the lead in here, they peeled themselves back. They had the expectation that they wouldn't just go for the sort of hatch drop plot space and try to retake, but yeah, jabs with the lock. That little pocket of space. That is where Fury have excelled them every single time.
No. Headed towards the attack soon as well, and buffer. Very slowly walking around the building here, trying to get themselves with some information. For Jay out with the skeleton key as well. Aware of the fact that there might be someone out. CCTV, of course, not the site necessary. BG will find Fisho, who went for a run out, probably trying to get anybody down. Jay's waiting up onto the armory wall. Probably just waiting for his teammates here to go aggressive like Colas will find Sage. So we need to make sure that he gets himself into a safe position. He's being pushed from 2 different sides at the same time. One of us goes down, so does Oda, and suddenly a flawless round from Fury to lock it off and bring us to 3-3.
Okay, Fury. Suddenly we get that really sort of good taste of why you are in this playoff sort of area, not this position specifically. And we also get an idea of the first 2 maps that you had against NIP yesterday. Can they keep it going? I still have that worry here because both teams still have their timeout. They did not call it. They have that as an option if things go away from them here, Fury. They're onto their defense. Bliss, their attacks, obviously, on the previous map. Yeah, they were pretty good. They were as good as they could possibly be. You had the flawless half, and that is still a present thing. Fury have to try and find some of that connection and their defense on their motions here in the second half.
And of course, it went quite, as you mentioned, steady, like 6-0 coming through, but it wasn't just a 6-0 and it was only close rounds. No, we were 1 or 2 close rounds, but the rest, complete blowouts from the side of Bliss. And if they can just get back into like 80% of that, 70% of that, I'm pretty certain that they are going to be able to lock off this map and bring this home in a 2-0 fashion. And of course, that isn't the end of their day because they still have to play another match after that. You just wanna make it that one step further in tournament and then worry what's up afterwards.
Fury starting to swell into a game. The experience that he has, it makes sense. Brendo with a quick break underneath. There's a little bit of a dabble externally. Engagement, how clean can it be? How much confidence is still on the back? Dark is currently dancing around the side of Wet, who's just getting some pops underneath. Brendo has the long-range watch on the single player that's offering that support. They're going to see if they can, I guess, weigh up which one they want to go for the pinch on. Oda's watching the rotate. Sage might go for the flat. The pressure for now with Crit J going for the run-out onto Brendo above. Too much attention paid towards I9 here, and I said this is what we wanted from Fury. Ensuring they have some support. We don't want that, BG man. No killing of Dark, but at least you got to fight on the back end of it. However, this is a return to form here.
That might actually cost them the flawless as well. The back-to-back flawless. Having a team kill out there. Sajin walks up and gets shut down. They have it, a team kill. Cost the flawless. And that's a very dominating round to come through. And I think Bliss just entering the building, but not really as a team. It was more so single, isolated fights happening all over the map. Some inside, some outside with jump outs coming through. And I think they need to have a little quick, bit of a quick chat with Bliss. Not as a timeout, but more as a, like, okay, let's just calm this down. Yeah, we need to make sure that they get back in instantly.
How the first map went with how the fact that it was a 7-0 would be a banger of a series. A similar region, then back another APAC team. But it was a fight, it was a brawl, it was a well-earned spot at the table. You want from this? That third map, more and more convincing, especially if they start to play like that again, push this distance. Fury, that was the best round. I think they've really played. They played perfectly again.
The one from the side off Liz, realizing that it might be out, but it might be cleared. And so drones are starting to go through. That will confirm, like, hey, you can indeed move through. There's a lot of ground to be gained here.
Bit of caution coming through from the side of Bliss. They have the pings on the player. Takes the drop advantage for very long. Crit J still in that power place on the back end of everything with Brendo wanting to see if he can try and meet and wrest control of the eastern stairs. In fact, he's going to hand it over. Well, that gets caught as well. Just pops up. Oda ready for the engagement, but not enough. The ping of the E1D's a second too late. They go wide. In on the window, he rebuilt himself a structure, wastes as much time, do or die, with BG Man offering some support. They get the take from Fury. I'm enjoying this idea of...
Paul has taken a bit of the entirety of open area, or the lobby, however you want to call it, from the angle he's currently playing it. In camera, Lycola's now starting to come at the wrong time.
Brendo's still not sure about it. He just has to hit the one connection as Wet. Sure about it. He just has to hit the one connection as Wet. Goes for the plant itself. BG Man, he's getting the close as it could possibly be here, but importantly, it stops the momentum entirely flying.
But you definitely need to have a bit of a calm down and make sure that you bring back that pace slightly, and exactly what they did here. Crit J, though, still very important, almost managing to catch those 2 kills at the back of that Kiba barrier he was playing behind. Could have changed around. But in the end, the opening onto the side, the plant going through, the cover just being there in time. Crucial.
Bit missing here from the roster, sure, on Chalet. Before you sort of look at the rotations Fury can hand, here, positions that they're finding are little holes in Bliss's drone game. Little problems that we can just go.
Triple Capcan on the door. You've just seen it be. Go through that doorway. That might just lean into a kill. Oh, never mind. It might just be the Bravo drone that just hacks them all.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
You only need to hack one, and all of them will explode when they run through it, but it seems like they've gone 6.
Yeah, I think they did indeed.
Remove them rather than play against all the charge itself, because they want to pass through the door. There is some of the stress. A little bit more time. The flashes to an old position. Dark onto Fish. Brendo gets one back. And it's this sort of engagement game where 1 versus 1s are happening through.
Brendo trying to lean into the fight. It's actually the double kill from Crit to come through.
Oh, either
Just
side.
goes down indeed.
Sage onto one window, Brendo onto the back of the swing, and 9 Oda. So far, the man left with only really a point. Bit of rested control there. C4 back against it in time. Crit J suffers quite a lot as well. Oda, though, he's got to survive long enough to offer some support. There's only 30 seconds, locked out by beepers. Well, 1 versus 3, 20 seconds. On towards the door on the opposite end. That's the way they're going to go towards it. Close on the left here. How aware is he? He's checking it slowly and steadily. He's going to find the fight. Too late. Fury.
As well, probably to come through to allow Bliss to go on, but Crit J, crucial inside of CCTV there, somehow not seen. They probably thought it was still playing around in the little like closet area where you have the rotation back towards 90. That's where the flashbangs came in from. That's where the people were watching to. Instead, he dug in all the way deep. Now a timeout will be called by the side of Bliss. Of course, things haven't really been going their way yet in this half, especially over the last 5 rounds. If we start looking at it like that, only a single one won by them. So they need to turn around that momentum a bit more efficiently, and this is the moment when they call it. When it's 1 round away from a map point being gained by Fury, which is, of course, enough time for that to turn around.
I mean, it's 1 of 3. I don't think it's worth sort of saying that things are entirely going wrong for them on this half. If they're in this position the other side, I think they would be doing it at the start of the game. The problem is, as you said, they're 1 round away from the end of the game. They want to keep it off of map point. They don't want to give them the satisfaction and the pressure of it because, hey, that's a place lists are in all the time. Trying to rebuild the deficit bracket. Missing that single bit of intel that becomes Fury's saving grace. Crit J's position there. The round before where they weren't quite aware of the full Bliss. Here, they're looking a lot.
I expected this to be a good map for Bliss considering how they just played on Chalet, but Fury showing what they have as well right now. Struggled a little bit, only losing a single one on this side yet. Really putting things into perspective. Shutting down any quick rotations to come through, so you have to use some utility to open up. But it also cuts off the rotation for the players inside of CCTV and Break. They can go back towards Armory relatively safe now because there's no cutoff point that is from the top of East.
Around the back of the banana table. Sage is going to see if they can try and force these castle windows out. Brendo gets the first take, and I think it is the first time we've had a clean first take on the second half from either team. That somebody hasn't instantly found an engagement elsewhere in the same second. That is, the game, this bit of an awareness game towards break door itself. They're not entirely exploring everywhere. Instead, here it is, eyes onto office, eyes onto the pressure that they can put towards the site, and suddenly the alarm bells stop some of the break. Second to get himself to rotate underneath. The Bees force the position too, but you are looking at a battle of attrition here. They're going to see if they can try and...
One on some just got shot out.
And you can watch this all year. A perfect read and response was the objective play. The drive onto the site, a flawless. You could not ask for a better result of a timeout. They find themselves level, 1 round away from map point, as both teams are.
Yep.
They get there first. It becomes a very scary moment for Fury.
And looking back at you, and also playing around on the metal stairs allows you to quickly get back up if necessary. But maybe a bit too... actually to give your teammates the advantage in the fight, rather than trying to keep them hidden for as long as you possibly can in that situation. Because there's so much time left, going down for the entirety of that time. Usually when it's like 15 seconds left or something, that's when the yokai is at its strongest.
The Monty makes a grand appearance here.
10 seconds to go.
And the attack looks like, again, they're sort of cementing themselves as, look, we can just clear this pocket of space. An occasional problem of the rock in time for the actual show and miss it and have to just watch the post fish.
Oh, this is going to be great. Needs this door to be opened up. That's what they're waiting for. Brendo holding off the other side of that rotation, and there's a Jones coming through. Actually, side onto that mold. That's East's down to control like
pressure. This is that pocket play I've talked about, and now Fish moves his way in towards the top of the east stairs. Lycolis has been forced back towards break and can't really rotate out on the second story. Early, how long can Lycolis sit there and hope things might start to go their way? Oh, there's a way against them. The C-Force is just looking for the swing round for the next engagement, watching on the rotate on towards break itself. They still have tentative control of East, but with Dark on this position behind the castle barricade, he might get his feet to try to pop through it between the Roteros and the grenade. Oda. Smoke covers a bit of the motion. BG Man has the verdict. Versus one inside the site. He's just sort of calling out all the intel saying, look, he's here. No. Swings round. Can he find the second? He's going with the pistol. Cannot get the connection. Oda. It's not quite over.
You know, losing the Monty is an unfortunate situation. And then he realizes there's someone up on the balcony above. There's someone inside of the office next, actually finding his form right now. As you do the groove.
They look, I'm going to say entirely despondent, but definitely distanced from the game ahead of them, the game that they've played, whether it's just the stress and the heat, the tournament that's caught up to them at this point, or whether it's just that this is, as I said before, truly their first do-or-die game since they entered us however many days ago in the Invitational in Brazil. They have really lit up that expectation of fire, fury, pace we wanted from them. Now, being cut a little bit short in the first map, and this could find itself hurtling into OT, going the longest distance possible. Bad for right now. The people,
sometimes you have like 3 hours rather than an entire day.
The Ossa, a standard classic take, because he has this down, cannot find the be secure. Down, cannot find the be secure. As the bees come around the corner and play some of the angles that were open forward here, but caught out on the cam. They know exactly where the second player is, and look at that, both instantly rotate rounds, try and play against the fight. Brendo suffers. Sage suffers some scrapes. Crit J gets one. It's all down to Sage to lock it out here. His own flash is caught. He doesn't want to get blind to 1 versus 1. Crit J, a huge performer. It's the hook, but he keeps it alive. Fury, take us.
Just enough to find the kill in the end. And with that, overtime secured. Potential map 3 underway, but that really depends on how these next 3 rounds go. It was a bit of a pocket play attempt from Bliss, trying to go for the Ossa, trying to go quick, and they managed to at least get the C4 out of the way quickly, but those impacts were the true issue here. Wedables almost brought it back as well. But he couldn't confirm BG Man.
As close as it could possibly be, Fury. And now you have the opportunity to give yourself that map point, give yourself that hope of getting to the 3rd map. Turn this, well, short to long best of 3 into a best of 1 battle and brawl for the supremacy position of a large, large region that really wants to find some sweet success here at Six Invitational, 6 apiece. Starting to get a game on. We're starting to get Crit J. Shows the power of those keeper barricades as well, because not many operators really would have been able to survive as long as they did and offered the support in the positions that they had. They opted to double down here onto Armory.
They're bringing a Monty down right now instead of the Ossa. So Fisher's going to be playing around with a big extendable shield, which you can, of course, use in either 2 ways. Either you go for the turtle plant, where you put it on your back and you manage to get it down, or you extend and allow someone else to plant right behind you. In that case, the impact grenades are not going to be too much of an issue. This starts off with taking control first. They need to get control of East, then they need to start getting themselves towards the actual side, possibly clear out a bit of office as well, so you have the extra pressure on the player that's inside the archives. If that was a true breaker of that round, and then they'll start thinking about a potential plant.
The long angles, sort of you watch my back, I'll watch yours, as the attention is paid towards office. They are angling themselves to get that under their control, force out Dark. Sit there, they will not be able to sit there if they do this, the first bit of break towards them, but BG Man, he's all well aware of this engagement. He's almost begging for it to come into his territory. Fish has the attention and the pings onto the single player like Olis. He doesn't want to drop one. The Monty gets half his 4 minute
of a shield. It's not going to be doing too much damage. The opening coming through here is BG Man. Misses the opportunity to lock off a kill. He's finding himself quite exposed right now. Brendo, though, will get shot by Darker. Comes into foul kill to come through. Fury find themselves with the opportunity to push us to map 3 now, as it's only up to Wedables in a 1v4. He's getting shot from the half wall. He has no safe ground to thread on. And as he's trying to find some shots with the DMR,
themselves into that approach and played a game that has punished many teams.
oh!
And what a way. Objects in the mirror, closer than they appear. Boop. A removal there from that approach. They tried to do a cautious play, a structured play, but the single problem was that loose thread that pulled and unraveled the whole Australian sweater. 7-6, Fury. They now sit in a pretty decent position. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that they got themselves the even half and got themselves the opener of the half with a plant on towards Armory. How much has been remembered and forgotten?
That's for sure. You've been able to turn things, the kind of pace that you will play. Fury, opportunity to waste a very long time of not playing Siege. Just gone, never mind.
Expected a ground floor site. I think that's the reason they would have brought the fuse. I know you're trying to big it up as exciting. It's kind of pointless on this take, let's be honest. What they do have instead is something that might be a lot more meaningful. The control of that little plant that we've seen attempted, played, and not quite put in position before. You have the Smokes of Capital, the shield. They are stacking themselves up on towards AC window. They're going to get the portion of the jump out there. Well, it would have been a post plant here and entirely changes the face because they are of the AC player. The smoke sected. The cover is good. They're looking for the the keeper barricades to cut off any support onto that window, but the air jabs in the pistol drop, but not rocked. Fish is inside. They're trying their best. They're right on the back of it. They get them from underneath. Crit J keeping the cover locked at 1 versus 1. 20 seconds. Fury have dug talons and nails into this round, and they're just finding themselves slinking away. Oda, we said he'd been the step-up performer in this series, so just have to cap the player. There it is! Fury pull us back and send us towards a best of 1 to decide who stays and who goes.
That last round was such a roller coaster. It seemed like it would have elation if it wasn't for the bug, if it wasn't for Grit J. And how many times have we said that in that map? It was just a map 3.
What a way for it to hurtle to this position, and you wonder what the mindset is for these two teams, because Bliss was so close to having this done, to having themselves focused onto the fight ahead. Instead, they now have to try and get themselves recollected. An 0-7 loss to an 8-6 win. Consulate. Big break.
Let's not forget, if P9 dies there, Falcons go home.
Yeah, when they're full white screen into things. And I think the thing as well is the turnaround from Nest probably was on the assumption that he would round instead towards the rotate in between sites rather than, as said Tim, what sends us through to overtime. Here we go though. Not quite Hail Mary coming in, but already Candela's being dumped inside the set.
Right, come on. Right, like a spear to the heart, getting 2 kills, opening things up, and Team Liquid finally managed to take it. Heartbreak on the
Grims as well. I mentioned it at the time, but Nest to catch you as you have, my God, was it close. That round 11, I remember that one for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal fit.
Not talking any more about that, we'll throw it over to our desk, who no doubt have got plenty to say. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ace and Des, and yes, we do. And for that, we actually have someone on the special feeling.
Yeah, I'm happy and looking forward to just like yesterday, like game plan for that match yesterday, but we could not put inside the match what we have talked to each other. That was bad, so we planned something and we could do my personality. Like we share the same room on the game house when we live together. So yeah, I'm faced to face him. I'm happy to face him, and let's see who won.
Do you think that he struggles against Brazilian teams?
I don't know, like a little bit. Like yesterday, they lost against FaZe on the Copenhagen Major. He has a good.
I mean, there's one thing that I noticed that the team was and everything, but
one round on night. Yeah, the pressure is always there. Like we know that the Liga is at least I want to make the muito obrigado e a gente quer muito chegar lá na.
Let's clawed it back, but still, Team Liquid.
We were going into this match, me and Fabian, especially on the pre-desk, and we were saying about how maybe it might be a little bit closer than expected. I think the result and even the scoreline was absolutely as expected. Obviously, Falcons mounted a little bit of a comeback.
This was more of a game. Get through it, get over it, prepare for the next one. And I think that was the expectations before the game, and I think that kept throughout all of it.
All right. I mean, at the end, yeah, like we said, Team Liquid on top, but I feel up next is their greatest challenge. Do you think, after having seen them in this game fresh, that Liquid have what it takes to take down G2?
Honestly, it's quite a hard barometer. I think, Falcons didn't put up anywhere kind of close to a fight that G2 will put up, even though we talk about G2 potentially having that, mental block against Brazilian teams. Liquid will fear G2 just as much as
on quick before that game.
I mean, both Lagonis and Wolf step up massively today, so they have that more momentum coming into the game. Sure, we saw a little bit worse of a performance from Nesk and Palu, but if they can do what they did in groups, and then we can get the Lagonis and Wolves we got today, I think they're standing a good chance. I think that the strategical depth of Falcons was so shallow that it's very hard as a player, especially when you're an experienced player, because you make assumptions. And those assumptions is movement, decision making, and when you're inexperienced as Falcons, playing with a more aggressive loose style, well, assumptions will most likely be wrong.
All right, and it's on Volbs. Fresh, got us through it.
Volbs was making things happen on the Grim. Grim's such a good operator as well, just generally coming into the way that we've seen him at this event, because he provides such intel, that bounce mechanic that they had. And Volbs was the one we were looking to step up. So it was good that we saw him make those plays as well. Hopefully he has the confidence in himself now to be going on to make those plays when they play G2 later today.
I just think it was a great game. I think that Falcons made some mistakes there. For example, the ban on Monty on the second map didn't really make...
Six Invitational, personally, I can't wait. They'll play better next time. I'm very going on B stream. I won't spoil that for you. You'll get to see it on Rainbow Six Bravo. However, we just saw our matchup move. Team Liquid will be playing against G2, Bleed up against Space.
Now I'm more excited for them against G2.
Yeah, Liquid absolutely met the expectations. And again, it's the step up for G2. Literally repeating what Fabian said. I think for Falcons, again, just a quick word, is again, expectations for Falcons over the course of the year. They would have wanted to make this event. That's expectations met by being here.
It takes a team and a village to get you towards a point where you are fighting all the way tooth and nail. And as I said it in the sort of end call before, it could not have been as tooth and nail as it was. Fury, they let themselves in at first a little bit shaky. It seemed like it was going to be the Bliss show. They got themselves to a strong 3-1 lead on their attacks. They were showing a lot of similarities, or the defenses even, they were showing a lot of similarities to the confidence they had on the previous map, and there just wasn't a route in from Fury. And then Fury found the next gear. They started to focus themselves more attentive to get the even half before a back and forth brawl led us to an 8-6.
Map. But a lot of them were the number count at that crucial moment. You see it out here, for example, able to just play around that, keep a barrier, finding two, and eventually locking it off. And it just kept on being moments like that where he just catches off people off guard and just a little bit sneaky coming around the map, and then, not going and not getting caught by those drones from Bliss. So if he continues to play like that, we are headed to console next. It is a big map. There's plenty of opportunity to hide. If he's allowed to do what he just did, Fury have a really good opportunity of turning this around.
It was the activation for him, and it sort of seemed like at points Bliss weren't quite sure of the game they played. There was a moment where after that, and then let their game plan slip away from them in the second half. Instead of trying to find fights everywhere, find the ones that matter on the site. Unfortunately, a little bit too bad. We start to see Colas, CritJ, BGman, and Dark find their feet as well. Bliss, they might find themselves struggling to keep up with the step on Consulate.
Yep, in Consulate, of course, 60%
yesterday.
Oh, well, they lost it. Fury, that is.
Yeah.
I believe it was a 7-5 to NIP. Now, this is actually one of the maps that Bliss was able to win in their group stages with an 8-6. That's one of the maps that eventually got them here. Again, I would assume that they feel confident going back here. As Fury, of course, they saw everything kind of slip away after this map. So Mixed feelings?
The start of the day is we are heading to this map because Bliss has learned from Fury's mistakes, or Fury has learned from Fury's mistakes. Fury played great solos here yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. But Bliss have also both of them got shut down by Great J. Put him down early on because if he just continues doing what he's been doing over that last map, it'd be a very difficult game for Bliss here. Side of things, it is difficult to hold on to it as an attacker. Of course, there's 3 repels, but not really any safe places to hide behind without being caught in any crossfires. So that's usually one of the approaches. Then you push over towards the soda machine hallway, and then you can try and get a plan down onto A.
Yeah, the default plant spot that teams have developed throughout this is just tucked in that corner. Yeah, bottom middle of your screen there. There it is. You sort of push the players back. Hope and hold side. Yeah, you can do quick play as well as the play against the vertical behind it.
And Iron hiding down below is opening up some of those barricades, but you know, more importantly, trying to see if he can capitalize of any of the verticality out here. Using the vector,
he got there quick.
Yeah, he got there quick for sure. I was going to say he's not using a DMR, of course, which has a lot more destructibility behind it, so he's not going to be opening his own. Any rotations laid up would be caught off.
Trying to force the player out the side of admin. He will be later on. As I said, the single back. Bliss back of, as I said, the drop and the pressure that might come here. Brendo is with some swing support. They can keep some cool control. Otherwise, it seems very default. Admin control, vending, and then the attempt.
Yeah, the RC Rotero being sent into the corner, you know, more RC Roteros are starting to come through as dark and keep everybody shut. But so are the B. Behind the vending machines, pops up for one, knows about the second on the staircase, but instantly shut down right afterwards. And whether, but even this might be a little bit too much.
15 seconds to go. 15 seconds. None of it's seen. Bliss open up with the sort of lockdown here on the top site. They could not find a way to remove the OC players. So, Fury, they lose the first round, but, I mean, it's been back and forth. This map is one where I think the defense is going to find a little bit more structured success. You're looking at even hit the ground. There's a lot more structural work that has to be done on these sites. He'll sleep easy. He'll sleep easy about that round.
Yeah, that round is not going to keep him up. It's not going to be causing any nightmares whatsoever. But whatever comes next, let's see the buck out there to open up. But we also believe it's 2 players out there. So in the basement, Incredibles going out with that pulse. And that's it. Like, it's a toll map. It's a big map, but it's a toll map. And with that pulse, you have the opportunity to just basically see whoever is repelling on the entire site, sometimes even who's on the roof of the building. So there's a lot of information that you can give off to your teammates there of the general approach that's being made. And sometimes even for a C4 kill.
Covering this, the flash and grab on towards the top of yellow. Pulls the players out of the position. They're actually taking a little bit more of their time here. I don't know if they're entirely secure on resting this vertical control as part of that as well. Now they've got to see if they
can. 1 floor, and as long as he's about to be doing that, has that skeleton key. He's going to be opening up many angles. In the meantime, though, you have seen the drop already from one of those hatches. So I believe there is receiving some shots towards his end as well as he's opening it vertically. Still no one to be found, though. Bliss able to stall this out to perfection, at least for now. 50 seconds left. There's still quite a bit of utility as Dark is being shut up by 2 different players now from the vertical angles he's created himself.
40 seconds, and they have to try and eye up the plant itself. I9 is on that, gets rid of Oda. Almost finds the next, but instead picked up and can't pick himself back up. 3 versus 4. Revenge with a gun, but Wet gets Easy Man. 3 versus Brendo. It's a technical 1 versus 1 right now. The engage. Perfectly played, Crit J. Oh, that couldn't be the final connection of a shotgun. Played his life, and that opened up the backline planter.
But that's it. Like, you know, you're playing against a shotgun there and you saw him struggling and it's like, oh, there's a guy planting there. I can just find him instead, run for my life, because you do not want to take that fight head to head with that French shotgun. You are almost guaranteed to lose that on that range. And Wedapol's so smart there with that play. Allowing Bliss to get in 2-0. That was a close round. Too close for comfort for Bliss. But they managed to lock it off in the end as well. And we'll be going to Garage now. Basement site.
Here, but Closer and closer.
Closer and closer.
That's the difference of one engagement there. It was the difference of just that shotgun having a connection through the wall, of the plant being 2 feet forward and to the right behind the piano meant they wouldn't have been able to get caught in that situation. As close as it could possibly be.
But managed to clutch it out in that last round, but kind of not continue to rely on those kind of games to come through. So that was a cool way to put the phone in front of your face.
Who needs hands?
Who needs hands? Nobody.
Oh no! Sage should have netted a kill there, but he finds a fight elsewhere. Dark was in the right. Vigil played yesterday. No. Different teams, different games, different potential. And there's the first. Oda tears the head off of Dark. Ready for the swing onto the second. Somehow, nobody guns on the back end of it. Waits for some support. But this is all time that's working. Able to get an execute. There's the shotgun, but he's behind you.
With that, the knife as he runs out. A reload just in time, and the skeleton key unable to connect. Lycolis now on the chase. Is falling as well as Brendo shuts him down. BG Man, the last man standing. He's about 50 HP, and he's finding himself hunted down by the remaining members of Bliss. And as he's hoping to at least find something, a minute left on the clock after all the time wasted diffuser in Narnia. And he's going for the swing and gets shut down by Brendo, but what a round from Oda and Brendo together.
So from the compliment at the start of it to being the closest it's been to that.
I don't know what was happening. Replay.
It was sort of a pullback of expectation. I mean, you have this first take. Okay, they get one, right? And then you react. This, the swing round, and this.
It's just like, oh yeah, you know, you got the round win in the end. It doesn't matter how scrappy it was. But that was chaotic.
I'm gonna snap my pen in half. Wish the different teams.
Understandable. At the World Championship, right after one another as well. Like, awkwardness was forced and it was continued.
Things happen. And we will see where the progression will come through from it. Bliss, 3 in a row. Fury, you're not going to take the time out. I mean, it's the weird way of putting it is the first 2 rounds, there was at least some attention. That can't be one of the ones that you have the time out. It could be a tilter.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But it's a tilter where the mistakes are very obvious. So you sort of go, look, that's not happening again.
It's one of those rounds where like the focus wasn't 100% on from everybody.
Yeah.
More mistakes will start to seep in, time and time again. And of course, the further we progress, the more punished you will be for those mistakes.
It's a play. It's a pocket play, but it's a play. You go towards the cut window. Usually there's things to stop you pulling it off. Vertical is one of them, and obviously vertical secured by Crit J. There is a lot of swings that can go back towards it. You heard the break, and well, there's the attempt to fight them. The E1D, the flash to stop this play from coming together. They've gone for a second attempt, but with 2 Bliss kills coming together. There's not much of a connection here. Waiting for the zip to recharge, but another smoke canister and all the...
Sure that there was also some horror canister popping up. It's going to be impact to open up a long line of sight, but you still got to be careful that you're not losing your life to the player that's out there on the vertical. Crit J has the opportunity to rotate back, and I believe he does as I9 still struggling and still fighting with the people horizontally.
BG Man does get Oda. Obviously, when you put yourself in that situation, 3rd time's the charm. Ooh, the cover does come together. They have 15. Arcade missed the first pull, the second, the 3rd won't get it. I9 with the 4K. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
They all would have gone at the same time. Might have been able to get away with it there, but it's like...
See a take. Exactly. They aren't with a difference of about 3 feet. I mean, it's not as bad as the errors we had from Fury in the round before, but also it's... You couldn't have sort of heralded... It's like the trumpets came in. Said, we're going to plant here on console.
And then they get out.
Then you go in again. A bit of a whoops.
I don't know why 4 people try to get themselves in from the horizontal rather than...
Bugle.
It's like when...
3-1 Fury. They've been able to go back here one more time. I assume if they are to win this, Bliss probably won't pick into it for the final round itself. However, it seems much more return to classic, and this was classically defender-sided, driven with nothing further than vending.
Were able to kill and a lot of damage onto the opposing players. That fell apart. Fisher playing vertical with the shotgun here, continuing to open up a little bit more, but that is also, he's going to be spotting him out. There's honestly no way for him to go unseen. PG Man taking a little bit of damage through the drone hole. Actually, the attempt they wanted to go for themselves on the attack, and as flashbangs are being tossed out now, Sage is debating whether or not to hide himself behind the vending machine again. It's a great spot to play in, but you might find yourself caught up as he gets the kill into Dark. A great opening as you find the grid knock, but Ying's coming through. Shut down before the full flashes come out, and instantly afterwards, you see the glasses activate.
With one body off with Dark, their entry, that confidence, sitting on a 1 to 5. They're going to see if they can try and pull in the pieces. I9, again, I've cited him as that driving force so many times. At the end of the previous map, the blinds come against Cross. Oda finds Crit J, and we find a mirror towards this first round. This time even better, actually, by the guns of Bliss. They just could not get past that single line.
Now that's the issue, and it is such a... I mean, where we talk about Skyscraper, you know, you have the clear divider in the wall between house, and one side you have the admin, which is usually the attackers, and on the other side you have the defenders on the actual bomb side, and just protecting that one long hallway.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Now it's locked off, and we're headed towards X position next. I was almost going to be misspeaking there. I was thinking about that word earlier. It's such a strange word.
What word?
Acquisition.
Why were you thinking about it?
I just was writing down my map stats and it's like, that's such a weird word.
Okay, at least you were thinking about it whilst we were playing the game. I thought you meant like you woke up,
No.
brushed your teeth and went, exposition is a weird...
We're a different language here,
Yeah,
right? For you, it's like very logical that it's expo.
Well, I don't know if I'd say it's logical. We had to call it a peaceful tree.
Yeah, well, is what it is. And I moved on.
We have the quick zip back in the pockets of BG Man. And the cover everything that would make it work. The Thinker boost to give them a little bit extra panache. The E1Ds. Coach out ahead is going to see if he can try and get that lead through. 3 players stuck around this situation.
Jay with that French shotgun, they do really love it. On the side of Fury is going to start to move up with the Grim. EMP goes in so he can actually not be blinded. Then it's hit the first shot, but goes down by the British shotgun right afterwards. But not the follow-up onto the Amaru, but it's there for Wettables. And it seems to be going all well for Bliss until the moment that they lost another member. And now things can slow down again with 90 seconds left on the clock. It's a 2-on-3 situation in an important round for Bliss as they have the opportunity to lock themselves into a 5-1 lead before they head over to the attack themselves.
I don't think it can slow down because they're still all around each other. Like, oh, let's stop a spiral. You still have Wet that's not too far away. Remember where the site is. And what they are trying to waste right now is that time where it takes a deep drop and the rotate all the way taken away. No, Oda. He's just... There's still the pressure that needs to be put onto the site. It's as of this moment in time. No kills, no assists. Looking for the swing onto the first. They're in the F dot in the moment. Sage gets Lycolis. I thought that was something insane. But with I9, he's got to do something insane. Can't find a connection. 5-1 is the defensive half here for Bliss.
I like the use of the nanobots there, the boost that you get from the adrenaline surge. Because on those closer angles, it wasn't enough. 5-1. 2 more rounds for Bliss and they find themselves move up in the tournament. But at the cost of sending to overcome for Fury. And we saw yesterday that once they hit that 3rd map, they kind of just ran out of juice. And they weren't able to continue on. And then NIP started dominating. Yesterday, this was a close game. 7-5 in favor of NIP against Fury. The Bliss had the advantage of being able to just watch those games from the comfort of their practice rooms whilst they were scrimming and prepared.
Prove it. This is the perfect time to get it pushed in towards the Sense play, in towards Pocket Drive. You've got the Flores drone, short remove, some flanks, doubling down with both flank catch operators. Like they have read a strap book and watched Devod and gone, we know how to take this sterile control. However, where is the pocket of this push going to come from? Because without real hard reach from range, yeah, they've got the destructible charges, a lot of walls a lot of approaches. BG Man suffers 3 builds, 3 structures, and something was thrown over the top there.
Not sure what it was. As they move on again, the information game important here. Reinforce the position. Oda trying to get himself into a good position. Is going to be using the sense indeed to waste the magnets. More explosives just going.
I think as much time as possible. Bouncing back and forth. Charges as well. That's going to force Crit J further out. But
I mean, hide. Sure, there's no one behind that, right? Like it's not a great spot.
He could end so many hopes and dreams. Brendo is just sat close. Fish moves the kit in. What's the close? This is it. PG Man ready to strike, and strike he does. Gets one, only one, as the fight is won out inside the site by Bliss. 3 versus 2. The show takes a bit of damage. Cyanide trying to find a pocket of space and clarity, just spraying either side with the pistol. Yeehaw! Sage goes, so does the end of BG Man and post plant. I9. The man of the moment cannot get it. Bliss. They sit 1 round away from progressing in the lower bracket.
I have to give credit to BG though, because he totally messed up that Azami barrier, but he just went with it. He expected him to have rotated out at that point. And now a tactical timeout there for the side of Fury. Of course, they have 5 rounds they need to back before they go towards overtime.
I mean, you guys can't see it at home yet. The kill spread is a bit terrifying. 4 players. On the side of Bliss is sitting on 7 kills. 7 to 3 is the average. There are players, or a player on the side of Fury that has no kills and 7 deaths. It truly is the story of the guns just not lighting up here for Fury. They have really struggled to get in. Most of them sitting on a 0.5 KD, if not worse. I9, the only one who's positive. Whatever team talk needs to come through, they have to try and just remember what they're capable of here. You die to that in ranked, you're like, okay, we're
all the 4 ending for the rest of the day.
We're
siege gods are against me.
We're sitting that one out.
Seeding now and then see how close. But a very important round is going to be there for those defenders.
How much is it down with Dark above him, but Dark hasn't been able to have the greatest success in that sort of looser Roman role player. Uncontested as of yet. Clearing utility as they go, but you know, you remember where you are and how far away you are. Oda is going to be the first that might find this engagement. They have the hot pings on the player. They might be doing that to just sort of say, look, leave. We don't want this engagement as of yet. Dark is going step by step, but he's not handing it over entirely. In fact, he opens up the hatch. It took 2 shots, but look how close they are just behind him. They're almost there to get the immediate catch. It's still just forcing them further and further back. The other reveal. Oh, centimeters from the engagement.
This is indeed this is a warning. Leave now or be shot. That is being given to the Legion of Dark right now, and is being hunted down by Oda. Already took quite a lot of damage. The F-net starting to go off. Oda taking some damage from the goo as well, but it is going to be a trade to come through. Brendo opens up on Dark, but it's Crit J that will find Oda as a response. So you lose the IQ. Well, another one falls by Wedables, who is watching through the front doors. And now it all starts to fall apart slightly for Fury. They don't have the man advantage. They need to hold off.
They're locking in. 4 versus 3. Fury, the pressure is higher than it has ever been. Like Hollis, if there's a moment to get a connection with the bodies ahead of you, it's now. BG Man to return to the form we've seen. The Tubarão won't really buy you a huge amount here, but I've complimented the use of the gadget. I9 though, he knows something needs to be done here to break this deadlock, and he's got a teammate to help him with it. They can try and force this first fight. Brendo has take out the Jackal. Not the worst thing to lose at this point, but with 30 seconds, an even gunfight is the most important currency Fury could have bought. Bishop and Sage is there. There's the first. Goes down. I9 gets one more. It's Sage to end it here in the 2 versus 1. Gets one. Gets a bite onto the next. No! Fury are kept alive by I9, but they need more.
That was so close. He basically had to double dip on both those fights and hitting bullets in either of them. Bliss just not able to drag it across the finish line now. Fury buy themselves another round, but as you mentioned, it's way too close for comfort. course, we were playing in garage. No, he was checking the corner. He got swung with some missed timing out there. And this fight from 6 in a row. They need to have a complete rotation and do it again to find themselves towards overtime. There's no next map to fight for. It is all to be gained here.
5 seconds remaining.
And Fury need to treat this as round by round kind.
He desperately needs more from his teammates.
He's shooting the Australians with the flares
With
right
the
now.
flares.
It's like, come on, help, please.
Meantime, Bliss, they have 4 more swings at this, 4 more chances to lock this out, cool and collected. You know, it's always long days of Siege on days like today as well. They need this series to get locked in, because the longer it goes, even if they win, you're thinking of what they have to do next.
Yeah. And from tomorrow, the days are going to be shorter, right? So it's like, this is just the last day. For now, it's just crunching time. You just need to be able to push through if you want to be making it to, well, potentially even the stage at the end of it.
Dark gets the first against Brendo. Cleared off for now. They lose the Iana and the bit of the drive that she would otherwise operate on. Smoke comes out either side of Dark. He just dips to some cover, some semblance of safety. BG Man, let's get Fish in the meantime. And look at this, just a full rotate back. They're not going to sit around. They're not going to give the advantage of
openings that are being made. This Lacolis is looking to maybe retake that 2 openings already on their side, but we need to find just a little bit more as Oda just escapes with his life, but he's about to be slow.
Right. There's at least we're getting 2. But with his teammate down as well, with the kit being recollected, not going to find the 2 again. Fury, they hold on. 6-3. Getting closer and closer, but still a long way. Everything gets reset.
Scrappy.
It's scrappy.
And we're headed back towards console now, which was, of course, quite close, but did go in favor of Bliss. And I think that's what they're waiting for. If, you know, we're going to discuss about our next steps. What kind of a play will it be? Well, I see enough. But how are they going to play this? Is this going to be an admin take, or is this going to be a quick plant attempt? 50-50 or what the plan is going to be here.
It was sort of further. There was the single missed player, and you wonder if now that a couple of rounds have gone away, now that Fury's been able to build some of this confidence and start to get themselves back into it, if they start to spread some of that. Someone detected outside. I'm fairly sure where that was. Maybe just the run out towards the balcony. Yeah, and then it gets locked.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Making sure there's no one following up on that one, and that you don't have the disadvantage of that wall opened up early. So still utility that needs to be used there if it would want it to be opened up, but there's nothing there. There's no heart breach whatsoever on the side of Bliss. So this is more going to be, I think, a push throughout defending hallway again and trying to find yourself into the site where you can go for that defuse whilst having to cover out there. Kivas again being tossed out. Go to Bees. It's already RC Roteros. A lot of utility game going on right now, trying to clear each other's strong points. And as we continue, as a minute has passed, Bliss, they know how close they are. But I9 has a pretty good readout here as C4 gets tossed detonated as well, and it will find the opening onto Brendo. And that's a very important entry kill here on console, which was lost before. As Oda jumps up on the table to try and get an elevated angle over to keep a barrier. Might actually be lucky, find himself with a kill, but he goes off. At the exact same moment, he was going to be able to at least find something.
5 versus 4. With a minute 30, they still got to try and get themselves into one of the stickiest lockdown sites that there is. Pulse, they're getting all of that pick. Show guy, he can off background. Death on the desk as Wettables gets removed. There's Sage getting one back. There's the lockdown of the shotgun. It's just Oda left. And I mean, you got a couple of questions there. They were in. They had the kit. They had the site. They had the position. And I mean, Fury had no idea.
Did he not know he had the diffuser? That, like, you expect that's not the case, but why do you go so deep? I thought it was just going to be team. Was around the same vending hallway we had before, but he went aggressive. Got flashed, fell back into the default plant, then went aggressive again. And he died with that diffuser, and that basically threw the round. It would have been better if he just would have gone for the plant, go on the rappel. In the meantime, your teammates can exert from the building or continue fighting, whatever they want, and get themselves ready as well. That's such a weird round from Bliss. I'm pretty sure the plant would have solved and would have gotten them the round there.
Timeout. We said it would happen. I didn't expect it to happen like that because it should be over. I mean, there's the read, the C4 of the player underneath. Maybe it was the concern the Pulse would come back round, but he was on the other side of the map itself, dark, making some things connect. I don't know if Fury realized how close they were to the end there or how over it should be. You plant on that window, the retake
is so difficult.
It's as proven earlier on.
And also, it would cause chaos. As soon as that plant goes down, you're going to be wondering, where did that come from? Because they didn't have full side control. So you have a really good opportunity that because of the amount of pressure that was coming down from the admin side of the building, that they were first going to be checking there, realize it's not there, then have to fall back over and realize they need to go for a retake in a very difficult position. I'm not going to call it a gift towards Fury, but it's getting quite close to a mistake that might give them a way back into the series to push this towards an overtime situation.
Throwing an F-Knot.
Fury, somehow you have pulled your way back into this, but you cannot squander the gift that has been given. Bliss, somehow this is starting to filter through your fingers from a 6-1 to a 6-4. The timeout has been called. Excited pressure when they are closest to it all. Things are starting to fall. Fish is just protecting those from being taken or blown up by anyone else on the side, and he's instantly in and off to the races. They have the ping on the foothold like Colas. The watch on the player as it gets opened up with some wiggle room, and Witch was just droned out. He's only been able to find 2 kills throughout this, and he doesn't want to be the first easy pick from this OS approach.
Fish, of course, can lead the charge with that big shield. He's a living drone that's shepherding away these players, but still got to be careful of a potential flank from the top as Brendo will find Dark. So this time the opening will go in favor of Bliss. A huge opening, but Crit J still alive. He hasn't had the best of games out here on Consulate, but he could just pop off at any given moment and go for these huge rounds. We mentioned that I9 really needs the help from his team. Crit J pops up now. It might just be in time to still take this series in the end. And as the E1D pops, Psycholas cannot actually go for the re-pick up of that Electro Claw. Might have wanted to go for a bit of a relocate there because you saw him hold back towards it, but it's enough.
Bliss start to flood their way towards the site, but they have the single player watching on the back, the bottom of yellow. They're just keeping the rotations under their control. Crit J trying to eke his way back towards the site, but with things softened and locked, if he does it, it's going to be loud. That allows the freedom of Bliss here to try and charge up. Do they know about Lycolis? We're going to find out soon enough.
Surely you can see the head.
You see him? No. They lose the Montaigne. I9 almost gets lost as well. But he survives on a sliver. And he can make that sing. Sage, though, got out by the side of BG Man. It's a long fight of BG Man. Tears the head off a Wet. Eyes up the next onto the E1D. Lycolis goes down. Caught in a crossfire. I9 gets solo. Oh, and there it is. Bliss. Suddenly pop it round. Suddenly swing it to an end. Almost without a concerto. Almost without the pace. They survived. But you have to give kudos and credit towards Fury doing everything they could. It turned into a chaotic 1 versus 1 in the site, and it felt in a weird way fitting that is how this game and series ends. However, unfortunately, SI ends for one of these 2 teams as well. Fury are our next team eliminated from the Six Invitational 2024.
And they were only a couple rounds away from beating down NIP to the lower bracket yesterday. And now just falling short after they weren't able to fully capitalize on the slight mistake made by the Monty there in that last round. It was still Bliss that was able to pull through, but they have been the leading factor throughout the majority of the series. You can almost say it's a very deserved.
Glad it went as far as it did towards the end of it. After the first map was a 7-0, you sort of expected things to be a bit of a quick series here, but a massive fight back to almost max OT in the second, and then here from a 6-1 to a 6-4, and as close as it was in that last round, Yuri never stopped swinging butts. Bliss got a proper test, a proper taste. Some mistakes and things need to be patched out. However, they furthest in the tournament. It was in 2020 we last had some representation there. I think it was upper bracket quarters, though it was a different system. How much further can Bliss potentially get? That's on them to decide.
The very chaotic last map that we've just seen there. You see it in these highlights. There's just so much gunfights back to back. There was never really a moment of rest as soon as the first shot was fired accurately at one of these players. Bliss able to just carry that across the finish line. Of course, still a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do so because they will be moving on in that bracket. They will have to quickly go back, check on their mistakes, see what went wrong, and get themselves ready for the next matchup.
As close as things could have gotten there, the 7-4, I mean, towards the end, it doesn't do it justice. You have to give credit. Bliss were the superior team today. They played some great aggressive siege. They had some great awareness, and you sort of see the split here. They definitely picked themselves back up towards the end. The deficit was just a bit too big, 6-1.
Have looked quite strong as well. Have met them before, so that's going to be a good matchup, I think, between the two of them. Again, just limited time to get themselves ready. Wolves had the opportunity and pleasure to watch this game. Who knows, we might see some repeats of those maps.
It's all to sort of play for here. It becomes this fun conversation. You never really know who's expected. Wolves are a team that has struggled in best of threes on majors at this sort of position. They'll do great in groups, and then things start to fall a bit apart. They dismantled and removed a favorite yesterday, and then got themselves knocked right down. Going back into the game against a team that's starting to heat up on the gun skill, it's going to take a lot from those sort of superstar fraggers on that Wolves roster.
Yeah, last time they met was, of course, in groups. A 7-5 victory for Wolves and an 8-6. So that is going to be putting things into perspective a little bit. Bliss will be eager for the comeback there. And Fury, sadly, are going to be a team to be eliminated from the Six Invitational. They'll have to go back home. But, you know, they managed to make it out of groups. Maybe against many of the expectations that were put up against them. I still think they were able to put up a pretty good fight, especially against NIP here against Bliss as well, just falling short twice.
A long series. Bliss, Fry, Bliss. And yeah, I think you sort of see Brendo pop in. I know I commented on Oda showing up, getting himself positive and getting into these engagements as well. You are getting that from the whole of the roster. It's not a gift that Bliss has always been put with. I9 again, huge performance. It's been a long tournament.
It's been a very long tournament, and the tournament will be a little bit longer for Bliss as well. As you can see, the bracket out here will be facing off against Wolves just a little bit later. I believe that the first matchup of these round 2 on the bracket has already started as well on the opposite stream. So I think it's time to head to the Intel play and then go to a quick break as we'll continue with the lower bracket in just a bit.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. I'm reloading. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
I think that they were able to build things up pretty well. They knew what they wanted to go for, and the execute was at least built upon the back of that precedent. But when you have Ashton on just a normal situation like this from Dummies Box, able to melt 3 people with the Vector, you're never going to find success in that regard.
No, and SSG have that individual strength to match the strategic abilities they're able to bring, because just as we saw Bleed really make good use of those Kiba barricades in their church arsenal, traditional defenses, even if the first attempt wasn't successful. We see SSG bring the same thing alongside F-Not Mines to stop somebody walking or dropping down blue hatch. You have players watching the blue hallway behind those mirror windows to make sure that nobody can again gain ground and push in, whereas SSG were able to find some of those gaps a little bit more, whereas Bleed were not necessarily looser, but felt that they required more focus to really shut SSG out of some of those rounds. SSG, it felt like everyone was on the same page. They had the utility to make it work, and still Bleed were able to find some momentum. Don't get me wrong, there were some good moments, but that strategy combined with everyone on SSG playing their role led for a really brilliant round 7.
Hell yeah, it did. Now Space Station 2 rounds away from taking their pick here on Dubhouse. The roster has changed a whole heck of a lot from what it once was, especially with Lycan at the helm. But still, whenever you see that logo and you see Clubhouse, there's just something it does to you, doesn't it? Space Station trying to bring this one back to bear. It's like old times. Up 3 rounds right now, and so far so good. It's going to be an offense leading into master bedroom here for Bleed, and I especially like the setup here that they've brought. Good amount of hard breach, but those were Terror drones, Carter. That's what matters the most to me here. I really like to see Flores on sites like this because you can get so much done with him. You can do things as simple as blowing open a wall and making a rotation for yourself, or you can get rid of those castle barricades, things along those lines. It's just a really good shout in moments like this.
In the wake of the frag grenade change, he becomes a must pick in some certain situations against specific strategies. So good pick by Mentalist, as you just mentioned. And with how much both of these teams have been running Azami, we'll have a lot of options alongside the castle barricades for what Mentalist wants to use those Rotero drones for. Very early retreat by SSG, actually, outside of CCTV and Cash. They have pulled back very early on. We saw Bleed, I think, still holding this position very aggressively, even with a minute left, whereas SSG can still contest it. Fultz inside of construction, for example, but there's no actual physical presence there. And even then, look at how far back Fultz is playing, really relying on a long angle, not into Cash, but just holding construction. That is a little bit risky, I will say, especially now that the Selma's opened. With that impact, I believe, missing. They don't have a powerful angle to look through this setup. Oh, man.
That was definitely not supposed to happen. You can even see Mentalist. He was a little bit of a distance away from that hatch. It just so happened that that was a hell of a toss there out of J90. A perfect arc lands at the feet of Mentalist and will blow him sky high. Cadella's now for Bleed as they have to try and work their way into the site down a man. Not only that, but they have to deal with some pretty considerable utility, especially with these mirror windows implemented. Reeves trying to work his way in. Ashen's going to go down to Hub, and still an opportunity here, especially after Aspie gets one. They know where J90 is, and Bleed. Finally, these guns come to life. Oh my, Forrest. Almost able to get it done, but Turd knows what he must do in the moment, and he'll swing back through to assist his teammates on the angle.
Hub able to find that first pick on Ashen is great because of, well, the follow-up that was heavily telegraphed by Bleed. They knew Hot and Cold was sitting behind the weight rack. So if they were able to pair that with a second kill and then, of course, get the secure the one that they had intel on, that's a 4v3 right there. After Mentalist falling to that C4 as he goes on there.
With this flash, man, you can't do that. Oh, no. It's always the little things with Siege, man. You think something as simple as, I'm a good distance away from this. I'm going to toss a flash down there before I get my drone out. If it's a good enough player across from you, they're like, oh, this guy is sitting exactly here, and I'm going to blow him up with a nitro cell. But at the end of the day, didn't really matter for Bleed, as the guns were very hot from construction.
Yeah, very hot from construction, and again, able to get that 4v3, collapse into the bomb site, and then find those remaining kills. Again, similar to those SSG attacking rounds, really right at the door, struggling to find an entry point, but I have to imagine, finding Hot and Cold on that weight rack is really the key to opening up that execute for Bleed, taking the advantage, and then moving on forward. And moving forward in the site rotation, CCTV and Cash for SSG. Before, there was a mirror window on the plat wall that Bleed tried to shut out SSG from finding a way into CCTV. No mirror present for SSG here, despite it being present on, I believe, both bomb sites previously. Still being a very powerful operator on Clubhouse overall, it'll instead be a more, in all likelihood, traditional method of hard breach denial, but I also think Forrest is probably not putting any bandit batteries on this wall because, well, they're probably betting on Bleed bringing a Maverick, as most teams feel obligated to do since the introduction of Tuber out.
Absolutely. And And a good call as well because, I mean, well, look at the wall. What's happening right now? Mentalist will be torching things up here. Drone in sight as well. Might be discovering something. Hovering with an early use on this Candela. I don't know if he's just trying to get action out of Space Station, seeing if he can potentially get somebody to try and swing through. At least with that pre-fire, that's what makes the most sense. Oh, no. Mentalist. What have we done? Reaps goes down. I don't think he's even going to try and fix the wall. Can we get a look at this wall real quick after this little engagement here? That'd be great. Force is going to be able to at least take out one, but is there a couple pixels on this that have locked this up and now he's just going to have to abandon ship? I think that's exactly what's happened here. The left-hand side looks torched well, but I think there's a... Yeah, I think it's on the bottom. Yep, it's on the bottom right there. That little pixel is what is holding up the entire wall right now, and he can't go fix it, Carter, because the man is in the window. That little bit, just that tiny little bit. And that's on map tricking correctly, folks, and that's a round based off that precedent. Space Station annihilate them over on the master side, all because they can't even work that angle on plat.
You talk about small things. I mean, we saw in the G2 phase game yesterday, goo mines stop freezer pushes. We've seen small little engagements or missed shots define rounds. But it doesn't get more siege than that when literally a pixel of a reinforced wall stops the Maverick trick. They can't go back because they're exposing themselves to angles. That's the risk with Maverick. Holes go both ways. You might very well die if you go back to it. And of course, with the pressure SSG also had on this other side, because the strategy was, all right, they're probably going to get plat wall open because of this Maverick. We'll hold construction, we'll hold bedroom, just in case they decide to go on the backside. And then, of course, if they open up plat wall and rush, we have the redundancy, the positions to fall back to the bomb site. But because Bleed couldn't open that wall, they had to run into all of SSG's setup. Yep. All of what SSG had previously. Just a complete series of unfortunate events that ended up forcing Bleed's hand and basically giving SSG match point by the smallest of mistakes.
You gotta love it. You have got to love it. You and I always talk about the fact that, Carter, this game is legitimately bullet chest, even in the verbiage, right? And that's it, once again, right there. It is always the little things. Yeah, you can obviously fundamentally be playing the game incorrectly, but when you have good teams like this, Reeves with a hell of a shot up against J90. Took him a second, but still able to find the heady. But either way, torches the round for Bleed.
Great opening pick to cut down J90 on the fallback. As most of these SSG players are on the site with the Indeed. Just a little angle, little cheeky angle. Three players actually on the site right now, and with no control being contested on that top floor, Bleed should be able to make their way down to the middle floor and start opening up these hatches in good time. No Kane on the board, so will have to be the impact trick from Hot and Cold and Ashen. Aspie. Remember when I said Fultz was peeking outside? Well, Aspie found it.
Space Station's ability to just go for things and be like, all right, well, if it doesn't work out, I'm sure we can still solve it. I love it, man. They're always looking for the next step in their strategy. They're not just going to play patiently and just do the fundamentals. They're always looking to add something into this chemical makeup that can be the game-changing moment for them. Once again, there it is. Active play, Nitro sellout. It'll take down Reeves. They'll stop the hatch play. Minute and 20 seconds remaining. This timer's going to start eating at Bleed. Reeves might be confirmable, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to do too much here. Forrest not aware of that going on upstairs. He will get picked back up. But now this angle work is going to be even more scary given the circumstances of his health.
It'll be a difficult spot to keep going for those skeleton keys, but I also think with this hatch open, they might feel a little safer. Good utility clear from Bleed to clear out the shield, directly contesting Blue. Of course, there are still the mirror windows, which is the big problem for Bleed at the moment when they go for that flood downstairs, just as it was when SSG were on the attacking side. Finding a way to deal with those. I like this rotation. Before, Mentalist was going down Blue. This time, he goes for the much more standard kitchen drop. There is still Forrest who could go for the swing, but Mentalist has already worked his way all the way into the bomb site. We need to see counterplay from SSG at this point. Can Ashen find an angle to land this impact grenade? The coverage from Reeves is simply too good. Mentalist follows up on the fall off with another kill. Bleed now have the advantage at 2K. He even pops the shield to give himself cover. Look at that quick heads up play. The brain on Mentalist. It's in the name, for God's sake. Quick little 3K to keep Bleed in the game.
That was brilliant right there. So smart. I'm sure a couple people were like, oh, he punched it, he can't see. But that's the point, guys. He doesn't want them to see him. They have no idea when he's peeking now. And that was so well done there from Mentalist. Can play that situation, especially as that man count starts to dwindle for SSG. He can just play it off of audio, play it off of his teammates' communication. Because they more than likely have a few things around the site to be able to assist with that. Still had 4 drones active, so very well done from him, especially given the circumstances of what has been happening to Mentalists throughout this series so far, right? And man, that's some good aim, bro. Some good aim. You saw Jinxie get announced, right?
I did, yes, I did.
My boy, we're in Champion now, baby. Hell yeah.
We're very much not in Copper.
Yeah, we're in Champion.
We are not in Copper. That was a very big brain play with the Osa, and 1 kill before this round, now 4 and 8. I'm sure maybe you're saying, oh, 4 and 8, not as impressive KD, but listen. When you got Aspie having a good game, you got Turd, you got Hoven, you got these 4. Oregon, where Mentalist had a life game to get that map 7-5. Also on this map, getting a huge 4K, moving through the jacuzzi wall against, I believe, VP. This guy can do it. He can do it all, and he's been around long enough to basically have us up and be like, yeah, you know, classic Mentalist play right there.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's practically our Siege dad. Yeah. Like, I mean, this guy was on one of the best versions of the Fnatic roster all the way back in the day, and he's just constantly been working on his craft, and it's worked out extremely well for him. Definitely one of my favorite players, especially from the olden days of Siege, so nice to see him still, you know, fighting and finding success. So, to continue things on here for Bleed, as they are still 2 rounds under SSG, trying to force this overtime here on Clubhouse. We'll breach things here on the far CCTV wall, but do remember, this is a basement defense.
And SSG have completely changed the name of the game. Before it was a very passive hold. Now they are contesting the entire map. They have Ashen on the Solus to decimate Bleed's intel game. Ideally, it's actually a minute in, no drone has been found. Instead, they found Ying the drone outside a garage. Great find by Ashen, roaming around on this side of the map. Reaps was also lurking around the kitchen area, but has now fallen back. This is still a great adjustment from SSG to go for a plant, of letting Bleed get that to work. Now they have, we saw Bleed on the ground floor. Now they're still fighting full to make up for it.
Such a solid cutoff angle. One that you're always going to want to try and favor when you go for that top clear. If you know people are upstairs and these hatches are sealed, or maybe you have somebody implemented inside a bar where they can't drop back, Carter, you can always work that window over here on main into the fold, and they're not going to be able to escape fate. It's a perfect scenario here, and SSG not aware that that player was playing outside. Very well done from Bleed to be able to discover this.
And such solid coordination. Now we need to see the conversion from Bleed of that advantage into a good execute. We don't have the Osa this time just to plant the Talon shield and then back up. But by the same token, we also don't have any C4s from SSG. All we have are those impact grenades. So somebody's either got to swing on the planter, where Bleed have the advantage, and if their coordination is good enough, should be able to trade that out, or B, those impact grenades have to land perfectly. Forced going for a rotation to strike at Bleed when they're potentially the weakest, right as they're setting up for the execute, right as they're moving onto the site. But that moment might be coming, and I was about to say, Force has to rotate back because they've lost Ashen. His gun is needed on the site, and Turd can cut him off. It is only Hot and Cold actually on the site. Force can't even get across. The coverage should work. One drops down. Hotten's not even able to down the planter. Excellent round 11 from Bleed. We see adaptation from both teams, but it's Bleed's coordination. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, Bleed's answer to the roam of SSG was absolutely magical right there, Carter. A good amount of pressure, also the understanding of where the fallbacks were going to be, and able to eliminate those players on rotation. This is going to proc a timeout here from SSG, as they want to be able to get things done here inside of regulation. And immediately when SSG called their timeout, just like when Bleed called their timeout, it's going to be some conversation points here in the chat. As Bleed's like, oh, you guys panicking? What's going on?
I think definitely that's been one of the most successful points of Bleed, has been the fact that not only do they bring a decent level of strategic prowess to the game, but the coordination that Mentalist gives in organizing these 4 young gunners to not only, of course, be in positions to get kills themselves, but find kills that are really beneficial for the entire team.
I actually got a question for a gentleman in the room right now. You guys don't know this, but hey Zen, do you think that Bleed bring this back in force overtime? Our Aussie boy is saying yes, folks. I think it's a little biased, but that's okay. We enjoy biased casting here, especially when you're not casting this game. You're allowed to be biased. You're allowed to favor your teams. I'm totally not wearing SSG merch right now. That would never be a thing. But Bleed, one round away from forcing overtime here. I think it's a very well-constructed timeout from Space Station. You're at max regulation right now. Your defense on Clubhouse. They're going to go back to the basement, and they're going to try and find an answer here for what strategy they had last time. And honestly, at least at first glance, from looking at this list here, Carter, it looks like we're not going to be going for this roam. We are going to be able to get these hatches, but a lot of this speaks to me in site setup, especially with these ADSs coming in here from Jaeger. We haven't been seeing a lot of play from him at this event, but he will be here inside of our last potential round.
5 seconds to go.
And Bleed realize it and immediately adjust. Mentalist back on the OSA. So I imagine SSG are going to this strategy anticipating Bleed might run that OSA strat back and have specific counters for it. I did like what Ashen tried to do there, but again, the coverage was very, very good from Bleed. He tried to use Akiba to block off the angle, watching Church from the main hallway, and then sprint across and get a timing and stop Mentalist from getting the diffuser down. Of course, he was stopped because, again, Bleed were covering the plant very well, but there was some ideas for small plays they could do in round to make this work. So I want to see how SSG actually end up dealing with either the blue drop or the kitchen drop, because Bleed got into the map so quickly last time, opened up those hatches by a minute 30, started setting up for the execute, and we don't even have the F-Knots this time. That was one of the reasons that at least the blue drop iteration of Bleed's strategy failed. So I want to see, once we get to that execute stage, what SSG start to do, because at the moment, it's still a little unclear.
Most definitely. I think what they've done here is that they've gone with the full understanding of what happened with Bleed strategy the last time. Obviously not the clear, that's not what they were considering. What they're considering is how they got the bomb planted, and that was Mentalist with those OSA shields. So if you look at the lineup right now, what does it speak to you? There should be some volumes here. It's going to be those 2 nitro cells and those 2 impacts. This is going to be some preventative maintenance from them. You can see Ashton's going to play in behind AK. We probably have some nitro cells that are over towards Church, over towards that double door to make their life a little bit easier to try and slow this down. J9O also, I absolutely love this. They're going to have him playing dummies box over here for blue, because that's where Bleed poured in a lot of their utility previously. They really like to throw smokes, flashes, anything in between except the kitchen sink at that position. Perfect spot for Warden to be playing.
The salt destruction again from Reaps, the C4s, the impact grenades, they're there for SSG, but will they land? Some of those utility, they've been in smaller quantities previously, but it hasn't worked out very well. But now, just by increasing the numbers, do they feel it is enough? Mentalist is going for that kitchen drop again. It's the one that works, so they will attempt it for a second time. Candela's being thrown inside of Blue. You can see Mentalist preparing. Still intel being found. Herd going with the lurk up main hall. Hasn't found anybody yet, but this might completely stop SSG. But he's spotted by Ashen playing that AK position. So the game isn't completely up for Bleed, but now in the man disadvantage, they can start brute forcing this post plant, brute forcing Mentalist position alongside those C4s, those impacts. But we need to see them land. Bleed's coverage is still good. They're watching from the kitchen hatch, but down goes Mentalist. No impact needed. A 3K from AK. None of that secondary utility is necessary when the young gunner, primary and secondary 4K, to take Bleed's map pick in maxed regulation.
Amazing adaptation there from Space Station. As you can see, they knew exactly what strategy Bleed were going to be going for. So very well done from them. Space Station will be able to take them out.
Just a small position, small adjustment, Sam. I'm in Church. I'll go to AK instead. And what do you know? We end up having the round end because of it. So that is Bleed's pick now going the way of SSG. We'll have a break and then the desk right after this.
It's an all-Brazilian standoff here in the lower bracket. Welcome back to the B stream here. W7M will be taking on Ninjas in Pajamas. Massive match. I cannot believe we've already got this all-Brazilian bonanza happening in the lower bracket, guys, when you've got one team, of course, that is coming off winning the last 2 majors, another team that, of course, has won SI. I mean, the fact is we have to send one of these 2 teams home, which is quite alarming this early on in the competition for obviously one of them, whoever it ends up being.
Yeah, it's a happy, sad matchup for the Brazilians, of course. Unfortunately, one of their representatives will be sent home alongside Los today, which is unfortunate. Of course, here is how today has shaped up across Stream A and Stream B. Of course, we were just witnessing Bleed and SSG. SSG taking their map pick in that particular series, but now across to Stream B for us. Obviously, W7M taking NIP on the bracket. Overall, though, of course, we're in the lower portion here, the second round in the lower bracket. No second chances from this point onwards.
Yeah, certainly not. Of course, with W7M, they lost to Wolves in that upper bracket. And then earlier today, they played Fearex, sending them home to Korea. They won that one 2-0. And of course, now taking on NIP, of course, for W7M very much won that Fearex game pretty comfortably. Although from what I saw, we were obviously casting at the very time that the game was happening. It actually somehow ended up being a little bit closer than even our game between Bleed and Lois. So clearly for W7M, not really at their absolute best, but still able to get these results when clearly they've got some work to be done. Obviously, then for Ninjas in Pajamas, they had a little tiny run up in that upper bracket, winning one series and then losing the other. And now obviously finding themselves in a position where they have to take on W7M. And you know, for all intents and purposes, two teams I think that have got obviously a lot to play for and also a lot to turn their kind of fortunes around at the Six Invitational and change maybe the perception of them. Obviously for W7M, it's not been all rosy. For a team that had so many expectations, basically have to be making the arena at minimum. But the fact is they could go home today, and what a travesty that would be. So you got pressure on W7M for NIP as well. I mean, obviously they probably go into this particular series as the underdog, I think rightfully so. But even still, if they go home this early on at this point, it becomes an utter failure in terms of this Six Invitational for a team that is just stacked with talent.
Yeah, for sure. NIP, of course, having their matchup most recently against Virtus Pro, which proved to be a difficult game. They were unable to capture a map in that particular instance. Map 2 of Bank, more specifically, was a disaster for NIP. They were unable to claim a single round in that particular match. But given that both of these teams are going to be clashing with a somewhat similar style of Siege, I'm very, very intrigued to see how this one shapes out and shakes down. You would anticipate.
It's coming up, of course, for this series. So as we get a look here, we head to Bank, then Cafe, then Clubhouse. Interestingly enough, the Bank and the Cafe pick is actually two maps that were played in the last series. For the side of NIP in that upper bracket game, as you just mentioned, actually, against Virtus Pro, they lost 0-7 on Bank, and they lost 6-8 on Cafe. Now, as we can clearly see, the Bank gets picked by W7M here in this matchup, probably looking at that most recent game that we saw from NIP where they got 7-0'd. And then on the flip, though, obviously a pretty decent Cafe actually from NIP, so they've elected to go back to that, but take up against W7M, who's actually only played one Cafe themselves this tournament. That too was against Virtus Pro, but that was a 3-7 loss for W7M. So that interesting as we then have Clubhouse, by the way, as the circuit breaker decider. Now, very quickly, as it comes back to us, a long list of results for Clubhouse when it comes to W7 at this tournament. M80, they beat them 8-7, Bleed 7-4, 7-3 over Liquid, and lost once to 6-8 over the Wolves. So clearly, they've got extensive knowledge of that club, a lot of history on it. But NIP only they played it twice so far this tournament, in fact, losing both times. That makes it pretty simple for me. I think NIP probably need to win this 2-0 because I don't know how they're going to beat W7M on Clubhouse. It could happen, but it certainly would be a pretty unlikely result.
Yeah, I think I would, definitely agree with how the things have shaped up. I mean, the tricky thing is for NIP, I think regardless of the map veto, this is going to be one hell of a series if they are to get it across
80%.
the line. 80% of the community in favor of W7M.
Hard to disagree. Hard to disagree.
I'm finding it very hard to make a case for NIP. Not impossible, but it would be one of the upsets of the esport in history, probably.
in the esport in history. I mean, to be fair, look, NIP took down Fury 2-1 in that upper bracket game when to then take on Virtus Pro, a Virtus Pro team who I think have looked really sensational at this event. And then you kind of look at that first map, 8-6, really competitive, really close. NIP really kind of showing their attacking prowess. Yeah, left a little bit to be desired in terms of defense. And that really goes to show with the team, 59% defensive win rate for NIP compared to the 67% defensive win rate of W7M. That's quite a stark difference when you're going to take into account the defensive side of meta on. Now, this is going to be me and you, third map in a row where Grim has been banned out. It really does go to show his strength at Six Invitational. The Ossa ban as well does come through by W7M again here on Bank. I think Ossa is an operator that could be quite prevalent and has its uses throughout a multitude of sites up above, even down below. I'm not too surprised to probably see that from W7M as we head over to the defensive operator bands.
Yeah, we saw the Osa band out against Los as well, so not too unexpected in that regard. That was back in November, so doubling up in that regard. Tubarao as well, bit of an intriguing ban. Tubarao has probably not been as oppressive at the event as we once anticipated, especially post-nerf, but can still be quite impactful. It does mean, though, that with Valk taken off board, again, to reiterate, Azami will be playable, so too will the Fenrir. So those are the two big ones. Two other big defenders to keep in mind as we jump into this one. NIP will be beginning on the defensive half, but Bank can be a tricky map to defend at times. So keeping an eye on, obviously, the objectives that they choose to rotate to and the impact that will have on these results. Again, looking back at sort of the numbers for both of these teams, unfortunately for NIP, the history that they have on Bank is not particularly successful. A pretty poor win rate for them comparatively to W7M. So we've set the stage that NIP will need to probably win this into maps, as the decider is not particularly favorable either. However, winning this first map is going to be a very steep challenge.
Yeah, make no mistake, though, not counting NIP out of this series. We saw the 80% prediction for W7M, certainly the favorites, but we always love an underdog story, and we have seen plenty of them, not just even throughout this tournament, but really the history of Rainbow Six Siege. So, you know, funny things have happened. It almost seems on brand, probably, for this to be an elimination game for W7M, where it's like, what, they got eliminated on the B stream against NIP? How did that happen? Like, I can actually foreshadow that happening. But it's going to take a very mighty effort from NIP. Basically wind the clock back a couple of years and find their absolute best if they're going to be able to do that. Opening start for Hertz, and it's a fast start as well for W7M as well. Already in towards Starford Open. Towards Beepers goes Hertz. Psycho holds the close angle. Drone just puts out a couple of shots. Hertz doesn't initially swing off of that and does have the information, but he knows if he swings main stairs, there is that player in elevator, of course, that can then trade.
Ron's in the elevator. Hatch is opened up, so there's an avenue for the Warden to get back towards the objective, and of course can now elect to play for time and just hold the cross and maintain it. Main stairs. Herd's a formidable force for W7M. Give him an opportunity to make a play, and he will capitalize. Thinks about dropping the hatch initially, but better of it in the end. W7 have the advantage, so they'll be looking to play into that. So much time remaining in this round with so much map control already.
Still a lot of denial as well for NIP in this round. Yeah, they've lost the player early on, Musi, but he's kind of done his job. He's placed those Vulcan canisters. One has already exploded over towards the hatch. And then you've also got the smoke, the gas base from Pino. He's got 3 of them still, so he doesn't have to expend any of those. Nice little sight lines being opened up here with the Maverick of JV92. And more importantly, then Wizard as well. On that Echo, he'll have the Yokai drones. Those bursts are going to be very impactful later on. Hard breach opens that up in terms of the secondary hard breach, but Pino gets aggressive. Very aggressive over towards blue stairs as that secondary is going to open up the bot square hatch by Nade. Obviously, Pino with those smoke canisters, he is so important, so impactful late in this round. If they're going to be able to deny what will likely be a default server push take, Pino is happy to just play aggressive. Try and deny the blue stairs push. Could get dropped on. He could get pinched. Hasn't happened yet. 60 seconds left.
Information available then for W7M. They can collate that and use it for the final push. Herds eventually could now skimper down main stairs, but the Goyo canister will stall that out. Wizard, with full faith in the Flames to push that buck back, will instead wait for the hatch drop here from the attack. Need to rotate Diffuser now over towards the elevator hatch. So a back hit from W7M with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, interesting that as well. KZ just making his way in towards server. So they've really got good site control around the site. Not so much on it, but from multiple different angles. As Hertz, Cons gets that kill onto Nade. And then another one there from Hertz onto Wizard, and suddenly the round has fallen apart defensively for NIP. Cons done his job over towards Elevator, does get another one as well. So one through the hatch, one outside. Fortunately, they're completely outgunned, outnumbered. W7M's back hit has well and truly caught NIP off guard, maybe anticipating that more standard server room push, not to be more pressure on the back of site. And for W7M, a really good start here on Bank.
Yeah, pretty classic W7M attack there, where our focus is on one of multiple key engagements throughout that fight. And despite the first not going the way of W7M, there's then 3 uncaptured kills on various points around the map that they are able to manipulate in their favor. There was that pick that didn't go the way of the attack. It was Cons inside of Elevator, but in the meantime, a flurry of kills elsewhere. And of course, knowing that the Warden was there, it was a pretty easy job for W7M to capture that round. So impressive from them, quick map control, steady towards the late round, and despite losing that first pick on the initial push, more than made up for it in classic W7M fashion.
I know it didn't seem like the most fancy round, but W7M's ability to kind of just rotate off that kind of default look. They were obviously sensing that pressure. Blue Stairs server with the keeper barriers, with the gas babes as well from the smoke. So what do? They kind of just rotate off. They bring kit. They go over towards elevator. They go for that back push. Completely captures NIP off guard. Even though Cons was holding a good position over towards elevators, then they can overload from other positions like main stairs, for example. So a really solid round from W7M where, you know, conventionally nothing too crazy happened, but just their ability to manage the round as it progressed was clearly on display there. We go into the second round. NIP are definitely going to have to pick up the pace, though. Defensively, can't just be sitting on site, allowing W7M to get full map control on a map like Bank, which can be really complex, obviously, to break down in terms of attack. So for W7M to already get one on the board early is a solid start. 42% attacker win rate at this particular event for Bank. It does okay. It does lend itself to being relatively passable for attack. But it is Pino that gets the opening kill onto her. Shuts down that IQ.
IQ perhaps not the most critical of operators in this particular round, but would have been useful in dealing with the Electro Claws from Wizard, for instance. More importantly, though, a player now in the grave for W7M, so they'll need to fight from behind in face of this utility. Mirror window in Janitor has been dealt with nicely, though, by W7M, I presume off the back of an Ash charge on the keys. Nade now with utility in hand. Here's on the Capital. In fact, down below, looking to now flame out this position. And this will be a sync with the repel on CEO. That means that this position can no longer be held by Muzi. Instead, now a little bit deeper in Janitor. Doesn't find much, though. W7M not encroaching on the objective just yet. Psycho, though, caught off guard by an air jab. So 4 versus 4 at the midway point of the round.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Muzi, though, from the hallway outside Janitor. So he's able to just, as you said, kind of play the back position in Janitor as that incendiary bolt was putting up flames at the very precipice of that mirror shield, window. So minute 20, incendiary bolt didn't do a whole lot. Muzi still has Janitor control. They did get that kill on the repel, though, catching Psycho in a bit of an off-angle position. He obviously just kind of overstepped, and Cons is still in towards stock. So they haven't even cleared this position. Does mean, of course, it's going to be really difficult to then flush out Muzi if they can't continue to go down below. Trying to just see what W7 have. It has to even try and dislodge him here. Outside of those incendiaries, really not much else. Nice kill for Gons, and again, still that stock control. Firmly in grasp for NIP, looking really strong defensively. Pino gets another one onto KZ. Philippox with a second one from the repel on a very acute angle, and JV finally flushes out Pino in towards the airlock. They can go now. Philippox with the kit in hand. 40 seconds left. It's only Cons and Muzi. Cons again gets involved from that stock position on the map. Philippox now by himself. He's already found 2 kills this round, but Muzi to shut down, and it did come down to the fact that for W7M, they couldn't clear out Janitor and stock. Really well played from NIP, knowing full well they had that back of sight position the whole way through. Good sight lines in towards sight, and a solid round defensively from NIP.
Yeah, Nip doing a good job to trust their structure there. You could see with about a minute to go, the defense was not shuffling around much at all. They're all content with the positions that were being held. And look, to the credit of W7M, they had a pretty decent read, and they kind of knew what to push, but they were walking into unfavorable gunfights, and ultimately NIP did a great job in punishing them, and a good response in the second round. I think that's probably going to be the trend throughout this first half, at least, with NIP defending, is especially once they get the advantage, they are going to be more than happy to bunker down, hold positions, and they'll be ready for the split attacks from W7M.
Well, a 1-1 start. That's good news for us. Good news for NIP as well. Many, of course, probably don't give that much of a chance in this series against W7M, but just have that funny feeling, that gut feeling, probably more so than the brain talking that says that maybe NIP could just do something special here in this lower bracket match. Again, a reminder, the loser of this series will be out of Six Invitational. That's right, these 2 juggernauts of the Rainbow Six Siege scene historically. One of them has to go home already. We head to staff room and open area for the 3rd round. Of course, for NIP, the basement is available. Opting to not go there as they continue on with the tertiary sites defensively. Also now bringing the Maestro, or Psycho, Fenrir as well for Wizard. So changing things up a little bit.
An immediate hit for electrical here from W7M seems to be the play. Now, typically, this is facilitated with a Montang to help clear the space, but this time around, no Montang in play. So we'll see how W7M look to pivot here, and of course, what the response will be from NIP.
at the moment, as expected, holding firm.
Breaching.
The likes of the Maestro in play as well, which will be powerful, gaining information. Castle as well in play from Muzi, and that will help to counteract things like the Repel game upstairs, but he's already with control on the Ram getting to work.
You say upstairs, there's no defense upstairs from NIP, completely foregoing any kind of defense towards stock, towards CEO. Long desk is obviously open for the taking. We're seeing the Ram with the Boogie Auto Breachers go to work now from KFZ, completely uncontested. A little bit surprising. One Nitro Cell available for NIP as well, so they don't really have the ability to really disrupt those above them. Only Pino and the Warden. Does mean horizontally that rush that we saw from Electrical got shut down really early on in the round because NIP had a lot of numbers on site. But as I mentioned, they've given up stock, and we're seeing the Boogie Auto Breach open up those floorboards. Hatch, of course, being watched. Nade over towards Square. He's got a little angle in towards that bomb chassis position, being held by Collins to keep the barriers. Herds, well, that was the Nitro Cell, the one and only one that they had through the hands of Pino up towards stock. Herds able to survive. Does take a big chunk of damage. Minute and 15 seconds, and the Nade that finally gets the opening kill onto Muzi. Where's the response here from NIP?
Locked now into the objective. Keeper barriers are providing some additional pieces of safety, I suppose, for the defense. Wizard may be the next to find an engagement, but instead patient for now. He sends a drone into open area, and that's a little bit more information for the attack. It is a 3 versus 5 in favor of W7M, who have torn this map apart. Early control converted now in towards the site. Or perhaps not. Psycho just mowing them down. Able to find 3. Has it slipped at the final hurdle for W7M? I think it has. It's now just Herds at the double door. 2 defenders with line of sight. And Herds, as good as he is, will find this a very difficult cross to break.
The drop from Philippox, ineffectual through the hatch in towards sight. Double stack for Pino and Psycho. Smokes go out, but hey, there's a Warden on the board. Not going to really help you out that much, Herds. Sorry to say, with 10 seconds left now into red time, this becomes awfully difficult, but he finds a really angle onto Pino. 5 seconds left, spread through the wall, but there's one back from Psycho. The Maestro is strong in the 1 versus 1 to close it out for NIP. And a 2-1 lead for them here on Bank is exactly what they need to just give themselves the hope and the belief that they can take down W7M and cause a shock wave to go through this tournament. Again, this is the map pick of W7M and a really strong defensive hold from NIP. I was a little bit questionable of the decision to not defend up above. Typically, on Staff Room in open area, you kind of see teams like to make sure that stock is hard to get because of those floorboards. Same even over towards CEO, depending on how aggressive people want to get on that extension. Nevertheless, though, their horizontal site hold was really strong. Stopped that initial electrical push. They were able to then, of course, have the crossfires and the trades. So far, really good signs from NIP.
Yeah, that's probably the 3rd, maybe 4th multi-kill or 3K plus I've seen with the Elder at this event so far. So the Maestro of Psycho getting to work nicely there in the previous round. And again, those keeper barriers making it difficult to trade that position from bot square. Line of sight on the hatch drop and the push through archives was just played into really nicely there by NIP. So you'll see Psycho double down here in round number 4. Goyo as well getting some playtime too. Vulcan canisters up of NIP electing not to go for a full off strat this time around. All of the hatches have been reinforced, suggesting that they're going to lean heavily into that plant denial of the Goyo. As mentioned, Smoke as well, Maestro 2 in play. As long as those hatches can be fortified by the Kaid, which they will be, and the Aruni as well. Just in an attempt to stall out W7M a little while longer. W7M, of course, the team most that will not just go for the default plant. They will be more than happy to, again, split that attack, perhaps go for a back push and try to exploit any weaknesses that NIP present.
Have to imagine, though, this time around, NIP should be a little bit more prepared for that rotate, that switch up from W7M that we saw in the initial opening round where they went for that back hit, started to bring that kit over from server side over towards main stairs and elevators. Clearly, that was effectual. Catching NIP off guard, created the 4 versus 1. This time around, though, NIP, well, they're looking a little bit sharper in the last couple of rounds. Leapbox with the secondary hard bridge, open up elevator hatch. There is pressure down below. It's Muzi. Last time out was Cons, and he did a successful job from that position. And then so far, a massive stack, though, from NIP. Really locking down that position over towards server. Pino again on the smoke. Making sure that they cannot get that for free. I just wonder if NIP won't necessarily mind this time around to give them that back push. in anticipation of it. Music, of course, over towards Elevators, holding a key position.
And there's so many drones available here for W7M. And on top of that, the shock drones, the Yana clones as well. W7M, no doubt, will have plenty of information for this push. Candela's to come through, though, from Philippox. Minute 10 on the clock. He's to get first herds as well. Moves to find at least one back, though.
Hit down inside an elevator, so something that NIP can now play off for the rest of the round. Really good kill from Philippox, though. Out of Candelas, has no more, now loses his life as well. Cons trying to just take the fight here, loses out to KZ. Musi in a 1 versus 3. When he has kit info, 60 seconds, though. Time probably not his friend, and he just changes up the scope. Unfortunately, at the wrong time, and allows KZ to get a pretty free kill as he un-ADSs. And a scrappy round again down in basement. 2-2 scoreline here. Back and forth on Bang to begin with. I don't think NIP will be too happy with the way that Lockers and CCTV has played out so far. Clearly, elsewhere, up above, out of the basement, they've looked great.
Yeah, W7M really putting on a great clinic as to how you can collapse on that objective. And if you remove the linearity that we see typically, or we saw in the past, especially on that particular site, it's just really easy to unlock it, provided you're sharp, you can isolate a couple of picks, and you have the information required. The thing that really stood out to me for W7M in that previous round is the fact that they just found the perfect trigger point where you saw the Candelas go down. That was probably off the back of just an additional layer of information that they were able to find, and they didn't waste any time to act upon it. So many teams in that kind of situation can sometimes be like, okay, let's wait maybe 10, 15 more seconds, just try and maybe find something a little bit more. But they trusted themselves, backed themselves in to get that push done. Obviously very well rehearsed on that particular objective.
The 2 rounds to go inside of the opening half here. First map of this series, 2-2 scoreline. Really good back and forth action to begin with here on the B stream. Also, SSG and Bleed currently live on the A stream. Not too sure what the score is there, but of course, SSG winning the first map. Lots of elimination games happening here today at Six Invitational, saying goodbye to a lot of teams, of which one, of course, will be these two.
Position secured.
NIP go back up above. Top floor looked good here last time. Made it very difficult for W7M. They never were able to clear that stock and janitor position, instead opting for that pretty standardized repel game. Flipbox got a couple of kills from said repel. NIP looking quite strong, though, defensively outside of basement. And this was the power play inside of janitor. They were unable to deal with this mirror. This time around, Musi once again inside of that position. No Capitao being brought. No incendiaries, but JV on the repel captures Wizard. Wizard an 0 and 5 start in the grave early on, and Herds, has he been spotted? Not too sure. Cons inside of stock, and a beautiful shot in response to losing that opening player. It becomes a 4 versus 4 once again.
Stock being the position that W7M found tricky to clear out last time, and Cons did a great job of locking that down alongside Stock hallway. More of an emphasis, though, on this part of the map from the attack. See those Rotero drones from Keys making it challenging for Psycho to get those keyboard barriers down and set in place. Elsewhere, the defense are leaning back into the mirror, especially that one in Janitor is key, and I don't think the initial Ash charge was able to deal with that, and no Capitao this time around means that W7M need to be very clean. Shock drones are available. That was an ill-advised push there from Philippox. Good lines of sight, pre-established by the defense, meant that he was walking into a death trap.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand the approach there from him for W7M. You want that top square control, try and clear out that stock hallway and eventually clear out Janitor, which is seeing a lot of play. Psycho over towards Long Desk as well, has the rotate hole in towards Janitor, so they can really double stack that position if need be. They're really struggling to deal with this hallway. JV, though, up main. Talk about the direct approach. Swing from Cons, though, again, good. They at least taking a bit of a chance here. While that play in stock was over towards main, he was able to slip in down the hallway. Cons and Psycho in a 2 versus 1. Nade is the only one left up. Casey's down and out for the count. So he's in by himself towards site now for Nade. Could go for the plant if he wishes to, but he has double red pings, so he has the information onto the whereabouts of Psycho and Cons. 25 seconds. What does he do with that information? He opts to plant.
Really stiff. Not quite. Taken down. Well played there by NIP. Again, good control over towards stock. They're able to play around that as a defensive unit. And in the 2 versus 1, they showed no signs of letting that round slip away. So NIP now with the lead heading into their final defense. As we look back at round 5, W7M did get the opening pick on the lobby rappel, but again found it difficult to break that cross established in stock.
Cheers all round from NIP and a great start here on W7M's map pick of Bang. We go back down to basement. Interestingly enough, it's the only map that they haven't won. Oh, sorry, the only site they haven't won so far on this map. Everywhere else has actually been an overwhelming success from NIP.
Well, they're going to go for the full roam now, right? So last round was a very deliberate decision to reinforce all the hatches of rune gates, Goyo canisters, just trying to wither down a little bit of time. The problem is, though, W7M don't really need much time to go for the kind of attacking structure that they were implementing last time. So this time, NIP are going to fully commit offside. They're probably happy to lose a pick or two. They're bringing the Mirror, the Solace. W7M, in response, though, in terms of attack or repick, are going to bring the Monty to perhaps go for a map clear and send the Monty forward. Could also go server direct if they wanted to. But with the Jackal in play, I'd assume that they're going to combo those two and hunt down the roam.
Yeah, Nade immediately on that Montang, straight through tunnel over towards server. He has the kit in hand as well. Obviously that Ying understanding that that on-site hold is not going to be strong from NIP. There's no water, so there's Kendall's as well going to be so strong. This is going to be a direct approach from W7M, looking to counter the roam that NIP have set up. Now, mind you, there is still a little bit of on-site defense when it comes to those F0 mines by Wizard, coupled along with the fact that you've still got that mirror window. The F0 mine now in play, of course, obscuring the vision of the Montang in Nade. Nitrocell in hand from Collins, and this feels like an important one in terms of the impact that it's going to be able to provide. In terms of upstairs, though, of course, that hatch becomes critical. Outside of staff and open area, looking down in towards CCTV. If you don't get control of that hatch, it does still become quite difficult to play, but that's where the Montang can come into effect.
Perhaps the Monty, though, to be a distraction here for the defense, whilst other players like Herds, maybe even JV92 elsewhere can get to work. Herds is one of those now top square. Again, with the attention drawn towards the Monty, he could have an impact in this round. And Dull's being cooked as the smokes are deployed. Keeping in mind, though, Solace is in play and can give the read on the plant. That is Pino, of course, inside of Archives at the moment, and has a teammate in tow. That's big. Moves to get the first with the Nitro, denying that plant on its first attempt. It will be collected once more, and W7M will go for a second plant attempt.
No Nitro cells, no real chance to deny this. It's going to be a plant and a successful one from Philippox after losing the Montang of Nade, which felt like a big win condition. Now it's all about retake. 40 seconds here for NIP. Yeah, they got a bit of vert, but Herds is also top square. He can really deny it. As soon as they look to push out, he's in the more top area of the map. Something that they may not be aware of as well. I like the positioning here for W7M. I think they're going to have to just clear this in terms of horizontal. Great shot into KZ, though. Musi wins out on the Monty. There's Philippox as well. And they run straight into his sight lines. The trade comes through from Musi. Again, 2 in a row from him. Finishes off his earlier work. And through tons comes JV. 10 seconds. Someone has to get on it. Can be denied. First shot from JV. Are you kidding me? How the hell has he done that? Wizard, no chance. No magic tricks here. You can't save this round. JV with a massive clutch.
JV92 rotating all the way from electrical down through spawn into dirt, times it perfectly, lands the shots required. My word, what a play. Big round for W7M and frustrating for NIP, who, despite letting the plant go down, did a decent job in clearing this server position. But JV92 going for the sprint of the century, times it perfectly, and that second swing. Wizard, of course, low on HP, so perhaps not having the initial confidence to go for the pick. I mean, obviously just playing it in the moment, I suppose. It didn't land the shots required. Unlucky from him, and an even half between these two.
Now, I might add as well, because I'm sure NIP is probably going to get a little hate for that way that round finished. They didn't have the information on JB92 initially.
Like I said, he ran from electrical all the way there. Yeah. Even if NIP knew he was in electrical, so first they would have been anticipating a bot square push. Who in their right mind would be running through spawn?
Even still, Musi, though, was then actually looking in towards tons. Then there was one other, I can't recall the name, that was going up towards blue stairs and obviously watching for that rotate, and then one more was on the plant. What else could have they actually done? That was just a miraculous play from JV. One, the rotate. Second, then the first 2 shots coming out on that peak. I mean, a sensational hero play to salvage that round for W7M, who I thought also played really well to try and counter what NIP were trying to do in that more aggressive roam game. They just went direct, hit site server. We didn't have to worry about an echo. We didn't have to worry about a smoke. And clearly they understood what they needed to do. 3-3 scoreline. Cannot believe, but it's that kind of back and forth game that we love. So many times we get to this position and the team just pulls away. The onus now on NIP. Onto the attack in the second half.
Yeah, I remember casting my mind back. I covered the FearX NIP game. At that point in time of the tournament, NIP were one of the worst attacking teams at the event. So we'll see if they can buck that trend in this match, but they're not off to the best of starts. Herds up above, unimpeded, able to get a relatively easy opening kill. And we'll see if W7M can lead into that for the rest of the round. The one thing that W7M was so good at was getting really quick map control. At this point of every round, they had full map control and were forcing the defense to bunker down. Same can't be said for NIP.
Well, this is a bit of a slaughter round. A lot of these rounds so far in the first half were quite back and forth in nature. Hertz eventually got shut down on the Solars. Job done. 3 drones is all that remains with 90 seconds left of the round. At any point, you kind of look at that in terms of the economy of drones for the attacking team. You've got to give the credit to the Solars for doing their job. Found a kill as well. So a strong opening round here from Hertz. Now he just has to sit and watch drones and cameras and see if he can provide any help from the afterlife. Towards admin to open up hatch from Pino. Does get delayed momentarily. Over towards spot square though, that hatch has been opened up. 60 seconds left and Wizard to get to work here.
So then a 3 versus 4 and NIP finally chipping away at the groundwork for this final push. As you can see though from the overhead, W7M on the defense not under a whole load of pressure. Key still has 3 canisters and the first of those will be deployed as the secondary hard breach will go on the wall. Unfortunately that means though for NIP for the remainder of the round that default position will be under a load of pressure.
Yeah, not a lot of time. And as you said, the smoke babes, one more as well for KZ. To be fair, if he throws this out now, there'll still be a little bit of time. Not much, but a very minute amount. There's the final gas babe. Could push through it. There's enough room to get over to that bomb chassis and go to the plant. There's also a rotate, double rotate from W7M at the back. Careful out Wizard. They're pushing Peepers. He's ready for it though, but he does lose the battle to JV. So now, in terms of the advantage over towards the hatch is with W7M, and they're not even going to be able to get the plant down. Cons is by himself. Good shots. As great as this is from Cons, has to stick the plant. Does do so. Nade drops hatch. Easy kill. 4-3 lead now for W7M.
Oh, I tell you what, if Cons had have committed to his instincts there and gone for the peak server hatch, he may well have been able to pluck an insane clutch. Not meant to be though. The retake, the double retake from W7M up above, really well timed, well executed. Unfortunate for Wizard, he almost lined them both up. He wins that fight up above and it would have changed the course of the round dramatically. Right here, he's unable to pull it off. Cons with a great attempt in the 2 versus 4, effectively 1v4 with Pino on the ground. Able to collect all of the kills required, except for the final one.
Loved the double rotate from W7M. You can see the outlines at the back as they were making their way up main stairs and understanding. Typically, you might see a team send 1 player, but if you do that, it's a 1 versus 1. You lose that battle, you don't have hatch in towards admin. So they double stack that position. They both swing beepers, and clearly Wizard just gets overwhelmed. There's not much he could really do. The fact that he was actually ready for that rotate speaks volumes to Wizard's game sense, but unfortunately, he was just outgunned and outnumbered in that scenario. And then at that point, W7M have hatch control. Cons, though, I mean, then on site was just going absolutely insane. He's up to double-digit kills already. 10 kills for him through 7 rounds played. It's a close back and forth affair for NIP and W7M, but now the first time W7M starting to get a little control. You can start to feel it, can't you? They've got a grasp now here on bank.
Yeah, we'll see if they can suffocate their opponents. It's one of the hallmarks of W7M. Especially as the series goes on, they only tend to grow stronger and make less and less mistakes and give their opposition opportunities to get back into the match. It is W7M's map pick as well, so anticipating this to be a relatively clinical conclusion. And we'll see if they're up to the task defensively. Top floor will be a point of interest from both teams to kick off round 8. Nade on the roam alongside, I believe it was Herds on the mirror, and that is the case. He's playing a long desk at the moment. That mirror window facing in towards stock. An intriguing decision to deny some control on that part of the map, of course, unlocking that vertical potential down below, or preventing the attack from unlocking it. Even just getting into the map is proving to be a challenge for NIP. Keys is down below, we're watching vertical, up above to the rappel line. We'll see Pino then with the Ying. $10 to go deep. Able to get 2 feet on the ground, and he has a red ping in through elevator. A live drone or 2 to follow, but nade perfectly timed. Able to get away, and Wizard on the lobby rappel won't find that.
Now, mind you, this is staff room in open area. This is not even CEO. Look at the amount of time that has been wasted defensively by W7M. Missed drone onto Hertz potentially. Noise was made. Doesn't matter. The drop though for Cons. He says bye-bye. Nicely done from Hertz. And a second one to follow before going down the hatch. Job done from him. Job done potentially by W7M for this 8th round. A perfect way to really highlight what you can do in staff room and open area with that extensive roam up above. Ironically, we didn't see it from NIP on their defense of it, yet they still won with a horizontal defense. Highlighting what you can do with 2 very different strategies, but right now W7M coming to the forefront. 60 seconds left in the round, and they've still got nade, top blue. I mean, this is a very difficult round now for NIP to somehow find their way back into it. Some late droning from Wizard. And unfortunately, it's a round that looks like it could have gone away from them before it even really began. Outside electrical and so many red lines in front of Musi, getting pressured back outside of the building. He's just forced back outside. 40 seconds left and he's running away. He's running away from the site, running away from the building, running away from W7M. Psycho towards Janitor, trying to find an angle, a foot, a little toe that might just be too big, but no, not to be. Has the drop potential. The time is running out. It's being squandered here.
20 seconds then, and Psycho will eventually drop into admin. Good for 1 through the punch hole. But now a 2v4. Musi finally makes his way in towards Bank and able to find 1 pick, but his teammate falls, and Musi does not have the diffuser. What a round from W7M.
Strong from W7M, really, really strong. Very impressive. You could see at the very beginning of that round as well, when we saw NIP on the rappel game, they obviously had to flush out that top floor position, try and force W7M back, try and force them back towards stock and main stairs, and then try and get that foothold in towards the server inside of the map. But clearly, W7M just were not giving up those positions for free. We saw how long Herds was kind of sticking around inside of stock. He didn't want to really leave until he took something away from NIP. That something was Cons. Then he gets another swing as well here onto Pino, and then it's like, job done. Now I drop hatch. Now I give up position before I lose my life. And a really, really well played round from W7M. NIP, to their credit, started to almost bring the round back, even despite the fact that they were at a 3 versus 5 disadvantage. It came down to 1v3. But ultimately, the damage was done earlier in the round, and it really does now feel like W7M are in a position where they're starting to really get away from NIP here on Bank.
To top floor we go then, which can be, for the defense at least, a very difficult objective to lock down. To the credit of NIP on this particular objective, they did a great job centering their defense around holding stock and pressuring that position, making it difficult to clear with things like keeper barriers from the Zami and just otherwise good play. Another key part of the NIP defense was the mirror window that we're going to see replicated here by W7M, the one inside of Janitor facing the rappel. This means that you are unable to pressure from that position on the rappel with ease or get into the objective without spending utility on that position. Now, W7M on attack often bought the Ash to directly counter those mirror windows. That's an interaction that now exists. We won't see that, though, from NIP. Instead, the Capital is going to be key, maybe a Selma Deep, if that's allowed to pop off. No Twitch either, though. So I'd argue that for NIP, the counter game here, especially into the mirror, is not great. So they're probably going to have to pivot their attack around other parts of the map.
Yeah, the Capital can become a factor as well later in the round. I mean, one thing that you can actually do is just smoke it. Once you eventually go in towards that entry, you can put one of those smoke bolts in towards the window position if it is facing in. So, which I'm pretty sure, from what I can see, it is from Janitor. Yeah. Drones go out. Psycho trying to see some information. And it's a spot said mirror. And obviously, you can send the buck down below and pop it that way. So a little bit of that old style conventional approach.
Did he get it?
I don't actually think he did. I could be wrong in this, but no, yeah, that has not been popped just yet. Clearly the approach, though, clearly something that W7M are aware of and could send someone down below to maybe go hunting for Pino. Still trying to find that angle. Also trying to maybe find a kill. The buck here, very strong. He can spot a couple of players running around. An opportunity. A very difficult one. Bow shot's not easy to hit. 90 seconds into the round left to go. It is going by quite quickly here. NIP haven't really done a whole lot. They haven't been able to pop that mirror window. Still a couple of players on the rappel. Outside running around.
Yeah, the repel key here for NIP if they want to go for a plant towards CEO, which I think will be the case at the moment with the hard breach close by the wall. Another smoke canister to go out, or a bolt rather, from the Capital. KZ, though, is locking down CEO with the Warden, so the attack needs to be mindful of the kind of utility that they dump in that position, but maybe not. Pino's been able to make his way over towards top square after lurking down below and contesting the mirror window, trying to find a kill of his own. Finally does so, and now can flush out that stock hold position. That's Philippe Potts behind the shield. Pino collects the diffuser, and I tell you what, NIP in a couple of moments here could be on for a plant.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of getting that position over towards top square. Good flashes from Pino, that kind of forced back Philippe Potts. Philippe Potts, of course, can make his presence known later in the round, but the shots come through. Nade and Hurts at the exact same time combining. There's that kit that goes down. Pino losing his life. They've still got Psycho. Never mind. As I say it, he goes. Bye-bye. Wizard over towards Spiral. That's one. That's maybe two. No, not quite. Good shot from Long Desk from Hurts to close this one out. And speaking of closing it out, W7M now on the verge of taking this map of Bank, really pulling away from NIP. A somewhat resilient NIP. They're not going down in these rounds too easily. We're not seeing flawless smashes in these rounds. W7M are not beating them 5-0 in these rounds. They're close affairs, they're scrappy, but it is now 4 in a row to W7M. NIP just losing a little bit of that confidence, and now the timeout does follow finally, but 3 match points beckons after the timeout.
Yeah, I suppose NIP wanted to get a read on those defensive setups, then take the tactical timeout to try and address a couple of key problems that they have identified. I don't think it was really the worst of attacks. They did a pretty decent job in terms of maintaining the repel control. The plant selection was probably the right one as well in that instance, but again, just connecting the dots. Didn't quite work out. Pino was a little bit unfortunate to not get as much value down below on the buck as he would have liked.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to, maybe get a freebie on someone playing the mirror or...
No one was playing the mirror. No one was playing in janitor.
Yeah, until really late.
I think also that's probably where you've got to give the plaudits and the strategy to W7M. It's like, oh, well, we'll set the mirror up in janitor, but let's just not play it. We don't really need it. It's perceived pressure. Because if you're on that repel and you're looking at that mirror, you don't quite know, is someone playing it? Will someone be playing it? There's the rotate hole in from Long Desk that can overtake that position of janitor at any moment. And the fact that they were never able to pop that mirror, the fact that they were never able to really take that position meant that for the entire round, despite the fact no one was playing janitor, it was perceived pressure from the side of W7M. 6-3 on their map here of Bank. Cafe to come after this, picked by NIP, of which W7M have only played it once this tournament, losing at 3-7 to Virtus Pro, which does give NIP a chance, but as we kind of alluded to in the pre-show discussion for this match, Clubhouse, very, very strong for W7M and will be a daunting task for NIP. In my opinion, I think they need the next 3 rounds. I think they need to send us to overtime and somehow win this map. If they're going to have any chance of getting past W7M. Hey, funny things have happened, but still, that's probably the task at hand for them.
And W7M, I guess you could argue somewhat backs against the wall, finding themselves already in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
To double down on what has been an incredible year for them.
They're not pulling their punches. They're not making mistakes. They look really clean right now because they understand. If you start to make a couple of mistakes and you give NIP a look in, they're more than formidable enough to be able to punish that. And obviously for W7M, know NIP very well from the same region. They played quite a lot. And right now, W7M, I think, have looked really, really solid against the NIP team, of course, who also has their backs against the wall. They don't want to go home this early. They'd love to experience the local arena.
That's why it's a happy, sad game for the Brazilian fans, because one advances, one will be hacking.
Oh, we just had that
bags.
for APAC, so...
Well, it's not quite. It's not an event in APAC.
No.
One day, maybe.
So, a little bit of a default push at the moment from NIP. KC holding blue stairs. Early frag grenade. Izzy gets aggressive. Double drone. Just the SMG-11. Runs into the Kiva barrier behind him. You imagine running back down blue, someone swings and you just run into the Kiva barrier. 90 seconds left to the round, still 5 versus 5. This very much benefits W7M the longer this progresses. And IP really didn't fight a kill. What an angle found by Hurts. What a sensational game he's had. 14-6. There's the swing from KZ, the permission to play off of that. The shotgun now up close gets pulled out. He's full white from the Candela, but there's still no swing. He's still alive. Collins was never able to push in towards that position. Pino, as soon as he threw that Candela out, he dies through the hatch. And it's a disaster all around for NIP. They've had some good rounds, some good moments, but this final or potential final round has certainly gone against them. Some strong play from W7M, and with 55 seconds left, it's up to now Wizard and Collins to try and salvage this round and keep this game alive.
The use of the Azami is so oppressive. And you can see Herds just continues to play positions that the attack can't read. Wizard all alone 1v4.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Wizard, all out of party tricks. Herds 17 kills, solidifies the win on bank for W7M and puts them one step closer to moving forward in this lower bracket as they take down their local rivals 7-3 on the map pick of W7M, and a very strong showing as well. Quite convincing in terms of that overall scoreline. Still one map, of course, still to go in terms of W7M's progression. This series is not over. We will be heading to Cave, NIP's map pick, where they have to really show us does something more. The first half from NIP was fine, was solid. They had a 3-on-2 lead. They probably should have actually maybe had a 4-2 lead at the half. But evidently, as soon as they had to switch and NIP had to go onto the attack, they were just unable to deal with that wall of W7M.
I mean, Herds in particular stood out to me as just being an absolute menace on defense. There were so many times throughout that half where he was the sole reason they got off to a really, really strong start. You think about like the double kill in stock top floor early on. Final round, he's playing this strange Azami configuration inside of the side and is able to assist even a player being hunted down blue stairs. I mean, he was just an absolute menace. And if NIP, regardless of map, are unable to tame that, this is going to be a very, very challenging match, especially on the side of the attack.
Yeah, 6 of the last 7, as you can see here on the little lower graphic. So 6 of the last 7 really sort of encapsulating the dominance that we saw from W7M towards the end of that particular map. And look, good start from NIP. You can clearly see it there, winning 3 of the first 5. I thought they got off to a really good showing. I thought maybe they were going to give us something that could contend with W7M the whole way, but as soon as that half switched, it was just a completely different story. NIP just were unable to get through the defense of W7M, in which you kind of look at here. You had a bit of a messy basement, but it was mainly that strong rotate from W7M. So you give W7M the plaudit. That 8th round top floor roam, very successful from W7M. We saw that double kill over towards stock. Right? So again, W7M, it's not like we're looking at like NIP making mistakes. It's just W7M are actually in a position where they're setting the tone. They're setting the pace. They're aggressive on the defense. They're making life difficult for NIP. Even in that 9th round, top square gets denied. Right? So that's again W7M saying, hey, we don't want you to have this position. We're going to make sure you don't get it. So really difficult for NIP. We're going to be heading to a break. When we come back, though, they do get to go to their own map pick of Cafe.
Ashen working his way in here with these Rotero drones, and what a brilliant shout as of right now as well. These things can be very detrimental, especially to these evil eyes, but might be a little bit dual back and forth between those things if he's on the proper one, right? Drone mechanics up against the laser, constantly getting spat at that. Almost a minute off the board though. SSG haven't gave up a body just yet. E1D out. He'll get rid of that frost map, which should be a telltale sign that he's worked his way into the bathroom, but they have no idea that E1D is so loud, they're not even going to be able to make out that audio cue. Turd has to go in behind the half wall, but he's been discovered now. J90 with a nice angle here, and he'll be able to discover him too. Able to find that angle on him. Fultz with a nice kill, and SSG take the reins here in round 9.
Complete roam clear on the opposite side of the map. Aspi able to get the jump out. Maestro rotating upstairs to try and retake some of this control, but SSG are going in for the pinch. They're collapsing on the Maestro. They start retaking up top. Reaps finds 1, but now downed. It's the 12-4 Ramai to try to fully bring back this round. Catches 1. Ashen completely off guard. Down goes that Flores, and Reaps maintains control of the 2nd floor for the moment. SSG going for the counterplay. There's opportunities here as SSG starts splitting. One going through bathroom, other on the opposite side. Reaps instead drops down. He's trying to force SSG's hand, say, okay, you can come for the execute, you can come for the bomb site. Then once they drop back down, Reaps will go for the rotation back up. It's a game of anticipating the other's moves, and whoever can get further ahead might very well be the victor of this late round engagement. Reaps going for the rotate, holding the angle with that pistol. He hears Forrest stomping up above. Now going for the rotate back outside. Reaps holds his ground for the moment.
Just hear the stomps of the players upstairs. Hot and cold. Kiritos in hand, impact out. Reeves, have you done enough? Oh my, what a moment right there. Is not only does he pistol whip the first man, but the impact, the knowledge to know that that player was going to attempt to follow that up. Insane stuff out of Reeves right here. Not very many players in the world, folks, are capable of time and time again finding these clutches, but Reeves seems more than, willing to put himself in these positions and make some magic happen.
6-3 now for Bleed. A monstrous clutch from Reeps 96. 15-4 right now. Completely dominating this game against SSG. We thought they had it. You see that coordination on that clear. They're able to use the E1D. They know the roam is there. Sure, it seems the exact intel is lacking at times, but for that first pick, Ashen reacts in time as the Azami swings out. Then they find the player behind half wall, take him down through the soft wall, and then get a third, a 2v5 that was initially. And Reeps is able, in the 2v4, right as he loses his teammate, to find it. But again, it's the intel from SSG that is well and truly lacking. Nobody aware that Reeps is on that top floor. All right. Mistakes happen, now you know, but then we just have two players funneled downstairs. Reeves gone completely unnoticed, leading SSG on a wild goose chase, and they end up making the exact move Reeves accounted for and anticipated. No round gained by SSG this half so far, and Bleed just need one more to close out Chalet 7-3.
Was picked by Bleed, but SSG doing a solid job of hiding this map for a while. Thought they'd have some solid considerations here, but Bleed just better in the pocket as of right now. This map looking more than in the backpack, which would carry us on to Nighthaven, but Space Station with that timeout. Solid considerations more than likely, as they will look to try and go on a perfect streak the next 3 rounds to force overtime on this map. The current lineup that they have looking pretty solid for a basement offense, as they'll be looking to try and rip up the flooring here inside of Fireplace Hall. Make life a little bit more difficult for the defenders, burrowing themselves down in the site.
Use those boogies to create those openings. A little bit different usage than we've seen before. A lot of the times we'll see teams maybe open up that top floor and then, that balcony and then use those holes to kind of look down and get super long angles. So I want to see if Fultz will decide to do that as well. Use that final boogie to create a line across that heaven balcony. We'll have to see, though. He is rotating up to that second floor. Heard the buzz of a Maverick torch earlier, likely trying to open up that garage wall. Another EE1D goes out from Forest. No capitalization from SSG just yet. We need to see this entry. We need to see them start setting the pace. It's been Bleed in the early and the late game who have so successfully forced SSG to cave and meld to their game instead of SSG to set theirs. Second to last E1D now gone. Ashen has moved his way in from office balcony into office proper. Reeves needs to cross this position. He's trying to win the fight. Instead, it's Aspie who swings. Forrest caught off guard. Great team play by Bleed, who can now start rotating back to site.
It's moments like this right here. Once again, the coordination from Bleed on the angles, bodies, Space Station, but they're trying to add a few extra things into the fold. Hot and Cold will get traded out immediately as Fultz will pick one up from the verticality. Somebody trying to work their way up main stairs. It's going to be Hubbin to try and reclaim, but Fultz, a beautiful move, a masterclass in positioning, gives him that kill. And now a minute remains for Bleed and for Turd to try and have a clutch moment up against Space Station that would send us to a third map.
Hubbin making a play he didn't need to make. A little bit of an overheat there. You got the 2v2 on the site. You can play time. Sure, they can find intel, but if you're going to make a play like that, give them a 1v1. Maybe you catch them off guard. Maybe SSG's intel is lacking, but if Fultz is just looking at the right position, he's in bar. He can catch you off guard. Now it's cost Turd a teammate in a very, very important 2v2. They're down 1-0. They need this round to solidify map 3. But SSG can still lose it. Flashbang goes out. Turd dodges it. He's got to know Fultz cross. No, he just walks in as Fultz watching. He's able to get the initial engagement, but there's the swing from Fultz. That could have been 7-3 right there, but instead, man advantage goes SSG's way. They're able to hang on a little longer on Chalet.
Most definitely. Fantastic prospect. Both of these squads right now. Bleed with the opportunity to elongate their stay here in Brazil. At least for another map if they're able to pick up one more round. Space Station Gaming already with one successful round in this clutch opportunity to try and bring us back to overtime. That round pretty scrappy as well, going back and forth constantly as each team was trying to fight fire with fire, searching for that man advantage. But Space Station, after the dust settles, come out on top of the heap as king, at least for that round. Now, leading into this, one of the harder sites to try and deal with on Chalet, it's going to be bar gaming.
Bleed can take advantage of this Capital ban, though. I really like the rotations back to the side, the coordination between Asfi and Reaps as they moved their way from the top floor down through the dining hatch. Not necessarily the case here. I mean, you can, of course, move all the way in Master Bedroom and Office, but you're just going to rotate across the top floor. Here, because of that Capital ban, and again, the nade changes we've mentioned and everyone is aware of, you can sit in that library corner just at the bottom left of your screen right there, the southeast corner on the compass right now. If you're able to sit there and hold, there's not a lot of counterplay from the attackers to actually go for. Bleed aren't doing it. There are options they're leaving on the table for what they could do. Instead, they're going with a much more normal hold at the top floor. They have the mirror windows and the Azami, but nobody actually in that death position. So there's going to be a very familiar defense at the moment for SSG. But still, you have to actually fight the members of Bleed, who, as this game has gone on, Reaps and Hoven, sure, maybe not playing the best in that previous round, but still two players you need to worry about on this clear.
Yep. Beauty of a situation like this for Bleed is, well, Carter, there's certain things that you can't strategize about, and you must just do. That's one of them. Fight Bleed. Yeah, you have the strategy set up, you have the operators, you know where your path is supposed to be going, but what is Bleed going to do to you when you attempt this? Ashton's going to work his way in downstairs, Forrest in tow, but he's wrapping himself around over towards the gaming window, I'm going to assume here. Houghton with a beautiful find inside a fireplace. Who is this? I think it's, I want to say that it's Reaps. Standing right around this corner. No, it's going to be the Azami. Oh, what a moment. He's going to be able to take down Hoven. I don't even know if Houghton knows that he was actually more than capable picking that up, but doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Mentalist could just hold that cross right outside of bar. So instead, be a pickup here from Tard, but big moment right now.
It is a very big moment. I mean, things could change. Hoven slowly crawling up. He just got that Kiba off to shelter him as he went down. As he keeps crawling back and back up. There's the find from Forrest. Just in the nick of time, right as Hoven was at his most hopeful he might find a way back into this round. SSG play the patient game, cut down two birds with one stone. 5v3 now. Ashen lurking down below early.
Welcome back to the B stream here, of course, with W7M and NIP. Looking at some of the highlights from the opening map, which was Bank. The map picked by W7M, and a really good strong start as well from NIP. We see the clutch up here as well by Psycho in terms of one of these earlier rounds. And the vibes seemed pretty good in the NIP camp, guys. He's got up to a 3-2 lead, arguably. Should have closed out this round here. It was a massive clutch from JV92 to solidify themselves a third round at the half of W7M. From this point on, though, W7M did not drop a single round and looked absolutely clinical on the defense.
Yeah, that clutch really did mark the beginning of things to come for W7M on that particular occasion. They did a fantastic job defensively. So many players stepping up in different moments when required, and unfortunately for NIP, finding pockets of space, finding win conditions, finding an opportunity to get themselves back into a round, for instance, proved to be very, 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 very challenging. I guess as expected, right? W7M, they are, of course, back-to-back major champions. They are looking to make one hell of a run here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they certainly are. We see the maps down below here. Of course, Cafe picked by NIP, which honestly, when you kind of look at some of the numbers for them, it looks pretty good. W7M's only played it once so far this tournament. It was a 3-7 loss against Virtus Pro. Whereas for NIP, yeah, I mean, a bit of a mixed bag. 6-8 loss versus Virtus Pro was a lot better than 3-7. They beat FairX on it, of course, and lost to DZ 4-7. So probably not like a super advantage for NIB going into Cafe, but certainly looks a lot better than the Clubhouse deciding map, which is coming up later if we do get there, if it is required. Because right now, the way that W7M looked back on Bank, as you can see here from some of the statistics, they were absolutely formidable. Herds 17 and 6. Look at the EPS as well for Jamie 92, which when you kind of look at things like EPS, it doesn't always take into account things like that clutch that he made as well. That alone is worth heaps of points. For Epox, a really solid performance, especially on the Repel game. Nade and KZ, yeah, maybe didn't get as much involved, but clearly the front three there for W7M were super influential. For NIP, again, they started quite well. It's very easy to look at that scoreline and think, oh, well, they got absolutely pantsed, but it really was 5 rounds in a row by W7M to close it out after a strong start by NIP on the defense of Bank. We head to Cafe, of course, now for our second map. The predictions has gotten a little bit better for NIP, 3% better. It was 80% to W7M on Bank. Now it's just 77% W7M. I think the general consensus is pretty clear there from the social predictions. W7M very much favorites to 2-0 and take this series and also send NIP out of Six Invitational.
Cafe, a map that is strong for both teams. Historical data suggesting that this is a map that they are both very comfortable on. So I'm eager to jump into things. Certainly paints a more favorable picture for NIP and being able to fight their way back into this series. But again, I have my doubts on their attack. They found it very, very difficult to challenge the key playmakers for W7M, and Cafe is a map where if they can establish those key players in key positions and NIP can't dislodge them, good luck finding rounds.
Yeah, I think, you know, going back, kind of said at the end of that last game as well for W7M, it really was everything that they were doing, right? And you could probably sit back and maybe find a few nitpicks here for NIP, but for the most part, it really was just W7M being incredibly impressive, especially on their defense, which unironically, they now actually begin on their defense here for Cafe, which is really going to be the litmus test for me for NIP is can they break through this defensive wall that W7M have clearly put up back on Bank? I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. I really hope they do. I'd love to go to 3 maps. I'd love to see Clubhouse, but you know, clearly from the social predictions and really I think the general consensus is that W7M should close this out. That's the storyline we go with. That's now up to NIP to change that storyline.
So as the bans come through, we assess how these sit with what we've expected from these teams and the tournament as a whole. Monty has seen some target bans across the board, typically utilized by teams to clear for the roam and go for some set plays. Here on Cafe, some of those are like the coffee plant, for instance, general map clear, etc. Capitao, an intriguing one. We saw some cap play in the previous map. A great way of countering things like mirror windows, for instance, flushing out those positions. Defensively, not straying too far from what we would expect with the Valk Fenrir combo. Does mean that the Valk, though, is back in play. So Valk, Azami, Solus are going to be the big three that we anticipate we'll see quite a bit of here defensively from W7M. They'll be kicking it off on that diff half, that defensive half.
That has been a difference.
Well, it's been a difference maker for them for sure on Bank.
So Bar and Cocktail, though, here for the opening run, has gotten its critique. The site itself here on Cafe, so far it hasn't really been favoring the defense all that much. Maybe historically, but right now at this tournament, it really hasn't been a go-to. A lot of teams actually opting away from it. I had the pleasure of casting a little bit of Cafe earlier on today, and I believe it was Bleed that opted to pretty much ignore this site as much as humanly possible. W7M opting to go straight to Bar and Cocktail to begin with. You mentioned, of course, that massive juggernaut lineup of defensive operators that you've got available. The Azami, Solus, they're there. Obviously, Fenrir and Valkyrie banned out. Tubra, if required, but not really going to be seen all that much on this particular map. Maybe down below inside a kitchen, you can see Tubra get utilized, but not really going to be as used as compared to some of these more impressive defensive operators. Herds, 17 kills, back on Bank. Someone to keep an eye on. Certainly, at the individual level, coming into Cafe to see if he can continue on with those heroic efforts.
NIP reserved on their initial push towards the map. Herds, the aggressor, playing this window position. Thinks a little bit better of it though, and NIP are able to crawl forward and gain some control now. Obviously an opportunity to vert from down below if they want, and Psycho will take the initiative now to gain some control below. The logic bomb used and the call goes out, will now end. NIP not finding a ton of value from that, but looking for windows of opportunity in. Lurk up the stairs from Wizard, Pino to drone out reading, so Philippox in a moment here should be under pressure. He is scanning for those drones, don't know if he was spotted. Nonetheless, though, NIP looking to converge on this roam.
Yeah, interesting you say, not sure you got much from it. What they have been able to get is map control. As you mentioned, that kind of white stairs position has been picked up by Wizard, using those logic bombs and EE1Ds earlier on. And there is Wizard that gets that kill into JB92, who had no idea, coming in from top white. Now KZ to challenge as well. He loses out to Wizard too at that battle over towards white stairs. So again, that entry early on, successful for NIP. Another one to follow maybe from Wizard. Believe Box, yeah, eventually goes down. The Wizard show to begin in the opening round here of Cafe. It's down to just Nade and Herds remaining on the Warden and the Azami, and this bar cocktail site hasn't even really been seen. All the work done down below for NIP. Herds lingering over towards Lounge and Shop. Good angles in towards site. Obviously trying to block off that top red push and trying to keep Shop. I like what W7 have done with the site, but I like it even more what NIP have done down below with their entries, cutting off some of these rotates, and have made life very difficult for W7M.
Herds, though, still alive, and if there's any player of the 10 inside this server that could clutch up and step up in a moment like this, it's probably him. Red hot off the back of Bank, and he's been allowed forward into Shop, but Muzi will shut that down. May well be a flawless round here for NIP on the attack to kick things off, but denied by Nade. He's in washrooms currently, able to swing around and dash across to maybe try and find something. 20 seconds on the clock, and NIP will go for the plan as they look to dislodge more of this attacking setup. Unfortunately, though, unable to find much opportunities, not really presenting themselves, and now NIP can fall back, establish these crossfire positions. Nade, well, he gets two with him. Unfortunately, though, it's not enough. And NIP finally get an attacking round in this series.
Yeah, and a really good start for them here on this map, considering for W7M, Bank defensively, they just looked impenetrable to begin immediately. NIP, Wizard, they get that control over towards white stairs. Those early logic bombs and EE1D gets them inside of the map. He's able to convert essentially 3 kills. One was an assist, but nevertheless the same outcome. And then from there, NIP were able to make their way up towards the site. Eventually got the plant down. Attacking was the issue for them back on Bank, and a solid start here on Cafe. Admittedly, though, when you look at the attacking win rate of this map for this tournament so far, it is the second best, 47%. As much as that meta is super defender-sided, so defender-sided, there's not a single map that is above 50% attacking win rate. This is one of the closer ones. And so therefore, there is the expectation and therefore the anticipation that NIP can do well here to begin, especially considering it is their map pick.
Apologies if sound is bleeding in from the other stream.
10 seconds to go.
Because Bleed up against SSG is coming right down to the wire. Of course, you can watch that over on the primary stream, twitch.tv/Rainbow6.
I would recommend it because it's a pretty big game.
It's quite close.
And you'll probably be back here in a couple of rounds anyway.
Maybe. Who knows? We'll see how that one shapes up. But round number 2 for NIP and W7M. NIP doing a good job dislodging the roam in the previous round and then able to spearhead that into the objective. Composition, though, this time around, perhaps indicating that it will be a little bit more direct. OSA in play, so Talon Shields can be used for flank coverage. Gridlock for flank watch, and the Ying of Psycho to help gain control. Perhaps a little bit deep. Music could be a threat as well. Probably the operator that you want lurking around, trying to pinch, find a position or two. There is a roam employed from W7M, so vertical would be a potential win condition for the defense if left uncontested.
Yeah, I wonder how aggressive and how much W7M will commit to said roam. Is it just simply to eventually rotate back up red stairs, maybe make your way over towards trained and mining? Obviously for NIP, the conventional approach in terms of getting that vert, opening up the floorboards, is that really going to be a factor? They've got the buck, the gridlock is there also in terms of the track stingers to deny any of those rotates, or at least make it more difficult. Massive clear here from Pino, all the way up towards top floor, in through bar, into cocktail, so really not making sure they leave any stone unturned. A minute and a half, though. Time a big factor now for NIP because they've gone for that massive roam clear, third floor, and now leaves them vulnerable to the time as they make their way over towards the site. Wizard now with the stingers going out, over towards red stairs, and now Pino can do the work over towards Reading to open up some of these floorboards.
So the vertical now established, or in the process of being established from NIP. Secondary hard breach on the freezer hatch. So the attack posturing for a coffee plant currently in W7M based on the sound that's being projected and the lines of sight being opened up should be aware of that and looking to reposition themselves for plant denial. Now, no nitro cell in hand for W7M, so that's something to keep in mind. They could, of course, flood that position with impact grenades if they're unable to find line of sight. 45 seconds then on the clock. Pino has done his job very, very well creating this line of sight. And with all 5 members of the attack still standing, he should be able to post up in this position and hold the vert for late round.
Now, W7M have just not really given NIP much of a chance. They're not over-aggressing up above. They're not really pushing themselves into difficult positions. Herd's just sitting VIP behind the shield. Just says, all right, well, I mean, if they come white stairs, I'm ready for them. Philippe walks over towards prep. They're not really giving much of an entry point. There's that drop down eventually coming through. But of course, who was watching? VIP, that was Herd. Nice trade at least from Cons. And he has, of course, got those talent shields and can go and get the plant down on the Ulster. But up close, they might not be aware of JB92. Doesn't matter, because even in the hallway, it's a slaughter fest defensively by the hands of W7M. Cons has to get the plant down. Denied, though. He loses his life. And that is all she wrote. The time runs out. W7M on the board here early for Cafe.
NIP doing a okay job in that round. I think, unfortunately, they had voiced that that was the push they were going to go for. I'm trying to think of a better word for voiced. I suppose projected, that's what they were going to go for, and W7M tuned into that frequency and were able to formulate a plan defensively to deny it. Arguably, they didn't have the best in terms of secondary utility in particular to deal with it, but obviously good positions, great shots. VIP being locked down by Hers was a key factor as well. Mons tried to force his way through, but advanced positions from the defense, which read nicely into that attack, were rewarded. W7M back to the sort of form we saw defensively on map 1 of paint.
Now, I do want to mention the slight spoiler. If there is anyone that wants to know, or sorry, not know the result of the A stream, please close this off. 3, 2, 1. Space Station Gaming has taken down Bleed. After Bleed had a 6-3 lead, they lose it out 6-8 on the second map. Now, why is that important? Well, the winner of this game will now take on SSG, setting up potentially a clash in the lower bracket between W7M and SSG if this continues in the direction that it is currently going. Obviously, NIP looking to change that said direction. And while here on Cafe, and the map pick of NIP. So the winner of this series, of course, now they take on Space Station Gaming. That match not happening, of course, today. That would be, I'm assuming, tomorrow. Nevertheless, of course, we still need to find out who SSG will be playing. And they'll be able to walk on if are slow and steady for NIP. Not really much being given to them. Herds pops up through the window, maybe wanting to go for this peak. Tell you what, really speaks to the volume of the confidence that Herds is displaying throughout this series. 17 kills back on bank. Despite a couple of shots at this window, he still elects to hold it.
My air jab is deployed.
Well, the air jab's deployed in anticipation for a jump out, although it looks like that first air jab actually has been muted off by Herds inadvertently as that is placed on the red. Whoa! Freebie for Herds. Drops prone and Cons upside down. Will feel the wrath of the Azami, or of the mute rather. It's also the hard breach down. So that's a big loss for NIP and a big stumble on a position that they should be anticipating now that it's the second time we're seeing it.
I don't know if it's going to be that much of a matter in terms of reading of fireplace, but not ideal either way. Certainly would rather have at least all 5 players up as well. Down to a minute and 20 left, and it's just repel from NIP. You got to get inside of the building. That's where you can do your best work. We saw that earlier in the opening round. They entered the building off the back of the logic bomb and the EE1D. They got white stairs control. They were able to cut apart W7M, but right now it's just all about this repel game. And it's slow and it's methodical, yes, but W7M are happy to play against this kind of style, this kind of pacing. Herds continues to just hold this position. The ego vault, the air jab, but no one there to even punish this at all. Oh, and a beautiful shot from Uzi. Never mind, the punishment does eventually come through. The Herds gets nothing on the vault out. 45 seconds left. Now brings it back. Well, 4 versus 4. Shot over to a thief off from Pino. He actually thought he was getting maybe jumped out as well, but it's a teammate on the repel. Wizard getting the kill onto Philippe Box. Just barely stays alive. 30 seconds with 3 versus 3. Muzi goes very deep. Where's the trade? Eventually comes through from Pino. Grabs that kit. No. leaves it behind momentarily, now goes back for it. 20 seconds, and a plant is required.
The Solace still in play here for the defense. Will JV92 have an impact in this round? Pino is going to drop down, go for the default plant, juggle it to Wizard. Good decision. Wizard lower on HP. The Gumai now needs to be extracted. Pino will keep his in. He needs to play coverage. Lands the first shot, but the Gumai takes him down. JV92 can round the corner, deny the plant, and confirm it for W7M.
Very quickly, there's nothing more they could have done in that situation. Firstly, Wizard has to get that Gumai out, otherwise he's going to die on the first tick. I mean, he's basically going to go down immediately there, and he obviously needs to get that plant down, so he had no choice. Secondly, Pino in that situation too needs to provide cover. If he's sitting there trying to pick that Gumai out, then he's going to die, and the plant's also going to be denied. I think he makes the right decision. He eventually gets it down. Unfortunately, the swing comes from Pillar side rather than Hallway side, and eventually they lose their life to JV. Those Gumais very impactful though, regardless, from the Legion for W7M, and they go 2-1 up here. Really good start for them defensively. They go back to Bar and Cocktail. This was the site opening round where, of course, they succumbed to that pressure. Wizard over towards White Stairs on the entry. But we'll see if they've learned some of those lessons. But at the very least, right now, again, W7M bringing this really solid defensive gameplay that we saw from Bank now over to Cafe.
W7M, again, doing a great job. Players like Herds in particular with those power positions, just able to pluck that initial pick, making it very challenging for NIP, who perhaps time management isn't one of their strong suits at the best of times. You add on to the fact that they're playing from a disadvantage, and naturally most teams are going to find it really, really difficult. So, away from W7M as the first quarter of this match concludes. Now, of course, NIP having a read on these defensive strongholds will perhaps be able to refine these attacks a little bit. Heading into the fourth, we go back up above, arguably, and I think statistically as well, the weakest site on the map. So maybe an opportunity for NIP to exploit things. Last time, getting quick map control, but I think this time around it'll be a little bit more of a traditional push with the focus on getting rift control first initially, opening up those hatches, and then probably contesting this Azami relatively directly on things like the repel and the shot as well, once they get control.
Just little moments for NIP that so far in the series has cost them. They've been, by and large, fine, but it's just W7M have just really stepped up their level from what we've seen of them, I think, at this tournament. Starting to probably find a little bit of that groove, really starting to get that swagger back. They're aggressive on the defense. They're making it really annoying for NIP. NIP just kind of stuck on the repel, hard to enter. Psycho, well, I said it's hard to enter. He makes his way to shot, but he just loses the nade far too convincingly. That was a nice aggressive early push from Psycho to try and open up, but also on the Ying. Those Candelas now are gone in terms of the late round entry, the late round execution. Down a player as well early for NIP. Nitrocell, sorry, breaching round there. Open up that window over towards Lounge. 90 seconds left. And again, W7M just finding himself to be quite difficult to overpower.
KZ still inside Lounge. And on cue, he finds a pick. Probably good for another in a moment. It's Herds elsewhere, though, to find one. Keys has this attacker on lockdown. It's Muzi with the diffuser in hand. And there is the kill confirmed. Unfortunate from NIP. They cannot break down their defense. It got off to a rough start with the Ying falling first. From there, all of that utility was so difficult to clear.
Well, the initial push into shot from Psycho is fine. I mean, it's actually pretty good. Get aggressive, try and overload a position that clearly is impactful for the defense, where you want to defend that cigar shop position, can then kind of unlock the round a little bit. We saw it there early. Psycho knew the game plan. Shake of the head, because there's an understanding that there was an opportunity that went begging there. But as soon as that death then occurs, you probably need to change into your secondary option for the round, which should have probably been something like a White Stairs approach. Instead, it ends up just being a quad stack over towards top red. And that becomes quite easy then for W7M. And credit to KZ as well on the Azami, holding in towards Lounge. He's moving around. It's not an easy position to hold because you're actually susceptible to any kind of pressure from down below. We saw a couple of floorboards get opened up, and he's just constantly moving around. We saw it in some of the earlier rounds too on Bar Cocktail. We saw Herds as well earlier, holding key positions at those windows, being aggressive. So NIP have to kind of be aware of that unfortunately you go for that aggressive play, it backfires. You know that it's going to be even harder to then break down a defense of W7M that has looked so strong in this series. They go 3-1 up, and it really feels like that opening round for NIP feels like a lifetime ago.
Blitz repicked then round 5, and with the Grim no longer banned out, like was on the previous map, Psycho will be filling that role as well. So we could see the changing pace, the pace change up rather, a little bit here from NIP, ramp it up to another level.
Sensor on.
Maybe try to catch W7M off guard. So we'll keep a close eye on cons throughout this round and see where that Blitz is looking to spearhead the attack. Keep in mind that Souls is in play, so direct counter available and being able to spot that out and deny plant as well. Top-down drone work here from NIP, so it won't be the snappiest of starts to the round for the attack, but the beauty of this kind of lineup, it comes down to the trigger point. You find enough information, or find a window of opportunity. It's all about capitalizing on that. Pino with vertical, DMR doesn't land the shots though, and that defender can skate away. That being KZ.
Yeah, a little cheeky there as well from Pino to understand he's not going to catch him if he just goes straight towards top white. Instead, actually opens up the floorboard to see if he can catch him on the rotate. Game sense. Wizard feels like a lifetime ago where he got that opening 3K to begin in the opening round. Bring the Blitz, they're bringing the Grim. A real change up in the approach for NIP, like you said. Low walk down white. Walk-on's looking for a push over towards the freezer side. It hurts behind that shield inside of VIP. BV over towards Whiskey. Yeah, map control has just been so prevalent for W7M. I mean, how many times have we seen NIP struggling to get into the build? Oh, it's an aggressive swing from KZ. Could have almost found a double, and that allows Musi to push in, but there's a Nitro Cell. The response from W7M is just rapid. Sure, it's an aggressive swing from KZ, but they are able to then play off of his death so quickly, so efficiently. And despite the Hive launcher that has been utilized, the red ping, they can't really do a whole lot with that. Finally, Psycho, now in 1 versus 2. Playing off of his own Hive launcher. Spots 1, knows where the kid is, still has 50 seconds in 1 versus 2. And that's going to deny even more time. Nicely done from Nate, actually. The Vulcan canister on top of that kit is just going to buy even more time for W7M.
One shot is all it takes, and Psycho will fall.
Needs to get this into freezer.
Yeah, I mean, one Hive launcher available could dislodge Coffee and put Philippox on an island, but how much can he actually do off this info?
Attackers recovered.
It's up the kit, 18 seconds. Unfortunately, though, no information as to where Philippox and Nade will be. And as soon as he gets into sight and starts trying to get that plant down, they can both swing. Did get a ping onto Philippox, stepped into the bees, they go buzzing. But as he moves forward, he has to get this plant down. He cannot get off of it. Nade's over towards Bakery. Has he got the sight lines? No. He's going to allow Psycho to get the plant. Psycho's going to have an opportunity. One chance, one shot. Needs to hit the head. And he does from Psycho. He only had the one chance, but he finds it. And it keeps NIP alive. A much-needed round win.
Wow. NIP have been looking for a big standout moment like that to really give the team a confidence boost, and Psycho able to step up to the mark. One Hive launcher in the pocket, 1 shot's worth of HP, and he makes it count. As you mentioned as well, realistically, only 1 opportunity to pop up, land the shot, get the kill. Otherwise, he would have been hunted down. There's some great work there from Psycho. Fantastic in the clutch. And W7M, I'm sure, will be a little bit frustrated that that round was allowed to slide.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with the aggression again from KZ on that Solars. He loses his life, yeah, gets punished. But then the trades all come through because W7M have got good position. That was the little moment there for Philippox. I'm not too sure exactly what happened, but he stepped into the bees at the last second, maybe tried to time it. I'm not too sure. Obviously, we were kind of watching the POV of Psycho, and that just gave that little bit of information for Psycho to play off of as he made his way in towards Freezer, gets the kill onto what looked like a disorientated Philippox. Nade was over towards Bakery. He was a long way away, obviously playing time. But he was such a distance away that he could not deny the plant, and a really good pop-up shot from Psycho. 2-3. Those maybe just joining us, not too sure if the A stream is over just yet, but nevertheless, this has been a very dominant performance from W7M back on Bank and to begin here on Cafe. But a real standout round from Psycho. Just gives NIP a lifeline, a chance to maybe try and build on that. This is their map pick as well.
So the final attack then for NIP will be spearheaded from the top floor. Pino once again likely tasked with vertical pressure. He has been strong in that regard so far. He'll need some information though if he's looking to flush out players, and Psycho will be the first to drone ahead. I believe it's Herds inside of Train, and it is on the cap can now confirmed. Muzi meanwhile will look for a pinch now up the red stairs. And if NIP can combine here, there is a chance they're able to place him on an island. The JV92 through the wall hits an insane shot to open up the round for W7M.
Well, that's a tilter for Muzi. It's a tilter as well for NIP. After the clutch from Psycho, you lose that Finker. No adrenal surges, and they went fast again, trying to get a bit of map control. Over towards red stairs, then pushing down the hallway. Now means, of course, Psycho is a little hesitant to make the same push, but either way, it does have to kind of do something here. JV caught towards Pillar, though. Lovely shot from Cons. Finished off by Psycho. Now they got themselves a little bit of control over towards Train and Mining. Of course, it's Reading and Fireplace, though, and they need to get the plant down over in a different site. Cons does get tagged up. Low. It's onto the drone. Minute and 10 seconds of time. He's got the time to get on said drone. Nitrocell thrown out elsewhere around the map, and it's ineffectual.
Unfortunately, though, for NIP, Herds and Nade both have fantastic angles in towards this objective, so somebody needs to break the cross. It'll be Psycho with the Hive launcher to create said space. What? Almost gets caught dry peeking with the launcher, but he responds and shuts down Herds.
That's why for the montage reel, it was like a 360 with the Hive launcher, and then pulls out the actual weapon that does the damage and gets the headshot. 2 in a row now from Psycho. Previous round into here. 40 seconds left in the round to close out this half. NIP would love a third round, taking on to the defense into the next half. And as they start to open up and put pressure in towards Reading, they've got good pillars control. Double white stack now for W7M. And on the rappel, outside as well, Cons gets one on to KZ. Nader trade comes through. Does kind of keep W7M in a good spot, but Cons gets a third in the round, and the bees are buzzing once again. Of good measure. It's down to Nate and a 1 versus 3, and all he has to do is deny the plant if he can find an angle, but not from this position. He'll get one and creates a 1 versus 2, but it will be a retake scenario with one outside and one towards white stairs.
With the rappel being held, Nade surely won't be able to bring this one back. The retreat down the stairs and the shot through the rappel. Nade's position confirmed by NIP.
Has a Nitro.
Has a read as well down below, but doesn't have a whole lot of time.
And Nitro up there, the rappel.
Will it land?
No, it does, but it doesn't hit the player. That did land on the window cell. Pino far left of it, and that's probably the round. I don't know how Nade would be able to clutch it here without that said utility, unless he's going to try and force Pino in for the rappel. Really smart behind the bomb chassis. No time, though. Time the biggest factor. He is on it. Cons can make his way up white stairs, has the red ping. That should be the round. Well done from NIP. They get their third round in the half. It's a 3-3 scoreline.
Yeah, discipline there from Cons. Did a fantastic job to get his way down white stairs, and despite being pinged out, wasn't baited to anything back up above, trusted his teammate on the rappel, and then was obviously close enough to ensure that the last second counter defuse attempt was squandered. As we look back at the final attacking round for NIP, I mean, Psycho did an amazing job to break that cross that was established, allowed the plant then to go down. So many close engagements there for both teams, but Ninjas in Pajamas able to edge out on top. And we'll see if their defense can now stand the test of a very scary W7M.
Located by attackers.
Again, for those just joining us that maybe didn't see the first map back on Bank, it was actually 3-3 at the half as well, guys. If you recall from that point, it was 4 rounds in a row. To W7M, they actually got the last round of the half, but technically made it 5 rounds in a row to close out Bank after a really solid start from NIP. NIP led Bank 3-2, lost 5 rounds in a row. Well, NIP have now made it 3-3 here on Cafe. What happens from here? At the very least, they go on the defense now. The issue for NIP back on Bank was their attack was clearly not good enough, and W7M's defense was really strong. Well, now they find themselves on the defensive Cafe, looking to close out their map pick and look to send us to a third map and keep the pressure on W7M. The longer the series goes on, the more and more pressure compounds onto W7M. 2-time major champions potentially could find themselves in an elimination map, let alone series, if they lose here on Cafe.
NIP then leading into the mirror. We saw quite a bit of mirror play from both teams over on Bank, and that will transition out in towards Cafe. He went inside of washrooms to help lock down that lounge position. There is counter utility, though, available for W7M. namely the Ash, to directly counter them. Could also look to flush it out with some X-Kairos charges below it as well, so that it can't be held. We'll see, though, if Muzi is up to the task of holding this position in combination with the Azami of Psycho. He's been a hot and cold throughout this match. Hans is flashed out. He's top white. NIP investing a lot of players to help hold the top floor. W7M leaning heavily into the rappel. The drop now finally comes through inside of shop. The Psycho's taken low, caught off guard on that particular cross. No immediate trade, though, from NIP, and perhaps an opportunity to go for the res. Muzi, though, under so much pressure, caught behind the softball, punished. W7M will punish you if you make mistakes. And now in the 1 versus 4, Wizard needs to pull off a minor miracle. But W7M are ruthless. They will hunt you down. No mistakes on that first attack.
I mean, that was just straight out of Assassin's Creed at the end there with the double vault over kill. White stairs from KZ, clean. What an attack from W7M, and that's a statement made to begin this second half that they are not going to be pushovers. Just because they're on the attack now doesn't mean that NIP are safe. NIP need to be a little bit more proactive on the defense there. Completely outdone by W7M when it came to that utility department. At no point could they really get good control through that white corridor, completely flashed out by the Candelas, eventually then smoked off. They were sort of forced back. The one good play was Wizard down below with an Nitrocell. He actually got at least one looking up towards shop, kept a bit of pressure in the round for NIP, but outside of that, everyone else just got completely strangulated on the side. W7M retake the lead. They got 4-3. Again, really highlighting how strong they can be. But NIP maybe with a trick up their sleeve. We go to mining and fireplace here in the 8th round. We'll see if that can be something that NIP can use to their advantage. Again, they did pick this map. This is the time to use your strats. This is the time where you've cooked. 10 seconds and now to present.
You got to serve it up.
Serve it up. And they have to serve up something better than that last round, because defensively, if you sit back, you know, you think about Bar Cocktail, a lot of it really is kind of sitting back, but that probably plays into the hands of W7M. We saw that back on Bank, saw that in that round. NIP at their best so far in this series have been when they're proactive, they're aggressive, they're making it difficult for W7M to do things. If they sit back, W7M are more than happy.
Well, we'll see then if a change of scenery changes the tide for NIP. The Goyo in play this time, so perhaps an opportunity for Muzi with those Goyo canisters to stall out this push a little bit for W7M. Of course, you can only place so many and deny so many areas for so long. And W7M, again, the experts in Rainbow Six at exploiting weaknesses and finding the easiest passage towards a round win on the side of the attack. Early pressure from Skylight and flashes to come through from Nade. Herds has already established himself inside of Lounge, and NIP have given quite a lot of space already to W7M, much like we saw on Bank.
Yeah, obviously Candela's used here very extensively by JV to clear out that white corridor position, smoked off as well, but it does get them into the map. Something that NIP kind of struggled with in the first half was getting into the map at times. The W7M are more than happy to expend their utility to get themselves into good position, especially the Burt here on a mining site. One trapped in Cocktail. A very difficult task to get out of that position. One, though, I think that has been achieved at the very least, though, for NIP. 90 seconds is all that remains, and there's the good focus towards top white. KZ hunting down, hatch is open, drop is there. Flash does come through, but a little too late. Psycho did lose his life, so Noah's Army. And a good advantage now for W7M, where they've got top floor control, they've gotten a kill. Yes, they expended utility, but it was rightfully so. Nice little swing from Muzi. Outside of reading, in towards kill, and he gets a kill onto Herds, brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, opportunistic play there from the defense, and W7M, despite the information gathering rather been really good so far, not as much the case here. You look at that drone economy, only one drone standing belonging to Keys. So that could well be a challenge for NIP, or pardon me, for W7M to overcome, and NIP can look to exploit that. 45 seconds on the clock, and Cons is down below. Keys is looking to hunt him down, but Wizard to protect. Almost gets a second, but taken low on HP, and he can fall off and play into his goo mines. 30 seconds then, and W7M will find this a very challenging round to convert.
Yeah, that red stairs position should be absolutely inundated with goo mines right now from the Legion of Wizard. He's been alive the entire game. Really difficult position to push through. Nay can't win that battle. That's Kit down as well on the floor. Flipbox 2 finds himself in an awkward position out of this one. JV, the solo over towards Pillars, but coming up for Brown. That's going to be NIP taking this one, evening things up. 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, clean there from NIP. Again, despite giving W7M a large portion of the map early on, they were then able to bounce back, and it came off the back of that opportunistic play, reading door. You think about the impact that that had later on in the round. Plus, on top of that, just the amount of information that was denied. Now, again, with Siege being incredibly complex to follow, it's hard to know how many of those drains were hunted down by whom. However, with the Solace in play, I'd be willing to hedge my bets that that information was being relayed really effectively by the defense. And W7M really do rely on having good reads on their opposition off the back of that during utility and knowing where the pockets of base are, where there might be a weakness in defense or a lack of utility or whatever the case may be. They just simply couldn't get the read that time around and be in any real position to bring it back.
4-4 scoreline, NIP fighting tooth and nail to keep their tournament life alive. Losing the first map of Bank rather convincingly, but it was all said and done. After that 3-2 start, they lost 5 in a row, losing it 7-3. W7M's map pick. Unfortunately, as that map went on, W7M, it just felt like it got stronger and stronger. And so far, haven't really made too many mistakes. But NIP, a little bit more resilient here on Cafe, fighting back and forth with W7M. Their arch rivals, local rivals. So far, putting themselves at least in a position to try as hard as they can to send us to Clubhouse. Well, by Clubhouse is a map that we've spoken about, and it's going to be very difficult for NIP. It's a really strong map for W7M. Once again, this cigar shop setup that we see so often with the mute, the castle barricade as well. We'll see how W7M look to open this up.
Big responsibility on Psycho on that Azami to lock down this lounge position. Make life challenging for the likes of Herds, who seems to have a read already, but Psycho, he gets one. It's untraded. That angle can't be found by Herds, so KZ falls unanswered, which is pretty rare to see from W7M.
Yeah, it is. And Psycho playing a very difficult position as well, where it can be very easy if you make one misstep, lose your life, but he's also trying to get aggressive, trying to get himself close to these windows. Found one onto KZ. Musi, though, loses his life on the Warden. Not ideal with the Ying on the board. 3 $10 in the back pocket as well for JV. Now they don't have to worry about Musi. Minute 40. And onto the rappel, and down below goes for Leapox. This is, of course, reading in fireplace in terms of the site choice. Frag grenade thrown out by Hertz, looking to clear these key barriers. And Psycho at this point probably needs to now back off. Don't have to over-aggress that lounge position. And I like the fact that he's fallen back. Misplay in terms of the Nitro Assault from Cons. And obviously lets that one go. Nade would have been able to just shoot it anyway and would have spotted that had he made his way over towards his hatch. Eventually does do so. And Pino got a kill onto Polipop. Big moments here for NIP. With each kill, with each pressing moment, they get themselves into a better position to extend and get themselves into a lead maybe here on Cafe.
And keep in mind, Shop is still on lockdown from Cons.
Yeah.
So that's not really a win condition for W7M unless there's utility to help out. Now, JV could roll a Candela under that castle barricade, create some space. Won't need to, though, as Cons does actually naturally fall back. 45 seconds on the clock, keeping in mind objective is down below, second floor. W7M still contesting for top floor.
Yeah, they haven't even cleared out really over towards Cocktail yet, let alone anything else really on that third floor. Ping hurts. Might just go aggressive here. Cons up close to the shotgun. An incredible moment here comes to fruition, and Cons does not miss that moment and swings out to Pillar. Nade was not expecting that. Finally, they'll clear Cocktail, but damage done in the round already. In a round that is probably just about over. Less JV does something big here. Could have got that kill, could have then played off the yellow ping. The time was always going to be a big factor in Cons. Eventually, nice rotate. We've got ourselves a game here on Cafe. And VIP have got themselves a lead late in the piece. 5-4, heading into the 10th round.
Again, NIP 2 rounds in a row, finding opportunistic play and punishing rare mistakes from their counterparts in W7M, who have now taken their tactical timeout in this series, trailing here on Cafe, fighting for their spot at Six Invitational 2024. Of course, if required, a third map does loom, but for W7M, especially considering they're in the lower bracket and looking to go for 3 lands straight, this is a series that they should probably be finishing off in a 2-way fashion.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think for W7M, if this goes to a third map, that already again continues to sort of highlight at least that this is Six Invitational, that they're not at full strength. They're not playing as probably the best level of Siege that they can bring to the table. But as it continues on, at what point do you go, well, this is just the W7M that we've got for this event? At what point can you really sit back and say, are they going to wake up and become the behemoth that we know that they are? I think they're vulnerable. I think they're a team that is certainly vulnerable to the top teams at this event. And we're seeing that even by NIP here on Cafe. Really strong in their approach, the game plan employed, where it's like, okay, we're going to be aggressive in our defense. We're going to extend over the shop. We're going to have this lounge approach on a reading fireplace defense. Make it difficult for W7M to get map control, get into the map. Then they fall back on their own volition. And the whole way through, W7M never really got into the round because of the way that NIP played it. 5-4 lead, rightfully so, rightfully deserved here by Ninjas in Pajamas. Can they get themselves into a position to establish a couple of map points?
Well, let's wait and see. Round 10 looms, and we're heading to the top floor. In terms of the defensive setup and structure, it's actually probably not going to be too different from what we saw previously. I'm expecting, again, that shop extension with the castle on the double door. And Psycho will play a huge role inside of Lounge, anticipating that he'll look to play that with Evo barriers. One thing to note, though, the mirror is in play, so Wizard will be utilizing that pretty traditional positions, facing again into Lounge. If W7M want to go for that head-on approach, it could prove to be a challenge. No Ash, no Twitch. So there'll be a reliance on the buck down below. And honestly, from the lineup that we're seeing, I wouldn't be shocked if we end up seeing a pivot from W7M to go for a more cocktail-centric push. Herds has been allowed into the map very early on. Again, a huge strength of W7M for the most part of this series is getting these players in play, making positions. Herds with the skeleton key. Can they get this pick up above into shop?
I think that's Cons right above this hatch. It is taken to half health. He picks it. What an ego peek. What a kill from Cons. And what a game that he's having. Skeleton key, shots from below. Yeah, I'll still just pick that anyway. Nathan in his direction. He runs back in, though, to an open hatch with KZ looming down below, lurking. 4 versus 4. Lovely trade from KZ to reposition himself. That adrenal surge from KZ was also thrown out incredibly quick to try and help out Herds. But he got dealt with by Cons. Over to White Stairs. Barbed wire getting taken out. Yeah, jab as well already activated, so that's not going to do much in the late round for JV on the Nomad. 90 seconds left, 10th round. Can NIP find a way to get themselves a couple of map points? Really put the pressure on to W7M. Drone, shot out. Still quite a few remaining.
All eyes on Wizard. Key position held. Philippox does spot one in Cocktail alongside the chassis as he plays that repel. KZ now to push forward, but Psycho to deny. Can W7M now a player down respond and deny map point from Ninjas in Pajamas?
It's difficult, isn't it? Because you've got Philippox still outside on the repel, so he hasn't really got into that map. He hasn't got control the way his teammates had. You know, Hertz and KZ, they got in nice and early, but they lost their lives. 1-for-1 trade. That's going to favor NIP. They're still up that 3 versus 2 advantage. There goes Philippox 2 on the repel. Dead to Pino, and it's only Nade left on the roof. Ninjas in Pajamas are about to send us maybe, to a third map if they can continue this little onslaught that they've got developing on the defensive cafe. Map, match points, looming. Nade by himself through shop. Over to New Belt. 30 seconds is all that remains. He takes out the default, but they know exactly where he is located. He spots one. He gets the head onto Psycho. And suddenly this can be winnable. With the kit in hand, he can play the plant game. He can go for these kills. Should know roughly where one of these players is located, but Pino doesn't miss his chance. Doesn't miss his shot. And NIP get themselves 2 map points.
Fantastic work there from NIP, and W7M, again, unable to get their teeth into the attack. A lot of it was centered around the Grim and the space that he could make by avoiding things like the mirror windows facing into Lounge. It didn't start off well for W7M, but eventually the trade did come through. JV as well was able to drop the skyline and was in an advanced position, but NIP, their awareness, especially on the side of defense, is the best we have seen in this series so far. Yeah. They are minimizing mistakes and they are punishing W7M.
Yeah, really solid from NIP here on Cafe. They look like they're just getting better and better as the map continues. Can they then maybe take that form into Clubhouse if we get there? Of course, admittedly, W7M not a team you want to be counting out. 2 rounds, not a lot. They can certainly send us to overtime, but for NIP, this is the best of look in this series, and that's a concern for W7M. Bank, yeah, it was pretty one-sided for the most part. 7-3 to W7M after a strong start for NIP. They kind of looked a little gassed They got completely overshadowed by W7M's very aggressive defense. W7M's defense didn't do as much here on Cafe, and NIP were able to poke holes in it, get themselves a good first half, and now they're capitalizing on their own defense. 2 map points as we head over towards mining for the first of the 2.
I don't think we can understate how impressive of a half this is, right? Only yesterday, NIP took on Virtus Pro here on Cafe, a match that went 8-6 in favor of VP. Guess how many defensive rounds NIP got in that game?
2.
There you go. Only 2. Now facing the back-to-back LAN winners of W7M, they are doing a phenomenal job at the moment.
Yeah. Admittedly, W7M played Virtus Pro as well on this particular map. Lost that one 3-7, so a little bit of history there for both of these teams against VP. Under the roof we go for full epochs. The Amari being brought as well by Nade, coupled with the Ying, the Ram. Sensing maybe a fast play for W7M at some point in the round. Doesn't have to come through straight away, but it certainly can at a moment's notice. The Solus, though, super impactful. Guys, there's only 4 drones remaining already in the round for W7M.
Cons has been a standout player for the defense so far, now holding his pillar position. He'll be looking to scan for information. Flashes to come through, and it's for Leapox to get the first. Nade is now in the objective, or rather the map. The SMG in hand, he may pose a threat. Do NIP have a read on this position?
They do now.
I don't think so, but Nade gets flushed out by his teammate.
Just got drone. Psycho should know that he's being completely enveloped around this position. Music, can he help out as well from shot? No, Trey can't come through because of that castle barricade. All Music can really do is hold his own position, hold his own angles, hold his own. Well, the rest of his team falls apart. He too falls as well inside a shop. And this is why, at no point should you ever count out a 2-time major champion. 5-on-1. Con's the one, as good as he's been. Would take something special, very special. Otherwise, this is very much looking at 6-5. Very much W7M to deny one of these map points. Indeed, it will be flawless. 6-5. And a chance maybe could go begging for NIP here if they cannot close out before overtime. So they decide, let's have a timeout. Let's talk things over. Let's discuss how we want to play this final map point.
W7M going in for the kill in that previous round. And that classic split attack that we've become accustomed to really coming into fruition. Ramping up the pacing as well. Live droning the players that were able to get their feet into the building quickly. Often, well, sometimes, the most difficult part of Cafe, just getting in and applying pressure to the defense. But they did a phenomenal job at it. We'll see if this tactical pause, though, for NIP will be enough, because I fear the same. If this ends up going to overtime, that is the environment in which W7M are going to thrive, and it's going to be so much more challenging for Ninjas in Pajamas to close it out post-regulation if they don't finish it right here, right now, and send us to map 3.
It's interesting you mentioned the pace that was picked up there for W7M, and it was really good to see from them. They're already a team that moves quite rapidly when it comes to entries, roughly about 1 minute and 13 seconds in terms of that time on entry and really making their presence felt and known. I think it was even faster in that round, especially bringing the Amari. They still had the Ying, and they've been utilizing that Ying quite well. The Amari was able to really just get that sight, well, not sight control, but that Burt above sight. So we got a reading and fireplace for the final map point of NIP, at least in regulation. W7M looking to send this one to overtime, and if they do so, the pressure immediately just goes back onto NIP and tenfold, considering, of course, if this goes to OT, NIP are very much then at the verge of being knocked out of Six Invitational, having already dropped that opening map of Bank. So reading in fireplace, paramount. It's that team performance, but we've seen some very impactful kills from the likes of Psycho, Pino at times as well. Wizards had some big plays. Cons has been so efficient, 10 kills as well. Who's going to be the one that stands up for NIP? Maybe, though, who's going to be the one for W7M to send this one to overtime?
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So then it will be a shop lounge combo here from NIP, facilitated by the Castle and Azami. Last time W7M leaned into the Rappel game, they found it tricky to clear, not really given an opportunity to pivot after losing the first pick.
No Ying this time. Interesting from W7M.
Yeah, focus on explosives. Ash brought in. Salmas as well, available for nades. Sophia still stands. So in terms of the economy itself for the attack, quite favorable. All comes down, though, to that execution.
This is where moments are made, though, at Six Invitational in the playoffs. Map point round. Nitrocell. And he gets the kill onto Pox. Talk about an opening start to the round. Exactly what NIP would have wanted, desired. Yellow ping. Over towards washrooms. Musi on the Aruni. Has been pinged out. They're unable to do anything right now. And I love the double stack as well. In towards backstore with the Azami. Looking to really keep the pressure on. Forward facing. Over towards that lounge and shop position. Barricade still up as well inside a shop. And of course, we're seeing an aggressive cons.
W7M is sitting and waiting. There needs to be an initiative tool here from W7M to clear this key barrier, to create some space. Perhaps some flashbangs from JV92 or explosives elsewhere. Herds on the lurk, though, as JV92 finally drops to the Azami. That now should unlock Lounge, and W7M can begin to really get their teeth into this attack.
That's a massive pick. I'm assuming Psycho must have just over-peaked from that backstore position. JV92 opens things up a little bit in terms of that lounge control. Herds has been down below, in towards mining, slipping on in, trying to maybe catch someone off guard. Oh, the drop! Oh, but he's the one that gets caught! Like Batman dropping down. Herds goes down, JV over towards Piano, and suddenly the round can fall apart for W7M if they can't find a way back. Nade's going to open up shot position. They'll all play off each other. It's all a triple stack over towards this lounge and shot position for W7M, playing off of each other. No real split, no real map control outside of what these three have been able to attribute to the top floor.
Yeah, NIP falling off the roam, content with the amount of time that has been wasted. W7M fighting from behind to keep this map alive. Only 40 seconds on the clock, and they have an opportunity perhaps to pluck a kill. Bit of vert presence here from KZ. Breach charges in the pocket will be deployed on Cocktail down below. NIP giving nothing away for free. It's been the trademark for this defensive half, and it will continue here on the final round of regulation.
Like days of old, it feels like the 22nd medal once again here. W7M, though, forced into it. Certainly don't like this. Nate has slipped in for a default plan. Not sure what the covenant's going to be like here. No Nitrocell, so certainly nothing from above. Nice kill there from KZ. Over on the belt, over towards Pillars to keep the pressure on. JV, they're somehow doing it. Down to Musi in a 1-on-3. W7M have slipped in somehow towards default, plant down, getting the kills, and NIP have been suffocated. Musi towards Pillars, expects the swing from 90. It does come through, needed to hit that second shot. At this point though, for Nade, he just cannot reveal his position. Go prone, hide, and that's probably then the round. He gets away in towards Cocktail, and with that, W7M are going to get away with an absolute steal. Somehow, NIP have allowed this one to go to overtime, but what a play from W7M. There's nothing that Musi can do. The entry is basically a death trap. The round is essentially over, and we go to overtime.
Wow, perfect levels of coordination, discipline, composure.
Insane from W7M.
Had the read Brown stairs, second player covering the plant default. That route was allowed to be opened up. And NIP unable to deny the plant. Ruthless from W7M just when it felt like NIP finally had the edge. They were playing with the house advantage for the majority of that round, but what a read here from KZ to drop both players. JV92 playing protection elsewhere, and you can see from NIP they are in pure disbelief. That was not necessarily NIP playing that too poorly. They tried to deny it in a relatively default manner. In fact, they tried to double stack Pillar and flank from behind. Despite that, W7M had the read and executed
They
it.
knew that W7M were going to be planting late round. So what do you want to do to that? You want to double swing Pillar and eventually then overload that position of default, double swing in, either deny plant or at least get the planter after they've already gotten the plant down. They obviously just did not afford the fact that they still had vert. They, in terms of W7M, on that belt, looking down, get the kill Brown, get the kill Pillar, and suddenly that just completely flipped around on its head. An incredible play from W7M. Would love to know who called that out, because that's not exactly... I mean, it's default for a reason. The round wasn't shaping up in that way. They were able to then utilize what they had gained and then played off of that. It really goes to obviously highlight how good W7M can be, and they make these set plays, and NIP just looked a little bit shell-shocked with the way that that round finished off. Regardless, we go to overtime now. Job done. 2 map points offset by W7M. Now, 2 rounds away from sending NIP out of this tournament. Fortunately, the trip home for NIP is not a very long one.
Brazil is a big country.
Well, it is a big... Well,
I don't know.
Compared to some other teams, it's not that long.
No. Certainly not. Now, eyes on KZ then. He's inside of Lounge, and this has been a hallmark of Cafe defense in this matchup. The Azami inside of Lounge, often making or breaking it for either team. So we'll see how NIP look to deal with it. They have the tools available. Grenades in the hands of Muzi. Hive launcher available from Pino to gather information. And Cons as well. He's jumped onto the blitz. 12 kills for him so far. He's been huge on defense for NIP. We'll see if he can replicate that here on attack.
Yeah, interesting that he goes onto the blitz. Not so much, I guess, him individually, although he has been fragging out, but just bringing the blitz in such a do-or-die round for NIP and not really bringing as much else around it to really make it super strong. I guess the thinker with the adrenal surge, Grim, obviously to get some information and then play off of that positional information that you can get from the Hive launcher. 90 seconds left. What is the plan here for NIP? How fast can they go in terms of this bar cocktail site? Do they just drop Skylight? Top red, Muzi already around that red stairs position, but other than that, they don't have really a whole lot being done in this round. Oh my goodness, Herds with an acute angle, a pixel of an angle to catch Psycho off completely. They lost another elsewhere as well, but Pino did get at least one back on the Grim. Muzi now just has to go, has to make something happen. The smoke to drop off the blitz and dead immediately. Herds just denies that drop down. That plan completely just unfolds before the very eyes of NIP. Muzi, it's the kills though for NIP, keeping them in this round somehow with 50 seconds left. It's only a 2 versus 3, despite plan A going up in flames. Plan B is basically just run around and click some heads, and right now they're doing a good job of that, Pino and Muzi.
40 seconds on the clock. Pino did drone forward and get some space over towards Lounge, but we'll see if NIP are able to capitalize upon this as W7M have fallen back. Line of sight towards the default plant. Ninjas in pajamas taking forever to cook up that attack. W7M with the perfect read and response.
And just like that from 6-4, it's now 6-7. 7 for W7M. An overtime match and series point, and maybe the pressure just really lifting off of their shoulders. When they were down 6-4, they really did kind of get a feeling inside of the server that this one was shaping up to go NIP's way. Regardless of what Clubhouse could or would look like, we may never know if NIP cannot overcome now this match point deficit. Their tournament, their Six Invitational life is on the line at the hands of W7M after having 2 map points, after having 1 chance in overtime to get themselves back into match point territory. They find themselves on the back foot, but once again, they find themselves at least on defense, where they looked pretty good.
And what an unfortunate storyline, or end to the story, I suppose, for NIP if they're knocked out at this point of time. Of course, go back far enough, Six Invitational winners in 2021.
Yeah.
Failed to qualify for the event last year, which was a huge disappointment. They were sorely missed at the event. Having an impact on their return here at SI24, and no doubt given a rough bracket against their counterparts in W7M, but no doubt if they peter out here, especially without sending it to a 3rd map, it would be an immense disappointment.
I think also a little bit of a disappointment too, because NIP's played quite well at various stages throughout the series. Started bank, the middle and later portions here of this cafe, but W7M, every single time there's any kind of threat, look at that from Collins, that's wonderful. Collins has been great, 13 and 10, but very impactful kills. But we've seen NIP in this position before at the end of regulation where they went up 5 versus 4 in the round. A massive clutch towards default for W7M. And that's the difference, I think, between the two teams in terms of that clutch ability factor. W7M have probably been better in that regard and far more consistent at as well. Nades come out, looking to clear out and create something there as we got Bar Cocktail once again here on the defense for NIP. No Kendalas, and straight in we go. The Amaru for JV92 was strong last time out. Fakes plans, then pushes over to playing top white stairs. No real response, not just straight away. What? And then eventually double pinched as he kept pushing forward. JV was seeking that contact, begged for it. And unfortunately for his sake, he gets on the wrong side, and that's Kid down in a perilous position. KZ, frag grenade to try and dislodge this place and maybe recover said Kid.
An aggressive play there from JV92. If he had his time again, perhaps would have gone for something different, but you can't blame him for trying to force something with his team trailing here on this attacking round of Cafe. Well, they're down and out. NIP respond on the defense.
I mean, look, some questions have to be asked there. I mean, I kind of understand JV's thinking. You go for the plant, the fake it, expecting someone top white to eventually look to come in and swing off of the sound cue. Understandable, but he doesn't find anyone initially. And then he continues to push even deeper to the point where you are now vulnerable because you're standing top white. You can be seen all the way from Pixel, any kind of washroom swing, and then, of course, someone on white stairs. That's kind of the question mark there in terms of that play from JV. But outside of that, I mean, it's just a really solid round from NIP. Again, here opens up cons, Nitrocell. We've seen this already from NIP on the defense. There's that double pinch. Obviously, NIP's defense over towards Cigar Shop has also been pretty good so far throughout this map of Cafe. So everything else was really good for NIP. Just that one little question mark there from JV and for W7M. But I think, for all intents and purposes, he probably could have stuck that plan at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, we'll never know.
We will never know.
I would have faith in NIP probably denying it, and that's why the initial play was probably okay. Probably just overcommitting to it in the end. But again, hard to pin the blame solely on JV92.
7-7. We get ourselves that magical 15th round, though, and well-deserved, might I add. NIP really could have probably hung their heads a little bit. Yeah, they got a little bit beaten up on Bank. Yeah, it was a tough start as well here on Cafe. Their own map pick, down 3-1 to begin with. Brought it back. At one point, winning 5 of 6 rounds. Eventually, then even establishing 2 map points themselves before succumbing to the W7M onslaught. And now we head down to Kitchen. Hopefully, where we can serve up the main course for what's going to be the most clinical of rounds. W7M looking to send NIP home. NIP looking to continue their journey here at Six Invitational and head us to Clubhouse. That is what is at stake in this one singular round.
So the lineup here from the attack suggesting that we're going to see top-down control be a main focal point. Obviously, Pino on the buck. He's the primary soft breach or vertical player rather, and he'll be looking to get lines of sight. Keep in mind that Flores is also in play, direct counter to the Azami, and can also create rotations if required. Shotgun as well, available to the gridlock, I presume, and flank watch as well. So we'll see how NIP look to execute and how long it takes for W7M to have the cogs turning, because the longer it takes for NIP to set up plays, and we've seen it in the past, the better the chance W7 have for reading into it and quickly formulating a response, a counter, a way to shut it down.
Also curious how aggressive W7M is going to get here, and obviously a very do or die round. There's the first contact. Pino swings in towards Train. KZ somehow survives, makes the cross, takes a little bit of damage. The first contact made, Pino's position known over towards Pillars. 90 seconds remaining in the round. KZ expecting maybe either a drone to come through, the way that he's kind of positioned that crosshair, or a player eventually to come through mining. The Adrenal Surge, though, handy, at least for Pino. Does mean slight advantage over KZ. They're going for the pinch. They're going for that little pinch to try and get rid of KZ. He's got to be careful. They don't come through fireplace initially. Thinking better of it. There's that drone. There's that information. Should get the kill, and does so. Nicely done from Pino, playing off the live drone. 60 seconds left, and once again, advantage NIP.
No one from W7M able to render assistance. The key thing, though, for KZ is he wasted a lot of time. Didn't give away his life purely for free. Didn't freak out, had the composure to waste as much time as he possibly could. Now with 45 seconds on the clock, the groundwork from NIP needs to be swift. We'll see that Rotero come through from Psycho when he deals with the castle barricade. Will, though, Hertz in VIP be the one to flip it around? He's holding VIP, still has the deployable shield, and he's under pressure. Will he be able to rise to the occasion,
Rotero.
or can NIP clear him out?
Shield has been blown up in VIP, so a little bit more susceptible now. 20 seconds left, and your life here at Six Invitationals on the line. JV needs to be cleared out inside of Whiskey. The brown stairs position is something that NIP want to push through. Again, VIP, a little bit vulnerable now without that deployable shield. Drop down successful, and a wonderful shot from Cons onto Herd. He's been the main 2 guy. Goo Mine again, double Goo Mine. In fact, looking for the default plan behind the bomb chassis. Cons will fall. Numbers now with W7M and out of time. Psycho has to get the plant down, and he cannot. Unfortunately, time was the big factor, and W7M will send NIP packing out of Six Invitational. Once champions, now they fall. Early stages of Six Invitational. NIP no longer what they once were. W7M continue on their journey and now look ahead to Space Station Gaming.
And just when it looked like a third map was looming, the Legion playing spoils there for Ninjas in Pajamas, who despite their best efforts there on Cafe, unable to close it out in overtime. And that was always the factor that we were aware of, that W7M in OT. They thrive and often survive in those scenarios.
Yeah, disappointing for NIP to go out in that fashion. So close, yet so far. Again, another round, and it felt like they had quite a few of them throughout that game of Cafe where they got early advantages, they got opening kills, they got good position. But when it came down to that late round execution, for the most part, W7M were just that little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, now it sets the stage, right? That W7M game against SSG, as you aforementioned, is going to be an absolute banger. SSG have been playing very well at this tournament. W7M clearly are wounded and aren't playing at their absolute best just yet. Obviously, this isn't necessarily the point of the tournament where you need to play perfectly, but you need to be so careful in this lower bracket that you don't get sent home early.
Yeah, and obviously we go back to the highlights here back on Bank. Really good start for NIP. The emotions were high. We had this amazing clutch here as well from JV, which really offset what was likely to be a 4-2 half to begin on Bank against W7M for NIP. But from that point on, and basically from that clutch on, it really just came down to an onslaught from W7M. Really good clutches again. That late round execution, that's the difference maker. Those are the little differences that can really set apart the best of the best versus those that are pretty good but not good enough. And I think that's probably the best way to summarize NIP here at Six Invitational. Good, but not good enough. And clearly just didn't have that clutch factor when it came to those late round plays that we saw from W7M. And I felt like, again, at times on Cafe, yeah, a shake of the head, because there were plenty of rounds that NIP looked good but just didn't finish off their good work.
I think on a positive note, though, for NIP, Cons in particular,
Cons was great.
Had
Psycho had some good clutches.
He was insane. And you look back at their match against Virtus Pro, Cons was by far and away the lowest rated player, 0.63, -8 in terms of KD. Wouldn't have guessed that looking at this match where he stepped up massively. Unfortunately, though, probably a little bit too reliant on him, whereas W7M, as we come to expect, very well-rounded.
Yeah, I mean, Herds was obviously sensational back on Bank. Obviously, we saw KZ really stand up to the plate as well on Cafe. You know, this is the thing. NIP had 2 match points. Like, they had 2 match points on Cafe. W7M didn't just, like, kind of scrape by some, you know, low-level APAC team or MENA team or anything. Like, they took down a very strong NIP team that was giving it everything they had to try and keep themselves alive in this tournament. Cons popped off. He had a great tournament. Psycho, yeah, not great in terms of first kill category, but he was probably one of the better players when it did come to that late round clutch and get some kills at times in a couple of really good moments. W7M had to really give their all. They had to play really well, and it was a team effort. Look at those EPSs. And look at the KDs. There's not really many members on the side of W7M, at least on Cafe. And mind you, KZ's stats maybe don't look great here. He was sensational on Bank. So it took every ounce of effort from W7M to defeat NIP. And they did it 2-0. Good news for them. Now they go up against Space Station Gaming. That's going to be a sensational match to watch. Cannot wait to see who wins that. And the fact that one has to go home. Both have played so well at this tournament for SSG and for W7M. Unfortunately, of course, we bid farewell to NIP and their chance at, you know, participating in the arena. That's something that as a team, I think they really would have wanted to do in front of the Brazilian home crowd. But alas, going up against W7M, they meet their demise relatively early in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. And the fact that it only went to 2 and I'm exhausted, I can only imagine what it's like for the players inside of the server as we have a look at the match summary. Herds by far and away the MVP, 178 EPS. A lot of that was off the back of his performance on Bank, of course. If you cast our minds back to the defense, he was so challenging to take down, and NIP struggled to formulate responses. I think it obviously narrowed on map 2, as is naturally the case in this kind of series. However, W7M, too far rounded, stats reflect it, and NIP will need to polish that moving forward.
Yeah, obviously we say goodbye to NIP now. What to for W7M? SSG, how are you going to rate that matchup moving forward in the lower bracket? Obviously SSG taking down Bleed 2-0. Heartbreaking fashion, of course, for Bleed, losing the last 5 rounds of that game. They were up 6-3. Talk about the mental dexterity for SSG to close that out. From down 6-3 to win it out 6-8. I mean, it says everything. Or 7-8.
I feel like SSG probably have that bad boy energy about them, right? And if they knock out W7M and deny them from the live stage, I don't think they're going to get the warmest of receptions.
I don't think they are. All right, well, we've still got another series to come here today, so don't go too far. For now, though, we do head to a break on the B Stream.
Extra B's Grim is going to be used also to pull G2 players out of position. I'm wondering if it will succeed, because G2 could not pull it off on their attack.
minute left here, and we've heard the first sort of exchange of C4s and other pocket bits of utility, but we still have a lot for the pressure and the press on towards the site itself. It's a similar problem. And at this point, it's only really down to G2 to hand them the engagement. They're trying to get themselves stacked up on top of the E-box hatch. Go for the drop, and Benja slapped out of the server, resets. He's had a great tournament, great bits, and he's often been able to bite a couple of bodies back into rounds where things have gone away from Liquid. There's Alamau getting one, a little bit lost in the sauce there, Doki. Thought maybe he was under pressure, but as Alamau's able to get his third drop into the box, is it an ace? Are we on for it? No, but he did more than enough to carry the team.
I just thought this is
someone else laugh. I don't even think that was any of the players. There's just someone in the room.
It could be Doki, it could be someone in the room. I don't know.
Was it Anne?
You thought Dark Zero SSG was entertaining, at least with the quips between the two teams. This is starting to lift the bar a bit higher up, and Team Liquid respond with a timeout. They realize what's going on. They do not want it to slip away, and using the first round of attack as a probe to see, hey, can we do it or not? What's the failure? We can address that point and immediately react to it.
It did feel like they were, you know, on that last round, like a bit punching in the, like trying to find where could we go. But the fact is they didn't open up on the Shaiko wall, for example, from E-Box. So it was just a blind drop into two guns aiming there. They were walking into blue as well, but didn't really have a way to truly support the players going for that drop. And talking about the scary gun, you know, it has fallen off, but it's still very scary with the fire rate it has. If you can control that recoil, you're going to be ripping through everybody.
Beautiful. How close is he to the ace? Oh, he swapped onto a secondary there.
Respect my hammer on my name, motherfucker.
It's a family show.
I don't know.
Respect my ally.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything else.
No, all right. That's fair enough. It's weird for you to not swear on broadcast this week.
I haven't sworn yet this week.
Last week. Carter swore quite well. And then he swore. He said, holy bleep, as Parker once did, yeah.
Attackers
And
have located a bomb.
It was deserved.
Was it the holy bleep moment?
It was a holy bleep moment.
Okay,
but then my follow-up was, you really are your father's son. Because Parker did the exact same call at one point. So. Runs in the family. 4-3. They go up towards dorms. We're on the back of a timeout. It was a bit back and forth, but then since 3 G2 rounds tied together in a row, Liquid need to break this momentum and fast.
A different sort of setup. What we saw from Liquid when they were playing here in dorms is they're setting up more for, we're going to make sure that nobody comes up through attic, and we'll put all of our resources towards that. In this case, it's more towards bedroom, which is the classic way where we see defenders and attackers kind of interacting.
We do have Amaru on the board, though, and that means we are going to see some quick control coming in off T3, especially if they have information. However, Uno, being alive is going to reinforce right now.
Yeah,
doesn't seem like there were. And, yeah, we'll close it up. That means it's going to be safe. And, well, it's just Heartbreach Gadgets from now on to open that up.
Gives himself a route out for 2 stories. Uno is now in the basement, trying to sit and wait and cause some problems elsewhere, hoping maybe it's been droned and maybe he will not be droned. The Flores drones have been a consistent rollout. This time to try and get itself through the gates, cause some problems on anything on the other side of it as well. I think, is it immune if you activate it as you jump through the gate?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Basically only destroyable by an explosive, but that basically does the exact same thing if you destroy it by an explosive.
It's true. But can they try and find the first pick here? It's something where this is where we've seen the Liquid wheels fall off throughout this tournament.
I mean, Liquid, they lost the first player and just could not find an answer to it in the last round. And G2 just kept going off of pure extra manpower. Can Liquid bring that back themselves, find that opening? The Amaru is going to be important for it. Going up to the top in tower, nobody found on there, but might be used to dive into kids' dorms to kind of help the assault on the side.
Oh, Ness caught out an armory, a position he played as Aroma for a long time before, and Doki is able to double down and get himself set up inside Trophy. See if he can maybe find a second follow-on for the fight itself. Palu's putting the pressure from the back end, just gets a little bit of return fire, but they're still sort of fishing, probing, hoping to get a kill. Resets. He's moving in inside the back end, but Benja and Alamau get kills apiece, and he's suddenly locked out alone once again. We find another player alone, far and far away from the rest of the fight. 50 seconds for Palu. But you're thinking of this round on the back of a Liquid timeout on Liquid's map. It's not going to do wonders for the mental.
No, and Palu has been that player where if he's feeling the game, he's really into it, the motivation's up, he'll be screaming, he'll be yelling, he'll be all red from excitement, and that's just not what we're getting in this round.
Well, the round's still on, but
yeah, just quickly
shouting back and forth.
I mean, you got to get in their heads.
Yeah, the round is still on.
I tell you, as much as it is easy,
the end of the round.
Yeah, as much as it is easy to get into Alamo's head and break him down, it's the same way for Palu, and you need Palu to play up. Lagonis is a great IGL, but if the players are just not in the zone with him, there's not much that you can do no matter who you are.
I don't know what he was shouting very quickly, but I do have estimations. It's probably along the lines of what we've seen, which is stop baiting, stop standing, come fight us.
Going back to the NA game that we had yesterday, you know, help your team, something along that line, because we got that one a lot yesterday. But can we talk about team, MJR? We just had a tactical timeout, though, and it's a flawless round from G2 to respond to. That must hurt to your mental.
Again, that was during the round.
Yeah.
About 30 seconds left.
Let's go for loud call-outs there.
Doki being respectful.
I just like that was included.
I'm sorry.
I think Uno was trying to make a call at that point. It's like, you know,
I'm sorry.
We're going to talk about the actual game. Like, it's not done yet. You can talk all about what was happening in the hallway afterwards. But yeah, flawless round. Going back towards dining right now. And that must be painful. And I was looking at the last round as well. It was only the 2 heart breach gadgets they had available to them, so they couldn't even open up any of the walls if they wanted to. They did so with Attic, but then they had died everywhere else.
And look at the way that G2 are defending. They're bringing, in my opinion, like the complete opposite in terms of operator lineup compared to what Liquid did on this very exact site. Liquid, they're bringing a Solus, they're bringing a Mira, they're bringing ops to lock things down. That's the game plan. G2, on the other hand, flashes, but they're just moving around. Uno already trying to get into people's heads.
Will they try and lock him down on the doors? No is the answer. Instead of getting themselves set up to try and find a fight, which he expected a little bit, they are droning it out. They're being cautious. They're double-checking everything, and that's getting the other players antsy for a fight. Virtue almost caught out. Maybe didn't know just how close Palu was, and he's a bit lucky to survive, especially against that gun from the pockets of Dockerby. But didn't get the kill, didn't get the bite, so time will tell. It is worth remembering, obviously, that this round, the technical third round of Dining, was the first round G2 won on their attack half, so there is still a lot of game ahead of us, potentially. Liquid, if they get this, is still pretty much set up as a back and forth.
It's also kind of bad side, 40% win rate so far for the defense, so the attack generally does take this one home. But that also means that G2 can make a statement here if they win this side, and if they do it quite convincingly. Because if you're looking at Liquid right now, they're kind of pushing all over the place. We have someone in big tower, we have 2 people around small tower, we have someone around the master bedroom. They're looking to collapse all into a central point, but if you are getting the opportunities to go into these 1v1 fights and G2 does come out on top, that's bad news.
And you can guess the game plan. You got Ram, you got Flores. You want to take control of the top floor, break into that, force G2 out of position, but G2 are bringing the ops that actually can deal with that. Look at that run up, first kill for Doki.
I mean, he's looking at the double window for the second follow-up, where you've got still Virtue just holding down. He's not been pressured or threatened since the first engagement. Alamau swings on 3 resets on the bottom of White Stairs, a famous territory that G2 loves to wrest control of. And now, as they just bury themselves on the back, lose out against Volps. Huge take from the range. They're still eyeing up the hatch. They still have 50 seconds, loads of time. They're concerned about this. The C4, if it's thrown well, could be maybe the end of this. I mean, we can see everything we can see. Benja, he's hoping to get a fight at the minute. Instead, sets it and blows it. Not yet. They hop out. They're going towards the small tower.
Good to see the goo mines there that were thrown in. They'll slow you down, chip a damage. With gunfights that are going to go through walls, you need that extra bit of damage.
They're going to go for Dining Execute right now, so they're rotated around because Kitchen is not going to be safe. However, Alamau inside of the showers, Benja inside of Dining together with Virtue is going to be a very hard hole to actually break through.
They didn't really have anything for this. They're just going to try and muscle in through, but there's still all the reinforcements, all the defenses, and all the players on that side. Liquid, a little bit of a panic buy environment there of we need to win this round, where do we go? Let's try somewhere else, but it sort of negates all the work because the verticality is great for a kitchen take, but doesn't really impact a dining execute.
And it doesn't impact it when you have one person slipping through your back lines. There was nobody on flank watch. There were no drones also to cover white stairs. And that's how Doki can just walk up. And if anything, even if it was Doki, getting one kill, it wouldn't have mattered that much if it weren't for the fact that there was no refrag immediately. He cost his opponents not just one kill, but up to 30 seconds of slowdown, accounting for extra goo mines.
Of course, that's also the case, but you're starting to think about it. It's like so much utility gets used to prepare yourself for kitchen, and what do you do in the last 20, 30 seconds? You rotate around to the small tower and you just hope for the best. But everybody's located there, showers, and inside of dining. They knew that the rotate was coming due to information being out there, and they were just catching them as they walked into the small towers. So G2 really read that well, and Liquid unable to make anything stick out there.
You asked me. Liquid were playing super defensive on the defense, every single operator they're bringing, etc., all their lineups. G2 are bringing the exact opposite. Liquid are thinking, hey, it's defense. Why aren't they doing it? We're bringing the ops, but it's just not reactive. Another team, or maybe someone that's maybe in the clearer mindset, would have seen, hey, they're bringing the complete different operators. We spot that in the early round droning. Maybe we should swap ops to something more relevant. And here, I feel they've done it finally. Capitao being brought up, that's going to be massive.
Let's see if they can put it in a spin cycle tactically as well as on the site itself. But Doki is still that tactical problem as he's hiding out. No one really better suited for the roam in a lot of comparisons than a Solace who can pay this. Keen attention towards the drone. Do they know? Well, now they know. They'll have the idea of the reveal, but there's a lot of places you can go at this point. It's a little bit of cat and mouse.
Happens to everyone.
Finally gets the removal. They have some cover, but look at the pings coming out. The E1D, Volps is getting a hot droned information, and there's Nesk with the pickup through the window. I think that was from the distance. Yeah, double window sprayed against. And gets the rotate round underneath.
Not a lot of time wasted either by Doki here, so basically just gave away his life. And I mean, this is also what G2 did when Liquid went on the roam. They were very effective at clearing out those roamers, but then they struggled when they hit the site for the majority of those rounds. Whereas G2, well, Liquid actually has been struggling to hit the site altogether, so taking out this first pick, uncontested, should be good pick for them.
If there's one site you play turtle defense on Oregon, it's basement. And G2 flipped the script again. They lose Doki because they're thinking, hey, maybe we can get an early game pick. Solus, we can sacrifice it, but Solus is going to be very important, if we're still alive, to kind of support into any sort of access into blue and into the hallway from there.
A minute 20 separates Liquid from finding themselves hurtling towards map 2 on an 0-1 and on their opponent's pick. Here, they've been able to wrest some control of the top 2 floors, but the fight is the site itself, and with some pressure coming down on the opposite end for the first time, generally, you've got Nesk pushing down onto Freezer. You've got some pressure around washing stairs as well. They're going to see if they can try and bait into the first engagement. The kit is rotating over to offer some support here. They're going to maybe see if they can utilize those Capitao bolts, the cover of the smoke, to just charge in the back end.
Again, a late rotate coming through. You saw all of them move towards the laundry. Now all of them are going towards the, Freezer 2 laundry right now. So they're not really sure what they're doing. And now the EUD comes in, they are going to execute.
Here it is. The Capitao bolts. Nesk starts to scream his way up, and then Virtue screams right back, locked out with the spray across it. Virtue gets the double. There's Lagonis at least stemming the flow of all the bodies being red liquid here. Benja, he's trying to get the wide swing onto laundry. Parlu round on the back stairs, leaving just out of bounds. No, Parlu pops off.
A bit quieter on the other side, I'd say.
A little bit quieter.
I mean, they also know, right? They're on a map, 2 map points behind now. They were 3 behind, so they still need to be bringing it back. You cannot really afford to, get aggressive or start shouting back at them right now. Not until you're 6-6.
The Capitao was a great pick. Like I said, the E1D to lock players down. Yes, you lose 2 on the execute. Virtue popping up, getting 2 kills on the Valk, but being able to clear Doki.
Okay.
So there it is. Now we could see it.
I thought it was double window, but yeah, makes sense.
But in this position, you get the first clear, you hold on to the man advantage, and then you execute with the Capitao to block out lines of sight that are also powerful in the basement, and you're good to go. You have the gunfight skills. We know that of Liquid. Nobody takes that away from any team that is here at the Invitational. But to execute the timing properly, they showed that they can. And basement is a tough nut to crack. They got to do it again.
Yeah, again, they are going to be playing in that basement. And now the big question is, are they going to be putting someone on the roam, or are they going to be playing it in that turtle kind of setup? And, you know, for now, you see a lot of people rotating around, but it's just to put those barricades down, just to slow them down a little bit more, just to get a bit of information as well, because those being opened up, that makes noise.
The one thing that highlights the response here more than anything is Uno. Off of the Adder, off of the Scorpion. It's not about respecting it, it's about respecting Volps' Capital game. They are able to utilize the Wamai discs, maybe take away from the pressure onto the bolts itself, which was the last execute. If they do not have those smokes, those fires, where they wanted them, maybe G2 would have felt a little bit more confident to hold some positions and not be caught out by the width of the swings. The drones will still go for the full map clear. You can never truly trust that G2 is entirely back on the side. There are yellow pings towards, I think, one player. That's Benja, yeah, just holding the top of these stairs, but Volps has to make noise. Benja will hear that, know that they're coming for him.
One thing that I noticed yesterday, I think, it was a matchup with Team Liquid when playing Dark Zero, I think. An EMP would come out at the right moment to disable the Warden that helps with the execute. And I'm wondering if this is going to be the lesson that Liquid have learned to be able to crack this nut again. EMP down, disable the Warden, flash in, use your smokes with the Capital, and then drop onto site.
Double EMP being used to open up the hatch, going to make sure that there's no trickery going on with the Electroclaw from Benja. Not that he was trying, but you can never be too careful with those kind of claws that come through. You do not want to lose the limit of heart breach you have. And as they are rotating through, the pressure is again coming down from multiple different angles, this time Blue, Laundry, and Freezer.
They really want this first engagement to go their way here, G2, but Liquid probably want it a little bit more. They're being so cautious. The Kaid to play against the chance at the burn here. They have one EMP left. They're going to roll it first. That will be perfectly timed. Very, very good combo there of utility. They knew what to expect, whether they have the drone on it or not. Liquid, they're making sure that everything is done in a step that is together, something that has been missing from some of their play throughout this tournament. It's occasionally turned into the Nest show or the Parlu show, or even occasionally at the side episodes of the others. It's great to see them all operating at the same level.
Hatches alone are not enough to dive into the site. Remember, you need some players to kind of distract from the backside in a big tower or go off into Freezer or maybe even from construction. Not the case here so far for Liquid, but they're still in the setup. The bees are all over the place.
The bees were caught by the discs, and they're probably happy it's those, but the smoke canisters, this will buy them a lot of time here. Very well lined up, very well placed onto the back end, and they still have at least one. The removal of a C4. That is the level of gun skill we're playing with here, but with 30 seconds, it's time for this to turn on. We have the smoke cover towards the back. The players forced out Nest with the drive up where Parley got the triple, but they're going for the plant. In the meantime, it's a 5 versus 3. Lagonis, will he stick it? Well, he's got the perfect cover too. Doesn't find it. Just drop cold. 15 seconds of the 2 versus 2. Liquid, they recollect, dive all the way to the hard wall as the remaining G2 players double up, but it's all on a bulletproof on the right-hand side. They go either side. They win out the first fight. There's the second. G2 claim Oregon from Liquid.
Beautifully played by them there in the end. You saw them trying to make sure that their execute would stick. The bees coming through, the fire there as well, but the smoke canisters just making sure that there was the opportunity for G2 to move back in, especially with that bulletproof being out there as well. Perfect information being fed through.
Wow, we will throw it to a quick break before we're back with the desk to break that down.
welcome back to the B stream here in Brazil. We're coming up, Tim, on another knockout game. It's been a day of slaughter. 8 teams going home across today. And I'm sure this will probably be the last series of the day to determine which one of these 2 teams will be one of the final 2 going home. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, Wolves v Bliss. Where's your head at with this one?
I think I'm going to have to lean into sort of popular belief, which would be I expect a Wolves win. But Bliss have shown us that they do have the capability to, you know, win those games. They beat Fury earlier, as we can see there. I bracket up in front of us. You know, they got a good 2-1 win. It wasn't easy for them. They had to fight through to get that one done. I just feel like Wolves is probably a step too far.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves did beat W7M, a team that, yes, have been a bit shaky throughout this competition, but you cannot ignore that they are the reigning major champions. And then, of course, seeing them lose to Sonics, that was no massive surprise because Sonics are quietly making a very big claim here to be the overall winners of this tournament. I think they now find themselves down in the lower bracket. And as you say, Bliss have had to battle their way through in what looked like it could have been a quick 2-0 earlier, going 7-0 on their first map. But then Fury did fight their way back in. And the thing is, these 2 teams are no strangers to each other either. We'll talk through that in just a moment, just so you can see how things have gone so far today. Here is our schedule. It's been all 2-0s on the A stream so far. Almost a similar story here, but the team of the hour, the one we're talking about at the moment, Team Bliss, with that 2-1 over Fury, have meant things have run on that little bit longer. So, will we see another 2-1 repeat? Will it be 6 maps today for Bliss, Tim, or just 5 to play through?
Well, this is it. I think, as I say, I'm kind of expecting 2 for Wolves. I don't want to write Bliss off. You know, at the end of the day, they've got to this point, and teams do come through and make upsets. But when you look at a lot of those grade icons on the last graphic that we had, those are the teams that have gone home, and they're kind of the ones that you expected. We can have a look at the Team Bliss roster, names that we've become much more familiar with over the last week or so. They have so far done themselves proud. It's been great fun to watch them, and I'm sure nobody would have any complaints at their journey continuing. We always like an underdog to come through and surprise us, and these guys have shown us that they do have that capability.
What I like is now that we saw them across Atlanta and now we're seeing them at SI, they're kind of becoming that household name, right? They're becoming a bit of a staple from Oceania into the international scene. The only thing I'm worried about, again, is that we've seen certain teams bleed earlier on today. The APAC Sweethearts, it feels, fall down. And we're at that stage of the competition now where big teams are going home. You know, we've seen NIP do it. It'll be G2 or Liquid over on the other stream. There are no kind of there's not really a point anymore where it's like, they can squeak through 1 or 2 more days. I'm sure, no problem. There is no squeaking through anymore, not when the competition is this hot. Well, here's the French roster for you. Their opponents, it is Wolves, Deadshot, Mowgli, P4, Ebu, and Shinka. Last time these 2 teams played, actually, back on Clubhouse, they had an 8-7 game, and I was looking back at it. So many names went huge. It was Deadshot, Mowgli, and Shinka all hitting double digits. Wettables on the other side was going absolutely nuclear as well. So these 2 teams have a real history of proper throwing down against each other. It's going to be a really explosive game as a result. And for Wolves, they're eyeing up that next round matchup already.
Yeah, I mean, if you sat at home and this is, you know, maybe the first game that you've seen of through the tournament so far. They've had some big moments between them, and they are 2 real critical components of this Wolves team.
Yeah, but so much so, actually. I was looking at a few stats with Fresh earlier on, which we'll talk about in just a second, just so you can see where we're heading. We're getting a repeat of Clubhouse. Again, these 2 teams have already been here. That second map, really surprising for me. Oregon is Bliss's most hated map. They had not played it the entirety of 2023. Coming into this tournament, they played it against Space Station. They've lost it. And for Wolves, it is by far and away their favourite map. So I think looking at this, if Wolves get map 1, they take this 2-0 curry comfortably. It goes to Consulate, it becomes anyone's game.
Yeah, I think looking at the map bans there, the immediate thing that springs to mind is, like you say, a little bit of concern for Bliss. I feel like coming against a team like Wolves, who've been at Tier 1 for as long as they have as a roster, playing default maps against them is going to be super difficult because teams like Wolves, they have to be proficient. You don't get to their level without having a good Clubhouse, a good Oregon, a good Bank, for example. You know, these maps that are going to come up over and over again. I feel like maybe, you know, if Blizzard had thrown a bit of a curveball, maybe a Nighthaven Labs or something, you know, a border, try and just throw in something that's a little outside of the norm, they may have had a little bit more chance. It would have just thrown that little spanner in the works, so to speak. But we can see there the social vote coming in, and you are all thinking probably the same as we are, that this is likely Wolves. 82 to 18%. Big favourites coming in for Wolves. But let us not write off Bliss. I'm going to say this very clearly before I have all the Australian fans coming for me, talking about how we're writing them off.
Well, careful, mate, because Dev Martin's arriving tonight.
Well,
It'll be
exactly. This
straight
is
in
what
here.
was in my mind. There are two teams in every single server. We see plenty of surprises, plenty of upsets. It's what the game is built on. There is already teams gone home today that we wouldn't have expected to see leave at this point. Wolves, they need to be professional about this and make sure they get the job done.
Spot on. I was going to touch on another really important stat, and that is that Wolves have the second best defensive win rate at this tournament. 71%. That is a nuts figure to have. And you've got two of the worst attacking teams here in a matchup as well, both low 30s in terms of percentages. It's not particularly great for them. And I just worry, you know, Bliss, sure, it's your map pick coming into this, but you're starting on the attack and you've got to deal with Wolves. Man, not really something that I fancy, but as we keep on saying, something is no doubt going to hinge on this Wolves side on the performance of Mowgli and Deadshot. When one's been quiet, the other can stand up, but if both are offline, big questions start getting asked. It was a really fun stat that Fresh pulled out earlier. Of half the rounds that Wolves have played, Mowgli and Deadshot do not get a kill. When that happens, i.e. half of those rounds, they only win 12.5% of those rounds. If you need evidence that a team leans very heavily into their two frontline players of Deadshot and Mowgli, that's the stat for you. When they do not get kills, they win only 12.5% of rounds. But Tim, that's the tale of the tape. That's what the numbers will tell you. As you've said yourself, what really matters is what happens inside of each individual game itself. So let's get ourselves underway with the defense of the downstairs. It's Wolves on the defense, as we've said. And the scary thing is, Tim, yes, the two barrel's gone away. Not seen too many bans of that after the nerf. Solus, as I think as we've all said, can be an absolute nightmare for attackers to deal with, but it does leave Azami and Fenrir on the board, which can be so oppressive for attackers to deal with.
To be fair, I think, you know, we and everybody expected to see more of a presence for Tubarão coming on into a Six Invitational. We thought, you know, potentially there'd be a high ban rate, that he'd be kind of ever present when not banned out, but it's just not really something that we've seen overall.
I think in a meta where, like,
we've had some good users.
Yeah, whereas Army, Solus and that were a little bit weaker, then you would see him banned away a lot more.
I would agree with that.
But I think as it stands, even when he's been available, especially with the Kai pairing that is the most common, rather than Bandit and Tubarão, for example, even when that's there, teams still manage to find a way to deal with it. And I asked a few players, why is that? And their response really came back, is annoying, but not game-breaking in the way that we see Solus, that we see Fenrir, that we see Azami.
Fishigar going to be opening up the jacuzzi wall to kick things off. The site at the minute is Church and Arsenal. So it's top floor clearance that's coming along, but it's an interesting defence from Wolves. The reason that I sort of half hesitated in saying that, I'd already checked and written it down, but it's just the amount of utility that's been expended up on the top floor. We've got Azami up there. We've got at least three reinforcements that have been made up on the top floor, all to try and slow down this Bliss push. And it kind of says to me that Wolves have seen something in their attacks and think, no, we can slow them down here. We can burn as much time as possible, and that's what they're playing for right now. Deadshot just leaving a trail of goo mines behind him as he returns to the site.
It's not too bad. You've not wasted a whole ton of time, but the utility that you've drawn away, you've chewed through half of the attacking team's drones. You've pulled out an E1D. You've got rid of a phone call, a second one coming in here for Brendo as well. And everything that gets used around the map is not being used for the execute. So what Wolves are really doing is weakening the effectiveness of the execute from Bliss when it comes on through. So far, so good.
Just going to be tricking off a couple of those X-Kairos pellets to begin with as much as possible. They'll only be coming out 2 by 2, so it's not too much of a waste other than time for Sejon. But hey, the game of cat and mouse continues here. Bibu steps up. He will yet take another pair of these off, so it's going to leave likely only 6 at the most by the time we see them banned. One will not open, so he's going to wait. Bibu, smart play here. Just going to wait for the next pair to come on. He will then take another 2 out, and it might just reduce their KP. He's going to take nothing out as Oda manages to find the kill to open things up.
Managed to get himself down the bottom of main. They've been so distracted with the impact trick that it's been like a golden opportunity to make things work. Gets a nade kill as well. Really opening this round up while Wolves are distracted with what's going on inside a kitchen. So at this point in a 5 versus 3, there is every chance to blitz their way forwards. However, that dynamic duo of Deadshot and Mowgli step up. Oda still on a nutty one though. Finds himself a 3 in the round. Still 2 more to bring down Mowgli and P4. Few pixels away from this one, but Wedables has now got himself into a pretty dangerous spot. Rounds the corner, but just a bit too slow on that one. P4 punishes him to a second as well. Wolves will take round 1, but for a second there, French side must have been panicking.
You could have been forgiven for thinking that Bliss were going to come in and take that opening round. Did very well, particularly the opening kill onto BB, but orders progress down main stairs as well. Absolutely not scared at all. Wanted to get into the mix and did so. But Wolves, they held on very well. They showed us why they are one of the top defensive teams that we have seen so far at Six Invitational. Certainly not scared. They got themselves a couple of important kills, particularly in blue. It allowed them to focus on where the remainder of the push was coming from, and it was good stuff from the French side.
It was, and now we jump up to gym and bedroom, up on that top floor. And again, I imagine you're going to see this being a staple. Fenrir, Azami being brought up by the defenders time and time again, because both are just so oppressive in the current meta. A lot we spoke about them both to death, but the dynamic defenses that the Azami enables, the anti-rush functionality offered by the Fenrir. You walk into a room, suddenly you're nearsighted. Those at long angles are very comfortably going to win a gunfight against you. Well, it doesn't take a scientist to figure out how those rounds are going to end. Unsurprisingly, Wolves extended things out towards the east side here, a full reinforcement up onto red. Some teams would normally defend top red instead and leave one of these open as a rotation, chuck a shield there, put a warden behind it. Whereas here they're saying, you know what, we'll leave it off, we'll keep our defense quite narrow. Full reinforcements actually inside of Cash, so really locking themselves down inside of there and almost giving up and saying forget about the hold inside of CC.
Yeah, we've seen this a couple of times from Wolves. Deadshot will usually play in there in Cash on the Goyo, and will usually have some support. Previously, it's been Mowgli a lot of the time on the Azami from construction, but this time P4 is going to be on the Azami, but it is still Mowgli who's on the Fenrir this time, who is covering from inside of construction. So Deadshot, he's going to make it sort of as difficult as he can for them to come into Cash, and Mowgli's just going to offer that bit of a support. He can peek in, peek onto the door through to CCTV, use that open wall to try and get those angles as well. So it's a really nice partnership from Deadshot and Mowgli to hold on to that area without needing that extension into red stairs.
How long it's going to take them to break this one open? Know what's going on. They've got themselves inside a sight. They want the wall opened up, probably to force those longer angles and try and get Deadshot out, basically. Say, no, get yourself back towards destruction. No one's really holding the cross as such to punish him, and that comes to be. You've also got Otter playing in from below here on the books, and Deadshot really starting to feel the heat. Sure enough, needs to get out of the kitchen a little bit sooner. Will find himself going down. Not before, though. P4 has found a kill back onto the other side. So all things said, they've drawn a lot of time, drawn quite a bit of utility in, and still managed to walk away 1-for-1.
Not too bad. Mowgli has been forced back on the Fenrir as well. Brando just looking to get aggressive onto Master Door here. A couple of more kills needed for Bliss before they can start thinking about getting Fisher Guy in with that diffuser. Smart move there from Brando, just taking out the couple of Goyo canisters with 1 minute 20 left on the clock. They should be cleared with about a minute to go. So it gives them plenty of time to continue working once that utility has burnt itself out.
Here we go. Trying to get themselves worked up.
Impact out.
Always want that control over towards the east to enable use of the south balcony, which they've now completely got. Two players sat around here starting to open things up. One on construction door. Brendo, I was going to say, should easily find Mowgli there and does just that. But still, 3 players to find. It's a 4v3 team. 50 seconds to play is a lot of time, and already they're in and getting the diffuser down. There's a lot of time to react around the back of this. Who's going to step across? In fact, it's the boys themselves. It's Bliss taking full control here, getting rid of what they need to. And Shinka, try as he might. That's C4, my friend. It's about 10 seconds too late here. Getting pushed in, but the shotgun will find one. Still 2 players to bring down, though. Fisher Guy and Sage, both hanging off at the top of stairs here. Got these longer angles established. And Shinka, he's the man for it. We know what he's like in these clutch situations, though, Tim, but simply not going to be done. Sage has seen this one too many times.
No, a tough one for him. Bliss closing out. That was actually a really nice attack from Bliss. I've got questions over Mowgli being on the Fenrir. As I said at the beginning of the round, Mowgli previously, when I've seen it, I'm not saying it's been every single time, but for that hold, Mowgli has been on the Azami, and what it's allowed him to do is sort of place Kiba barricades on the stacks of lumber and challenge onto construction window, which is where Deadshot was taking an awful lot of grief from. And I think Mowgli was kind of just struggling to, you know, get involved in that from construction, and Deadshot was left on a bit of an island all alone, and it was really easy for Bliss to just close him out, get the kill, and push through and take construction. And then obviously the rest of the push was then built on the back of that. That was the foundation that set them up to get in there. So I feel like I prefer what Wolves have done previously by having the Azami stationed in construction, because it kept Deadshot alive for a lot longer. For example, when Cash Wall was opened by the Selma at the beginning of the round, previously it's been possible to just put a Kiba over the top of that and give Deadshot that bit of extra cover. But again, this time he was just awfully exposed in there.
I'm always nervous about this, Tim. When I see the Chanka come out, I'm just like, you know, it's cool and all. I know we've seen so many changes to Chanka come in to try and make them more viable, but there's a reason why most teams don't bother. Like, yeah, fantastic at opening walls. Like, cool, Smoke can do that with the shotgun. The Gadget's problem for me has always been about denying a small area of ground and not denying players trying to run through it, because that is still very possible, but it prevents a plant going down. Whereas here, for me, that isn't really the objective. It's much more about stopping Bliss from moving through a certain area of the map. It's about delaying them. That's the whole reason why you've got bandits to lock up walls. It's why you've got things like the Azami to give them loads of problems to solve. The same story with the Fenrir. So I'm just always a little bit uncertain when I see teams leaning into this when a smoke is available, but that is exactly what Wolves have gone for here. Fitz coming in, and they get rid of one. But the other side will get opened up. There's good play from Bliss to make sure they can guarantee this wall is opened up. Selma's on one side, Exothermic on the other, and Bibu can only trick one of them.
Yep, making some good progress early in the round. Again, it's something that they've done well over the first couple of rounds that we've seen. They're certainly not scared. They don't move slowly. They get in there and they get involved. Fisher Guy certainly wanting to bully P4 up on the top of the catwalk here. I don't know exactly how that Kiba barricade's been positioned. I think, yes, it should be overhanging enough to prevent the Monty from being able to walk up and past potentially without it being knocked out. So that could be a smart play if that is the case from P4. We'll only know. No, it's not. It doesn't. I thought it was overhanging the stairs. But no, he hasn't been able to position it quite far enough over. But what it does is give him a lot of freedom to potentially get aggressive onto those stairs. But for now, Fisher Guy is just feeding that information in. He's waiting for Sergion to get in underneath and to start to pressure people up on the catwalk.
With the red ping coming on in more than anything else, you're bringing out them level of pings when you want to try and make something happen, just to give away the exact location of the defender. You got Brendo on the hard cross. The problem is, though, Tim, they're investing a lot of time in trying to get control of Garage here, but not really coming on in. C4 down below is great onto Sage. Removes the man that was applying pressure underneath, and now Fisher Guy is all alone. They're going to need someone to come over and cover, and by the looks of it, it's going to be Wettables. Not really a go-to player that you pick out when you think about trying to clear things through a Thermite. Not really designed for that purpose. A flash does come up, but the feet of Fisher Guy being exposed for a second enables P4 to force him away once again. Mowgli into another, and Bliss struggling to even get started with step one in this attack here. A great drop over the top. Wolves retain full control of Garage. Oh, does that all by himself, and he can do nothing. Wolves with a flawless round 3.
Really nice defense from us. Bliss just made no progress in Garage whatsoever, and it was due to the teamwork coming out of Wolves. You saw the Nitro over the top from Bibu, which prevented the pressure onto P4. Mowgli then gets involved, finds himself 2, including taking the Monty down. P4 is then able, as you see there, to go over the top rope with a big elbow onto the Thermite, take him out of the round, and just makes it all very difficult. And it was those 3 players working in tandem together that just did a fantastic job of keeping hold of that catwalk. Wolves, they lock down a second, and they won't mind that. A 2-1 quarter, 4-2 half potentially on the defense. They'd love 5-1 if they can get it, but 4-2 is kind of that benchmark that they're going to be looking for.
This imagery gives me like a wrestling match, hearing about him over the top rope and this elbow drop onto the Thermite below, pounding him 6 feet under. Beautiful. It was a little bit that, though. It's a little bit too comfortable for them. And we were talking about this a bit in the green room yesterday about, you know, seeing more potential Capital bans coming out on this map, and it's because of how effective it is at taking control of Garage. So on the Cash CC site, it becomes really hard to hold things down. But obviously here, not quite part of the wheelhouse for Bliss, not even opting to bring it along. However, Tim, we are seeing something quite fun coming along. It's going to be the fuse for Brendo. Seen this a couple of times, looking more to get inside a kitchen and inside a hallway and essentially force all defenders away from below. A really smart adaptation, I feel, when Wolves have been doing a lot of impact tricking on towards the Hibanaret's Kairos. Now, obviously in this round, there are only 4 of the impacts that you can see on the right-hand side of your screen rather than the 6 that we had before. But it's all about that time-wasting tactic. The fuse will help them make a lot of inroads inside of that basement.
And Brendo just got a little bit lucky there, not to find himself losing his life. So there's a number of things that Brendo can do here with the fuse. As you've said, you can go in there, put one down actually next to the hatch, on the hatch, and just prevent anybody from playing underneath, much like you see in here. Alternatively, you've always got the option of using it for those vertical angles as well, because there is a little bit of a limitation on the soft breach. They've got a lot of soft breach charges to work with, but they need to make sure that they're not losing anybody on them. So sometimes pop a fuse charge through the window, it'll blow out the kitchen floor. It's another option as well, but I think we're likely to see him trying to get the kitchen hatch with it, surely. I have one more remaining, and surely going to be to support the hatch going after last time with the trouble that they have.
Yeah, very surely inside the kitchen for that one. It wouldn't really make sense otherwise. At least they know there's a Valkyrie camera and where it's stationed. IQ on side, the respect being shown by Oda for that exact purpose. Bibu's got no choice here but to get away from the danger as the hatch is now opened up and can electrify that triple wall. Again, a small change this round that has been fully closed off because they were very aware of Oda's charge down main stairs last time up to that triple wall. The 3K that he netted off the back of it shouldn't really see the opportunity open up again here.
Starting to see those impact tricks come out. We don't have the views supporting the getting of the kitchen hatch, but it will indeed be got, I'm pretty sure, somewhere in there. Soft breach charges are being used by Sage now to open up that floor, give the vertical angles, and I think that Bliss are looking pretty good here. 1 minute 10 left to go. All hatches open. That's not ideal, though. P4 manages to come down and get a double. They've missed him, Des. They've not picked up on the Valkyrie, and that is a big mistake from Bliss.
Real stinger as well because they've been so good and diligent at getting rid of the Valk cams themselves, but of course, for there to be Valk cams, there have to be a Valk somewhere, and if you can't see her on site, you'll be causing trouble. And speaking of trouble, Tim found himself now right above this hatch. This is a real undoing of all the work that Blizz have done to get ready for this round. P4 makes it a 3. But with that vertical, he denies any kind of drop, and all Brendo can do is look on from blue stairs like, well, guys, that's not a very good Aussie accent. Team, what do you want me to do now? I'm sort of stuck. I'm waiting. I didn't actually try to do one, but I was like, you know what, I'll remark now that it's not an Aussie accent. I promise you it's a British one.
Gus and Xenox are just waiting for you to get back to the green room.
I mean, thankfully, our audio isn't on the other games, son.
They want a word. Mowgli is going to pick up Brendo.
That's about as far as we get, I think. Now, you got to do your French accent now.
My French accent is very good.
Is
Leo,
it?
Yeah, Leo complimented me
did he
yesterday
really?
on my pronunciation.
I'll tell you what I'll give Carter really high props for his Laser Gates impression.
Very, very good, isn't it?
Yeah.
I will also say, anything beyond laser gates, it goes suddenly downhill. But he must have been practicing those two words particularly because I will be generous and I'll give him a 7.5 out of 10.
I gave him a 7 out of 10, see. So I'm glad that we released a line now thinking, but we were sat here and I was like, right, are you ready to do your best Tim impression when we were casting earlier in the week? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, well, when we go to overtime, you've got to say the phrase. And he was like, what, laser gates? I was like, no, we're going to overtime, Des. Come on, man. He's got more than one catchphrase. It was brilliant.
Honestly, I don't know. Kids nowadays.
Well, Bliss are down 3-1, as you can see on your screens. It's not been the ideal start for them. We've seen quite a number of teams actually take tactical timeouts at this point. If you're down 3-0, it always comes in then, if not a little bit sooner. Some teams today taking them at 2-0, but at this kind of point when you know you need an attacking round or two on the board, this feels like the sort of opportune moment. Instead, going to hold on to that one, and we're going to see this extended hold again out towards the east side. Identical setup, full lockup of cash, and it's going to be, can they get Deadshot out? What are you chuckling at now?
I've just realised, you know, occasionally when just in my natural speech a really northern phrase comes out. I've just realised that I've just said a really northern phrase that a lot of people internationally especially probably have no idea what I meant. I said nowadays. Nowadays means like, you know, these days.
That's not a northern thing. That's what a common thing in the UK.
Is it common UK? I thought it might just be my sort of region.
No. It's nowadays all the time.
It means these days for anybody watching who is like, what is this on about with nowadays?
Yeah, there's a phrase there. I imagine most international viewers would understand that one.
Oh, dear me. 5 versus 5 then, still in round 5. It's going to be Jim and Bedroom attack.
Oh, the placement!
Absolutely beautiful from Bibu. Bibu, yes! As he goes in, just launches that Nitro out of the breach and finds his man. Fisher Guy has been able to wander into the shower, though, and he's giving him a rinsing inside a side, but Bibu comes in and shuts him down. 3 versus 1. Brendo, they know where he is. He's trying to have a little workout in the gym, but the only workout he gets comes from Mowgli with the Nitro. Beautiful stuff from Wolves, and that's going to be another successful defense.
Well, trying to speedrun the round apparently there didn't quite work to success. It's a remark I've made throughout the tournament a good few times. Attacks will be fast, they will be frantic, because you can't afford to sit and just chew through layers and layers and layers of defensive utility. Love this C4 from Bibu, though.
The timing.
The best thing is he got the blitz, and the blitz was really the tip of the spear for that attack. He was the X factor almost to make things really work for them. Just nice, smart stuff.
That sort of timing only comes from doing that 1,000 times
over.
You know what it
comes from? It's from being Wolves and attacking in exactly the same way and knowing what teams are trying to do.
I just mean, even the physical, mechanical, like understanding exactly when that wall is going to disappear, so that the nitro is basically about to hit the wall, it disappears, and through it. It's just beautiful, absolute poetry from Bibu. Fantastic stuff.
Sender. Once again, we're going to see this attack though onto Cash and CC. Remarked about the Chanker earlier on. Clearly, it's very much part of Wolves' playbook here, with it coming out for a second time. Chinker last time found himself positioned at the top of red, so able to deny, no doubt, onto the catwalk if required, able to do so in towards construction, able to even do so onto the breach. Lots of things that he can do from there and do it many times over, although again, it's only good at denying a small static piece of land. You can afford to run over it, and you won't take heaps of damage, just enough that you may well find yourself dying in a bullet or two less. Last time round, Bliss really got stuck inside of the garage, though. I'll tell you what, that's another fun one. Sometimes I say garage, sometimes I say garage.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. I noticed this a few years ago, and I noticed that it was the more that I'd played with sort of American and US friends.
Honestly.
That I kind of just slipped into it to be polite. It was just like, I'd just say garage, you know, rather than garage.
Oh my God, guys, in the garage.
And it was just like, because that's what everybody was saying. It just, you just sort of slip into it and it fits. And I feel like within Siege, we do use quite a few of like the American pronunciations for things like that.
Don't even get started on the debate around ground floor, first floor, all that kind of malarkey.
That I will not back down on. It is ground floor. Ground floor is where the ground is. First floor is after the first flight of stairs.
The thing is, I get the argument, because the ground floor is technically still the first floor in a building.
Yep, but no. I refuse to accept it.
But no.
It's ground, first, second. Basement. Below.
Christ on a boat, man.
Just to clarify, I wasn't saying that basement's on top of second. I'm not, you know.
We're not that backward in the UK, I promise. You hear that kind of stuff down in Aussie. That's how it goes down there. Down goes Bibu. At least not out yet, but at least put onto his backside in the doorway. But now should be able to get recovered once he's a bit more safely inside of Cash itself. And P4's the one really tucked in the corner of sight still. Able to do a little bit of work. Could keep her off one of these sides of the breach if he wanted to. Chinker's going to find himself finished out there, and that's the Chanker gone Tim, one of those critical ones. But guess who? It's Deadshot into a couple of kills, and Mowgli is still running around. Going to find himself in another firefight with Sage, who almost goes down. Wetables now in trying to look for his man. He's going to find him as well. Is this going to be that sort after the second round? It's down to a 2v1. Two flashing health bars as well. A single shot onto Sage will be enough. But you could argue the same for both P4 and Bibbo on the other side.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy close out for Serge here. He's at least got that RQ scanner, so he can pick up some gadgetry if he needs. There's nothing that he needs to worry about in terms of traps or anything that that may not be visible. But he, for the time being, is just going to be taking these angles. The biggest problem he's got is that he's against two very smart players, P4 and Bibu. They're not going to peek this on low health. They know they don't need to. They're just going to wait for him to move in. There you go, P4. You know, the patience from Wolves there. They are just waiting on that ADS, waiting for him to come in. A great art from Wolves. 5-1. I think Bliss, they could maybe have had another round. A 4-2, I think, wouldn't have been too wild. I think that would have been probably a fair reflection as well. But Wolves, they've certainly earned their 5-1. They're looking good.
It comes back to everything that I said at the start around stats, right? Two of the lowest attacking win percentage teams here in this matchup, and you've also got Wolves, who have got the second highest defensive win rate of 72% coming into this. So 5-1 half, honestly, not all that unexpected. 4-2, if nothing else, would have brought that percentage down for Wolves. So instead, boosting it ever so slightly. But now we get to see Bliss on their defense of their own map pick, and it's on Wolves to figure things out.
We'll see just how successful Bliss can be on the defense. I think really they could do with round 7 and 8 going straight in the bag. Their first and second choice rounds, sites rather. I like Wetables on the Oryx. It's bringing something a little bit different. Get those hatches opened up. Let's get a little bit of vertical transfer as well for the Oryx. Just really keep them guessing. Let them, there you go, thank you very much. Let them clear out that top floor. Let them draw on it. Let them think it's, safe. And then get yourself back up that hatch and get working around. I like this from Bliss. They're certainly not, cowering inside a site because they're 5-1 down. They're happy to get out there in the map, take a little bit of a risk, bring the Oryx. I think it's good.
Really comes down to me is how effective they are then at stopping Wolves going fast when they realise that 2 or 3 players aren't on site. And this is the problem. Look, literally, as I say it, I speak it into existence. 2 or 3 players walking their way down main stairs. Already found one in the back, but that was a saving swing from Otter. Wow. Man has kept his teammate alive, but Mowgli's in. He's found 2. Wolves have got full control of the sides already. And it's going to be a bit of a battle back now for the side of Bliss to get on site and stop this one going through. Shinka still with another call in back pocket as well. They've still got so many tools to play out this post. Plummy hits him, and straight on the doorway there, Shinka finds himself one, but down to a 2 versus 2. The Aussies may well have pulled this back, Tim.
Could have done, but Mowgli with an important kill onto Brendo. Just gets the flashbang out, finds the last inside of blue, and just when you think Bliss might be able to run it back, up steps that man Mowgli. Not only did he put the diffuser on the ground, he got the final 2 kills as well to close things out. It was a nice push from Wolves, just recognising the space was there. I'd, waxed lyrical at length about Bliss having this top floor and being willing to play aggressively, but the problem was that it was too much of a focus for them. They took their eyes off the prize, which was inside of sight, and they've let Wolves walk on in there. It was unfortunate because you thought that Oda might have just broken the back of it when he got that kill onto P4, but no, it just wasn't enough. Mowgli went in, carved his own path. I think he ended up on a 4K.
Yeah.
Shinka with the only other one. Great round from Mowgli.
Great round from the team overall. I commented on it at the time, but when you've got 2 or 3 players in the room, if a team drones that out and just goes, okay, we know what's going on here, we're now going to rush. You can see exactly what it's going to turn into. And for Wolves, I was looking at the drone count and just thinking, okay, then, well, how many drones are they losing here in the prep base? Are they figuring out there are players upstairs? Are they seeing that site is empty? They lost no drones at all during their prep phase. So either that screams, we're much more trying to protect our angle into site. We've got them down main hallway, for example, and bottom of main, and that is it. Or they've actually gone downstairs and figured out, okay, actually, there's only a couple of players here, and we haven't got to worry about losing drones. There's no Solus to worry about, for example. She's banned away, and 2 players aren't going to be able to pick off too many. Either way, they read into the situation extremely well and capitalized. So Bliss here, I think you'll find them being fair whack more cautious, Tim.
They are already. You can see all 5 of them pretty much back down on site. Brendo is the only one, with any sort of roam game to his name, really, and that's basically stood at the top of blue stairs, so not really too much of a roam order, just giving a little tickle on main stairs as well, but I don't think it's going to take much at all for these 2 Bliss players to be forced back. Wolves, I like what they're doing, though. There's no presumptions being made here. They've droned out the top floor. They're going in, taking ground, and they're going to start moving down to the mid floor. As you can see, they've got players just scarpering ahead of them there. Oda not wanting to get too involved in that gunfight, wanting to keep a numbers, not advantage, but at least keep the numbers up towards the end of the round. And then, I like this from Deadshot, just going to be working at distance with that skeleton key. If you keep getting nitroed in your ranked games, consider taking that one away. Get yourself one into logistics. You can do it from up there, and you're nice and safe.
Open up absolutely everything, and you also don't mean that you get a defender taking control of stock and shooting everything out, or Logi, sorry, and shooting out everything from above, as we saw Wolves doing on their defensive half, and just denying Kitchen away from the side of Bliss entirely. But now at least they have got this full floor control. They've got everything they need here, Tim, in terms of setup. Based on that last round, no massive denial coming out the other side. Even bottom main is fully in the French side's control right now. So they're really dictating exactly how this is going to play out. On the side of Bliss, I can see a couple of players sat inside of Church. You've got one out in blue, one in Arsenal, one playing inside of Dirt right now. So very standard in terms of setup. No one really playing deep Arsenal, so not playing too close, which means bottom main actually is quite exposed, and Wolves could look to make use of that.
Wolves are doing a great job of clearing utility here as well. You just see the nade being dropped in to clear the FNAT that was covering the Molotov drop. If they get, I was just going to say, there's no wall denial either, so there's a real opportunity to open up the bottom of this Church wall, which really makes it difficult for Bliss then to play inside of there. That's exactly what BB's going to do, and Mowgli goes at the same time. You see the beauty of the Kiva barricade being taken out by the Gonsick to enable the opening kill for Mowgli. Deadshot goes in and gets a double, and this is surely a slippery slope for Bliss now. 2 versus 4. Wolves are just running all over them in the basement, Des.
Trying to do what they can, but couldn't quite complete the kill. Still got the numbers advantage. You got Deadshot then holding on Moto. Fisher Guy coming in close, finds his man, and Diffuser goes down as well. But I was going to say the hatch. They were exposed to the hatch, and P4 has held there for the majority of this round. Wettables can now watch main, but 2 have dropped in towards Moto. He's got to win something here. He finds one. It comes down to just one more. Sees him at range, and Bliss and kept in the game by Wedables.
Such an important 1v2 there, showing some real prowess to hit that headshot behind the bar. Mere pixels that were available. Absolute beauty coming in from the Australian side to hold on to that one. But boy, did they need to hold on tight. Wolves were throwing everything at it. And just, I commented on it at the time, the beauty of the teamwork coming in. I don't know who was, I'm pretty sure it was a Gon 6. That was what it sounded like. Just as the Kiba barricade dropped for Mowgli to push in and get the kill onto Brendo, it was just fantastically worked from them. And it's actually going to trigger, despite getting the round a little Bliss timeout, they've decided they're going to have that chat and see if they can string together another couple of rounds.
You were right. It was that Gon 6.
Gone 6.
It's gone to shit.
That might have been what Brendo said.
It's all gone to shit. No, it had the Gon 6 and behind the butt because then he immediately switched over to his gun. And it's that Mowgli and Deadshot pairing that's really tickled you, that one. Gon 6. I don't know what the hell was going to come out of my mouth then, to be honest with you, Tim. Sometimes that just happens. But no, immediately it was Deadshot switching over. And what you're seeing time and time again in this game is Deadshot and Mowgli as a pairing, just stepping through on these entries. It doesn't matter if it's up on the roam together. They've always kind of got each other's backs. If Mowgli falls, Deadshot is immediately there to capitalize and keep the ball rolling. And just as a dynamic duo in this game, it's super, super impressed by them both.
Right, we're going to see a top floor defense. It's been 2 basements so far for Bliss in round 7 and 8. They are successful at the second attempt. So this time it's going to be up to Jim and Bedroom. And I'm interested to see what they do here, whether they try to keep hold of red stairs or not. They do have the Warden on side. We've got 2 rotates. We've got 3 rotates. I'm just watching the top down. You will see shortly. Brendo just finishing off that wall. So there is no rotate back from the top of red, which would suggest that Sage will not be playing there on the Warden. So they're at least going to give up that little bit of space to Wolves. Oh, look at this. It's hard breach central, Des. They've got 3 of them on board. Hibana, Ace, Thermite, all there. They're going to get themselves almost certainly into CCTV quickly. They're going to open construction wall. I'd expect them to maybe open a little bit of top red. Certainly CCTV through to cash. Jacuzzi, you pick a wall, Des. They're opening it.
You'd hope so, for sure. The instant response from the other side.
Thatcher as well.
I was about to say, kill Thatcher. That's the way that you win this round as the defenders. They've got quite a lot to deny with, mind you. You're looking towards the Bandit. I'm looking towards the Mute. They're going to be really critical in this defense, and at least with how things are spaced up so far, it's not too far off how Wolves defended. It's looking at keeping Cash completely closed off and having a player inside of there. They've got double mute jammers down on the triple wall in there, for example. Everything is about trying to slow Wolves down. Wolves seem quite happy to engage with that, given their comp they've brought along. It's not a hit site fast and hard style comp, but they've really kind of said forget about trying to take Cash for now. Instead, opening up the single wall, probably going over towards the west breach, and that will be enough for them.
Now they do have some soft breach options as well. P4 does have the soft breach charges, so with that wall not being reinforced, they could take that choice. I can tell you that Bliss is still stacked pretty heavily over this side. There was 3 until a few seconds ago when Brendo returned to site, but we do still have Wettables and Oda over this site trying to hold on. It's in fact going to be the Flores drone that will do the soft breach work for us. Oda, I bet he snuck away here, Des. I'll bet the Wolves aren't aware of this. Out goes a goo mine, and that's going to give him every bit of information he needs if Wolves try to push in here. This is a real litmus test for Wolves' drone in.
Oh, that is cheeky. They were so aware. And he still finds Bibu and drops down into the basement, slips away. What a kill to find as well. I think the wall's already opened up, and we've already commented, Tim, there are so many hard breaches in the round, it doesn't matter that much, but you're taking off a critical gun here as part of Wolves' attack.
Great stuff from Oda there. I think Wolves just failing to pick up on him, and he took his choice. You either wait for the flank or you go for the big peak to kick things off. And boy, as he kicked things off, Bibu down. As we say, at least one of those exothermics had already been used on construction wall. I don't think the second had been used, but the Selma chargers will do just as good a job of the wall there. I think even bathroom wall's been got as well. So it's very difficult inside a site, but I tell you what, they don't mind. They just say, right, instead, you want to make it difficult inside a site, we'll come and have a little look out of the windows. We'll get aggro. Fisher guy holding his position on the rotate. Well, P4 down. This is all going in the direction of the Aussies at the minute, but Mowgli spins on a dime and slams Wettables inside of CCTV. Beautiful stuff from him.
I've said it so many times over. You give some teams half a second, they'll take an absolute mile. Mowgli making a 4 to close out the map. Absolute screamer of a performance. 16 kills across 9 rounds, and the French team dominate the Aussies here on Clubhouse.
Mowgli won that round, I think it is fair to say.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic play there. But, you know, Wolves on the whole have impressed me. They've come out and they've won those rounds. They've done exactly what they've needed to do. They've recognised when there's been space. They've gone in and taken it. They've been aggressive. They've been patient at the right times. They've played a good game, a good roam game with P4, for example, in that round. Mowgli's had some huge moments. I'm thinking Church Attack where he gets kills. 4K putting the diffuser down as well. Another 4K in the last round there. Just great stuff all round from Wolves.
28-8 between Mowgli and P4.
Yep.
Absolute domination from those two in that game. I know we were talking about Deadshot and he had a couple of rounds, but P4 and Mowgli, think about. I think I'm with you. Basically solo gone on to win that. And my concern even looking forward is now going into Oregon, Wolves' favourite and most successful map versus one that Bliss have not played all of last year. They played it once, only against SSG at this competition and lost. What does that say about their chances coming in? It's going to be rough. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, map 2 awaits. Into you.
A lot to play with, and a kill from Doki, but not the other.
Almost swung around either side, but again, this game from Liquid, they are making sure that every loose player has at least 2 of the Brazilians either side of them. It's a 3 versus 3 with a minute on the clock. They're still trying to aim an angle their way. You look at what they've lost, and it's maybe the herald of an A push and maybe the design towards the B, but with Hard Breach, with Dockerby for some crowd control, and with the IQ, they have a great selection of guns and a little bit of utility for what is going to be the swing on towards the site itself. But the concern here is that verticality, 2 C4s and a pulse, all the intel that they can utilize to build behind anything that is attempted on the second story. It's turning into a little bit of a nitmare here for Liquid.
Virtue missed them though. Luckily, Uno was watching the hatch because they all were rotating around when he was watching the opposite side of it. They did not know where they are. Now the Nitro is going to be prepped as the plant is being attempted. Uno gets shut down as Reset pushes in.
2 versus 2 at this point, and they pulled off the kit. They find a kill though. Virtue swung his way up. They look away at the worst possible second. They don't have the connection. Resets through the wall. I mean, Liquid, they read it perfectly, knew where they needed to have a player and sort of said, look, you stay up there. I'm going underneath. I have a couple of G2 players and my bullets have their name on them.
I will say it is a very ballsy move from G2, like Hap mentioned at the start of the round, to take this split site to play on. It's beautifully set in the way that it is. You're playing the vertical. You're also getting a trade kill every time. You get 1 kill and then you get refract. It's okay. It's fine. You keep that amount of those numbers for you to use. But the ability of Resets to drop down here on the Habana, get the first kill, and get into position to close down the second is beautiful. That's why this site is so tricky to play, because and went with a pulse solo, because you need to get the intel and then use the Nitro cell. You need someone to remain with you. And I feel that in the round, the Fenrir didn't really get to do what they wanted to in slowing things down and cutting off those line of sight.
I think that G2 might have gone a bit too aggressive there when it was the 3v3 situation. They saw someone coming down from Spiral, they tossed the Nitro Cell rather than holding the close angle. The post was going up the staircase as well towards the upper sides rather than playing it below, guiding the Nitro Cell with the cardiac sensor. So you basically left your teammate there in a 1v2 situation. I think if they played that a bit more passively, not that that's a G2 playstyle, quite aggressive, but they might have been able to bring it across the finish line in that case.
We might be about to do a little bit more Brazilian juggling, which is when you juggle a Brazilian in and out of a window on a second story for a bit to try and play against utility. Reset will be the one that steps into the shoes that Alamau had pretty brilliantly before, but Volps doubling down on the blitz. I mean, it was successful until it suddenly wasn't, but you could have made it perfect, and they'll know that more than anybody else. So instead, they'll see if they can try and lead with that iron flashy fist.
What do you do now with the Amaro? We saw how G2 were able to utilize the operator themselves of just trying to baiting for a plant. Can Resets pull something off in the same way, or does he have another game plan?
He's either going to be playing this from below and go up the hatch, or he's waiting for the blitz to make a good move, but as he goes in, it's just complete shutdown from G2. Only Palu left. There's only been 10 seconds gone since the first kill. And he's looking like, team, where are you? Why are you all dead? What happened?
That is when Brazilian juggling goes bad and you unfortunately get in, but you have already exploded. They've throw the utility and timed it well with your push. And that is, in a way, the negative thing about the E1D, because if the defenders don't care...
There it is.
If the defenders don't care to be spotted, then they'll know that that sound means they're about to try something. So let's just throw our C4s, pop our Goyos, play against it. We'll either waste it to an E1D or we'll waste an entire team.
It's like when some teams and some players will do it. This is like a great reaction. It can backfire, of course, but you're in a kind of dead or maybe I'll die a bit later situation. Somebody's flashing you. What do? Do you sit back and just take it and die 2 seconds later? Or do you just say, you know what, they're going to pop the flash. I see the flash coming at me. I'm going to fire and hopefully I can get something. We saw that on Clubhouse, I think, yesterday, and it played out wonderfully. In this case, everybody collapsed in and then everybody was just vacuumed immediately out and vacated out of Consulate.
I think he's saying I'm having a great time playing Rainbow Six Siege with you all.
I love Rainbow Six.
I love Rainbow Six Siege. In Portuguese. Now, I think that's what's being said. I don't speak very good Portuguese, though.
A big thing about these top floor executes we usually have is the Ying, but that got removed in the bans, of course, because usually what you see is a lot of flashbangs being tossed out, which makes it so only the Warden has the opportunity to take the fight. The other thing you then do is toss out those C4s, but that's the bait that goes with it. Candela goes out, there comes a C4, Candela goes out, another C4, and then you can go for a plant. That's not going to be there now.
It is that interesting ban removal as well of the mute that was played by Liquid here, how much of a problem they think that would have been towards this map and this hold. Sure, it's a limitation on the drone game, it's a limitation on a game that I said they did very well, but there's several ways for a team of these two teams' caliber to stop against that game, to play against that game. So maybe it's a focus on walls or just, you know, some of that utility drive that is mute the best option to take out of this defense? Time will tell.
I mean, the mute gadget is not as strong as it used to be.
Yep.
You could block out the entirety of like yellow stairs in the past. No, obviously, we're many years beyond that at this point. But if Liquid deem it that, hey, maybe this is something that's blocking us out, maybe it'll just deny our drones. That's something to think about. What I did like is Volp swapping from the buck off to the ram. They got the droning in. They got the intel. Hey, we're going to need more vertical top down. So let's just bring the ram. It'll open everything for us. But you do need that top floor control, and you need to avoid nitro cells being flung at you.
Heavy roam game, though, from the side of G2. Only 2 players are currently on the site. The rest is playing around that first floor, which, of course, directly leads into the verticality that is going to be playing into the site itself. And as long as they can just stay out here and support one another, Liquid might be up for a bit of a surprise because we saw some missed information in the last round. If they miss information again this time, they're going to be in trouble.
Well, there's the grenade that they for a second wanted to swing into, but they're in a position where they just clear utility. There is a dangerous game. Trying to jiggle peek Nesk usually doesn't always go your way, and they have realized that. Pull back instantly. Nesk with the lockdown on the roam. It's a double down as well with the Nomad. They're going to make sure that their site is focused and driven. They have bodies above and bodies below. And Doki, how long are you going to sit here in a situation that becomes thinner and thinner as time goes on? Benja's behind the desk. And Alamau is behind. Ness gets the take. Doki gets Volps as well. In and amongst the chaos, they've been able to take a couple of bodies and fight for the trouble. I said don't always peek on that swing, but Doki takes out resets. There's Benja. He's sort of saying, I'm sorry, mate. I don't have your ticket. You've got to go elsewhere. This desk is closed. Look at this.
Flawless again. Back-to-back flawless that we're seeing from G2 here. And again, the heavy roam game out there, and they're just winning those gunfights, leaning into it, not being afraid to back down, but then lean back in twice as hard.
And that's the heavy roam, is that it seems like G2 are baiting Liquid into a position where they feel they're comfortable. So whether they do, hey, we're playing all the way at the bottom, sure, you can take the top floor, use your ram, take your time, because we don't care. We're going to be playing closer towards yellow stairs. We're going to shut you down there because we know now that you're going to be able to kind of send Nesk over to that position. Well, he's the first eliminated. And what do you do when you're trying to breach? Well, you end up losing more and more ops because your vertical play was not successful in bringing anything because all the other ops are actually in, you know, under indestructible positions. Defended at the end to isolate. Get in their heads. There you go. Get in their heads. 5-4 for
Honestly,
G2. This might break the mind of Team Liquid.
Well, they haven't taken their time out. They still think they can pull it back. They're only 1 round below. Before, it's 2 rounds in a row. It's the second time this map, 2 rounds have been threaded together.
5 seconds left.
And we are going back to the split site here, and I'm still thinking that G2 should have won that if they played it a bit more passive rather than the aggression that they showed when it was a 3-on-3 situation. Their own game, that's fine. You can have that out there. Actually bringing the Capkins now just in case there is another blitz running through, so you might be able to blow them up before they are successful. But if you're able to just slow it down a little bit more in those final seconds, use the teamwork and the synergy between your gadgets and utility, they could be finding themselves with some good success here.
Counteract the gadgets. What do? You bring in the Brava. It's a good reaction from Team Liquid. Hopefully they're able to cancel out as much of the utility from Fenrir as possible, because yes, it wasn't that big of a deal in the last round, but had they actually committed to the execute, Team Liquid that is, then Fenrir would have become an issue.
Yeah, would have become an issue, that's for sure. And of course, at that point as well, back in the first round that they played in defense, it still was on the opposite side of the map, just holding off any rotations that came in from that side. So, good operator that you really need to take care of. Hatches are being opened up though, so there is definitely an approach towards that basement site. Let's see if it will last this time.
Still trying some crime, and this time an F dot is stolen. Uno, the man who owns them, is going to be disappointed, but he might sort of taper that by shooting people in the face. He's ready for a fight, and Alamau is ready for an appearance. Emergency exit, keenly watched, which will buy some support.
Bit of a cakewalk on that first map, I think, here, Tim, for Wolves, dismantling Bliss and putting themselves just one map away and progressing to face off against the winner of G2 versus Liquid. Never really troubled throughout, Mowgli especially putting on one hell of a show.
Yeah, I sort of voiced concerns at the beginning when we saw the map choices. I didn't know about, kicking things off with 2 pretty default maps against Wolves. Clubhouse has, got away from Bliss realistically, and as you pointed out with the stats to back it up before we went in, Oregon is not likely to be any easier. They haven't really played it at all, haven't Bliss, and it's going to be a tough one for them. But, that said, there's 2 sides to every coin. Wolves can't have prepped for them, they can't have watched the VODs because they ain't there, so maybe Bliss can bring a few surprises to the table. But honestly, with the way that Wolves were playing in that last one, how dominant they were, particularly, as you say, Mowgli and P4, absolutely, look at that, 190, I don't know what the highest EPS has been so far at SI24, but that must be pushing it, or if not, it.
Very much so, yeah. Again, I mentioned this before, but just outright domination by Mowgli and P4 throughout that game. The rest, they were there for the ride. It's the only way I can really describe it.
And they were there.
They were there. They existed.
The thing is,
they
played the parts. Deadshot, couple of important double kills to swing rounds. Bibu, beautiful nitro to stop a rush.
Can't forget that really Deadshot gone 6 either.
Can't forget the Deadshot gone 6. Gone 6, Des.
Gone 6.
Gone 6.
I thought it was gone 7.
No,
That's exactly what I said.
No, you didn't.
Either way, it really tells the story down the right-hand side of the screen. It was outright domination by the French side. And now we go into Oregon. The only real saving grace here for me is that Wolves start on the attacking side. That actually we're seeing Bliss starting things out on the defense. As we touched on, this is Wolves' favorite map. It is a map we have barely seen Bliss play. It's been a perm ban for the longest time. They've only played it once. They've lost it. On paper, this should be another win for Wolves.
Yes, I think, it's fair to say. As I said, coming in, Siege isn't played on paper. It's played in the server, so you never know what's going to happen. But given map 1 and how dominant Wolves were, you have to. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, Bliss, you've really entertained us. It's been fantastic to watch you. But as the social vote says as well, you have to expect a Wolves. Don't get me wrong, you might hope for a Bliss win, but you have to expect Wolves to be triumphant realistically on Oregon.
You do, and the hopes of APAC may well die with this map, Tim. But as we've already said, 8 teams were going home today, and this will be, depending on how,
it's always the toughest day of the tournament, realistically.
Depending on how G2 Liquid ends as well, they might not be the last team going home this day. It could be one of the teams over there instead. Feels mad to say that G2 or Liquid are going home today, doesn't it? Before we even got ourselves to the live stages and before playoffs was even finished. Absolutely bonkers.
It really does. It really does.
And one of these have got to join them. Let's get into the bans then to kick things off. Bliss are going to start out on the attacking bans. They're going to take away the KB. No surprise at all. One of our highest bans that we've got at the competition.
We'll see as they continue. Wolves will pick up an attacker for us as the second one before we move on to our defenders. It's going to be Grim. Again, we've seen a few. I wouldn't say one of the highest rates necessarily, but certainly up there. Grim getting involved in the banning phase, maybe more than he himself would like.
I think really what we've seen is a lot of teams making use of that alongside things like the Lion, because it's one of those classic things where it's, hey, if you move, you're screwed. If you stay still, you'll get screwed. And what we've seen, I think, from Bliss in the first map a couple of times over is making use of that. And because it's got so many of the Cow-1 launchers in back pockets, being able to fire those out and just completely suppress an area of the map or a certain room where you know there is going to be no attacker left inside, or no defender left inside, sorry, it's just a really potent operator right now. So that being taken away may well change some things up at least a little bit. It does mean the Ying is open here that we spoke about a number of times. Mowgli's asking that exact question. What are you going to play now that the Grim has been taken away? Are we going to see that Capital? Are we going to see Monty? Are we going to see Ying? So do expect in that second half, we'll see quite a lot of Ying, as we are starting with now. P4 bringing that out for an attack down into the basement.
So we will see just how aggressive, that's what I'm watching for from Bliss here. They did try on Clubhouse to get themselves out into the map. It did not work. Wolves recognised that quickly, got themselves into sight, threw a diffuser down, and it just didn't pan out well for them. They then chose to try and turn up on site, and it wasn't much better. But we will see whether they choose to get anybody out into the map here. For the time being, there's plenty running upstairs, likely mostly to get hatchers. Wettables all the way up to tier 2. Just wondering, I think he's just chasing drones. I don't think he's intending to play up here necessarily. He's just having a little look around. Looking to maybe get a little bit aggressive. I don't know. Maybe just try to slow things down a little bit. We'll see when that spawn comes in. He's watching his cams. Wettables definitely feeling it.
I mean, he's got a bulletproof cell in back pocket. I'd like to see him put that down somewhere around site before he goes throwing himself out of windows now that he's prepped that jump out. As much as Jaeger is the go-to dispensable defensive operator, arguably the biggest example of it, your ADSs are down. Cool. What more is there for you to do? There's no recharging gadgets. There's no active gadget that you can use as the round wears on. Like you're seeing with the rest of them here, arguably Valkyrie, another one that you'd see in a similar vein, but she does have that C4 that can prove to be of great use the longer the round goes on.
Bibu just, I love that. Look at the, it's just, it's something that we don't often comment on, but I always just think it's a thing of beauty when you've just got that drone 10 feet in front of somebody and they're just moving aggressively through the map. You know, the comms, the teamwork, everything about it. It's just such a simple thing and such a staple of Siege, but I love it.
Could you hot drone me like that?
You could hot draw me, Des.
You reckon?
No, you're the gunner. You're the gunner of the two.
On the left, mate. You'll be screwed.
Well, that's it. You don't want me droning you.
True, actually, Lisa.
You need to be my eyes, Des. You need to be my eyes, man.
Tim, on your left, on your left, on your left. Tim, no! There's a number of times that I'd be calling that up being unbelievable. Brendo's going to start things off. Mowgli, our resident fragger in the last map, is the one to fall down first and foremost. Brendo popping on them specs, looking extra cool as we see the Candelas come flying on through. And look at that, a couple of kills fly the way of Wolves incredibly quickly. A drop straight into Brendo's line of fire. Gets himself one back on the other side, but immediately it's down to a 2 versus 2. But it's a pinch coming in from Bliss here. All to do for Shinka. He is the clutch master. That's what we know him as, but has got to win both Freezer and Pillar here. He's taking a back away. Has to be careful because that only gives Bliss time to reconvene here, pull together, try and make this play work.
Shinka, he's just going to be holding himself inside a sight, but super low health. Needs to really pick his moments. And he's going to go for it straight away, Des. There is no push coming in to stop him. Fisher Guy finally moves. Shinka comes off the diffuser. He's got what he wanted, but with the awful low health, he's going to flash himself. Not ideal from Shinka. Himself low health and the others pretty stacked in terms of HP. It's going to be very, very difficult for Shinka to get anything out of this. And it was well played by Bliss. Nice and calm. No chasing the kill. That's when you lose those rounds. But no, they just held their position, waited for that bit of intel. It was a sound call that came through in the end. But the comms were good. And Bliss get themselves a good first defense.
Quite ironically, that's where a Grim would have been really beneficial to the side of Wolves. You had the Warden of Brendo just sat on Pillar basically the entire round. Didn't really need to move his feet and gets himself 3 kills, a lot of them through the flashes of the Candelas too. It's really showing why a lot of teams love bringing things like a Thatcher to try and dispatch of a Warden, or as mentioned, things like a Grim to force him to move. At least then you can drop in and go for a pre-fire in an all things equal gunfight, except you have that additional information. So great use of the Warden there in round 1. Now we go to this top floor, Tim. We'll see if Bliss can keep on building a defensive advantage, because heaven knows it'll be hard to get when they go on the attack.
It certainly will. This is it for Bliss now. They need to get some momentum up here and start getting some rounds. I mean, you know, I suppose I've already commented on them picking default maps or sort of allowing default maps to come through. And I don't, you know, maybe it's not the end of the world. We haven't seen them play it very much. But as I often say, you know, you're not going to be a pro team that's reaching the Six Invitational if you have no Oregon, for example. You know, it's a map that these players should be well versed in. It's been in the pool for the longest time. So, you know, even if it's not something you choose to play regularly, it's something that you should still be able to play and should be at least reasonably competent on. So intel plenty in abundance throughout the map. We've got the Valk cams have been positioned around. We've got 2 bulletproofs as well, all sorts to try and read the positions of the Wolves attack.
I'm just seeing Ash Sophia and just thinking back to the good old days. And those are the only 2 operators that you ever see on the attacking side very consistently because of their soft breach potential, because there were more charge breaches or breach of charges in the back pocket of the Ash, for example, because Sophia used to be a bit of a demon with the gun until we had the reworks come through that have slowed things down a bit. Either way, both are here for different purposes, no doubt. Normally seeing the Ash come along when there's a mirror on the defensive side. Of course, one not here, but Bibu's in a great spot underneath, under Armory, trying to see what he can find. Absolutely nothing to be found, but Mowgli, shock horror, has found himself a 2K. That is becoming very much a theme throughout this series, Tim.
Yep, great stuff from Mowgli, just creating a bit of space there, managing to take out Sage, who was inside of Armory. Days was certainly numbered, Kiba barricades or not. Shinka now positioned in there, able to keep a hold of Armory corridor. Meanwhile, the rest of Wolves seem to be rotating around towards White Stairs and Double Window, and the push is not going to come through Armory. Here we go, Deadshot takes out the Frostmat on the inside, gets himself into a plantable position, and he's just going to go for it, Des.
Trying to do what he can here as well on the backside. Has got down with most of this as well. They can't see him on the angle. They've got Mowgli, makes it a 3. Of course, he makes it a 4 to him. He's just going through this team like a hot knife through butter. Far too easy for Mowgli and the rest of Wolves.
What was the kill record we had set the other day? 50.
We'd need a 3-mapper for him to break that, I think.
I'm joking. I jest. I don't think there's any way that Mowgli's going to see anything too close to that. Yeah, KZ.
Oh, mate.
Absolutely beautiful. KZ setting the new LAN kill record. And it was a fantastic performance. Unfortunately, W7M will lost the game, but still KZ's performance was, of course, a standout. But Mowgli has been a standout performer here so far against Bliss. 18 in the last map, 4 here. That's 22 in total. But as you say, I just don't think he's going to get the rounds or the longevity needed to be touching anywhere near those dizzy heights.
Yeah, you need some long maps here. You really need to see the other side
plenty
fighting
of rounds,
back. And
3 maps.
Yeah.
You need like everything to go in your favour. Really.
You need the other side to be more competitive, and it's not really to say that Bliss aren't giving it a go. Like, I would say they're actually giving it the very best.
I think they're playing very well overall.
When Mowgli's walking 4Ks for fun, it's hard to really find a response is the problem. The only concern about that I have is, we always say about Wolves, there comes a certain point in the tournament where the wheels just come off. Where Mowgli has a bad day and Deadshot has a bad day.
Maybe
I talked about the results earlier. Yeah, we've been saying that for years, Tim.
Maybe not this. You know me, I'm the eternal optimist, Des. Maybe not. Maybe this is the one.
And you are absolutely insufferable as a result of it.
Maybe Liquid are beating G2 on the other stream.
No,
who knows?
Tim, they've just lost 2-0.
Who knows? Maybe not.
We know, Tim. I just told you it's 2-0.
But maybe, Des.
In an alternate universe,
Let me
Tim.
dream.
I'll let you dream, mate. You keep dreaming. All right. Bibu, I'm looking once again at the Amaro pick coming in here. They don't care about the Amaro. They're saying, you know what, straight towards site, but he's dropped himself inside a kid's window. We've seen this one a million times over. However, Bliss have found 2 kills back for themselves, so have at least held most of this attack at bay. Deadshot still in quite a commanding position, but downstairs is where things look a little bit ropey right now. Yes, they've got control of top floor, but C4s can come flying up from below, retakes can come on through. So wherever they choose to make this plan happen, they've got to be so careful. The first one, almost finding Bibu.
Deadshot's going to get this done. There's nobody in a position to do anything about it. The cover comes in, but it might be too little too late. P4 taken down, and that's going to be it. What a great retake there from Bliss. They didn't really worry too much about the diffuser going down. They just focused on where those attackers were, shut them down, and they will get the disable on that diffuse. Good stuff.
It was nice, I think. The fact that you had this all-in attack coming out of the side of Wolves, and Bliss managed to plant their feet. They dealt with the Amaru coming in. They dealt with everything except Deadshot, realistically. And even when they realized they'd lost control of sight, their first thoughts are, right, we drop back down to the sort of being underneath the side. We've got 2 C4s in hand. We can still play forward to Nile. And they almost managed to get rid of Bibu with it, I believe, putting him down to about half HP. Just really good reactions from the Aussie side to deal with the aggression coming out of Wolves. Now we move back down into that basement as we step into that second quarter of the game. See if we can see success down here once again. Last time, everything came as a result of Brendo on Pillar. So I wonder if Wolves change things around a little bit and bring along a Thatcher to get rid of the threat of the Warden.
Yeah, good stuff from Bliss so far. 4-2 half on defense wouldn't be the end of the world for him. It'd be a very good start indeed. And then they can, you know, try and work things on the attack. It's the second half that's going to be tougher for them, but still, they can only play the half that they are in, and they're doing it very well at the minute. Just limiting Wolves to one successful attack so far. As you've quite rightly called, we're going to have the Thatcher brought along. That's going to make the Warden, Brendo's game, much more difficult. He's going to find himself having that gadget disabled and unusable and likely being pushed by Candelas very quickly thereafter, so long as they can get the timing right, and Wolves have already shown us that they are quite capable of doing that.
It is that big if on it. I called for it after round 1. We are seeing it get brought out, but they've got to make sure, 1, Bibu is alive that late in the round, and 2, that Brendo is in the right spot. So it will require throwing drones at the problem to get the information they need to figure these things out, and then it requires a team play for things to follow on through. So keep a close eye on Bibu. He will be a big part of this. Each EMP that comes out may well follow up, as you say, Tim, with a Candela off the back of it. But now a lot of Bliss being forced back down towards site. They've already paid the price on Clubhouse of being too aggressive on their roams, Tim. Just got rushed on the bottom site by Wolves. So this time round on Oregon, making sure they're at least much closer to site than previous.
Wolves still working to get themselves inside of the map safely. Mowgli and Deadshot have managed to get themselves into kitchen. They're going to be pushing across that mid floor, looking to get the hatches open. And P4 is already on the way with that work as well. That's going to be at least laundry hatch open. He'll come and do security. He's going to need a little bit of support if they want to get that freezer hatch open. And it's going to mean going down and taking out a Kaid Electrical. Many ways that they can do it. They've got a Thatcher. They've got a Twitch. They've got Flores drones. They've got everything that they might need.
They just worry if they have to start using Bibu's EMPs for these hatches, and there's nothing really left.
They could just go and shoot it.
They can, but you're always at risk of being swung out from the sort of like cabinet at the end of freezer. Is what I'm slightly mindful of. However, things have been opened up. 1 EMP burnt so far, and onwards they march.
They do. People will be opening up the last hatch. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, though. This hasn't... Ooh, and there comes the tuber out. We spoke about this. Operator's impact. Fisher Guy manages to pick up Mowgli inside a freezer. Great start. This has been a good defense so far from Bliss. Using that tuber out, look how much time they've wasted. 2 minutes gone. Wolves haven't even started towards site yet.
They're still just holding things on here. Every single time it comes out, there's another tuber out to get tossed on. Still got one more in back pocket as well, so we'll be down to a matter of, what, 25 seconds? And then they've got to try and make everything happen in those last 20, which means no real mistakes to be afforded to the French side. Here we are with Brendo. On goes the glasses, and he's able to just pick off whoever the hell he needs to. Once again, they're getting really upset by this Warden. Deadshot, the last one left standing. They can find nothing. Bliss are going to find themselves up 3-1, Tim.
Great start from Bliss. I think there's going to be many happy Australians out there at the minute watching on, doing fantastically well against Wolves on, you know, what should be, it is Wolves map pick, but what should be Wolves' map, really. You know, they are fantastic on this map, but just not able to deliver on the attack so far. It's been very tight, very solid from Bliss, not really giving them much opportunities. I love that they've managed to get the entry onto Mowgli 2 rounds in a row. Mowgli having such a big impact in that first map, and now very little. He's had that 4 kills, and that's been it. He hasn't had a sniff over the last couple of rounds, and that's something that Bliss need to continue if they can.
Keep it rolling. Keep on taking these rounds away from Wolves, because it's going to be so critical when the sides switch. And again, second best defensive team that we've got at the competition, maybe number 1 after how the series has played out so far, to be fair. To upset Wolves on their defense is going to take a massive effort. And more than anything else, catching out Mowgli is proving to be the secret sauce to success. Truthfully, not really that big a secret, Tim. We all know how well he's been playing so far today. Meeting in kitchen coming up then. Capcan on side. Brendo switching over towards that. And it's Fisher Guy donning the duties of the Warden coming into the round number 5. Let's get underway. See how things play out.
Yeah, a bit more of a challenge now coming in for Bliss, being that they're on that third choice site, going to try to hold on to meeting. They do have a top floor presence. Order at the minute is up in attic, going to be moving into dorms. Wettables out in small tower. So they are trying to hold as much of the map as they can, but absolutely shut down by Morley. He has his revenge on the entry, managing to pick up one, but Fisher Guy is there for a trade, at least taking down Deadshot. 4 versus 3 as Brenda manages to find Shinka, and this is looking good for Bliss once again.
Full-on panic, really, as Wolves just storm their way in towards Trophy. Looking to take a few trophies of their own, but ultimately only managed to find the one, lose 2 players in the process. I am really impressed at how good Bliss have been at dealing with this rapid aggression coming out from Wolves. It upsets so many teams. It's what we've seen teams like G2, like DZ, like Sonics have great success with. Is fast-paced, aggressive attacks the defenders just aren't ready for, but the Aussies have dealt with it incredibly well up till now.
B4 going to be out of the window now, knowing that the lateral push needs to be worked as well. Wettables is currently inside of shower corridor. Not really being challenged too much. Gets aggressive onto the window, but manages to sneak away. Doesn't really need to take the extra rotation. One was already there, but Wettables manages to find the kill onto P4, so we'll forgive him for the extra impact Nade used. Mowgli is going to be slammed as well. Wettables has done a great job cleaning up from showers with a 3K.
Very, very clean. Showers references, we love it. The Wettables player inside of Showers being clean.
Cleaning up, honestly.
Just too easy.
Just taking things to new heights.
Aren't we just? Yeah, really setting the standard for comedy and Siege, aren't we here?
Round 6, and Bliss are absolutely, I think it's fair to say, pretty much running over Wolves so far on the defense. Wolves really haven't been very competitive inside of this. There's not been many rounds where I've thought, yeah, they're going to win that.
Yeah.
You know, the round that they did win obviously was very good. They got themselves in and got the diffuser down, but it was a rush. They got away with it. They tried it again. It didn't really work. Bliss were able to get them on the retake, and Bliss are looking absolutely solid here. We commented on the way in that Oregon isn't a map that they play well. I'll tell you what, I know 5 people who'd like to disagree with you. It looks like it is a map that they play.
And the backroom staff who are like, and I took that personally. The threat that must have gone into this game is unreal, to be fair. Looking absolutely fantastic. And if they get this here, goes 5-1. I could see a world where they win this, if not at the very least, take us through to overtime at the end of the map.
5-1 will be absolutely huge for Bliss, because I think it's fair to say the attacking half is always going to be the more difficult half for them on a map they don't normally play. But that being said, if they can get themselves onto 5, they only need to find one site that they can win on, and that could be your third choice site, the easiest site. You can go on, just win that twice, 7-5, bang, job done, you're on to map 3, and all of a sudden, maybe Wolves have got a bit of a sweat on.
I would start to be worried at this point if I was Wolves, to be honest. Like, not really seeing their attacks come to any real success outside of the one that we saw much earlier on. P4's been quiet this map compared to the previous. Again, reminding you that it was him and Mowgli putting up massive numbers for his team previously. Already P4's down to half HP on arguably the most critical operator as part of this attack, the Yink.
Mowgli taking a bunch of damage as well, and Bliss doing, oh, very good orders timing, just off there, a fraction of a second later, and he gets himself a nice kill. But I tell you what, Wolves have been softened up once again inside of small tower. They're trying to push across from that side, but they're just being held at bay. They're making absolutely no progress. Realistically, at the minute, they haven't moved order out of kitchen, and Bliss, they are not for moving.
They are not. Only 60 seconds in, and it already feels like there's been quite a bit of back and forth between the two. Two damaged players on the side of Wolves at this point. A bit of utility exchange between the two as well. We would be forgiven for thinking we were about 1:15 left in the round at this sort of stage, but Wolves still trying to get themselves set up. Yes, they've got the showers control. Small tower is theirs as well. We've still got a lot of work to do to get themselves all the way across and start looking up towards this top floor. Honor into another, but a good trade coming back across, and immediately elsewhere, Wettables responds. Every single time it feels like Wolves are making some kind of progress, there's just a response on the other side. And speaking of progress, Mowgli in this game finds himself 2 in the round, down to 3 versus 3.
Yeah, like you said, they're playing as a team fantastically well. They're always there for the trade. Fisher guy's going to pick up
Bandit
Mowgli.
shotgun, my favourite.
Such a standard pick. 3 versus 2. You know, putting it to work one way or another, getting the job done. And that is what Bliss have been able to do so far. Absolutely, you know, dominant again inside of this round, realistically. And Wolves are now left with a big window push, just trying to get inside of the map.
It's funny because of how often we do not see the shotgun coming out, but I love it in this position, given how strong shotguns are as well. A couple of pumps into P4, sees him down. Bibbo in through the window, easily closed out as well. A 5-1 half for the Aussie side. Everything you could ask for and more, I think, Tim.
Absolutely. I think it's time that Wolves need to wake up if they want to be getting this one done in 2. You know, we sort of expected coming in that might be the likely outcome, and there is still a little bit of siege left to play yet, but I think there's a few people, you know, sort of sat around thinking Wolves were going to win this, and Bliss, you know, we weren't familiar with your game, and you've really turned up and started to deliver here on Oregon.
What I'm always nervous about, though, Tim, is I always say 2 halves to a game of Siege. And now Bliss have got to come out and perform better than Wolves on the attacking side. Reason why I say that is, again, with it being Wolves' map pick, I would go and check, but I'm being lazy. You can basically guarantee Wolves have opted to start on defense in overtime because they get that choice as the pickers of the map. And given how defense already looked, I would wager if we get to 6-6, Wolves things close out with 2 rounds in overtime. We've got to see Bliss come out with a stronger half than just one attacking win.
The key, I think, for Bliss winning this round, particularly down on the basement, is going to be moving Wolves players. And that is going to be particularly positions like Pillars, Freezer. They are going to be 2 positions that are very difficult to clear out. Elbow, potentially, with Shinka playing there on the smoke. It is not going to be easy for Bliss to get themselves in, get established, and make life difficult for Wolves. Wolves are going to want to lock themselves down inside a site. Fisher guys coming in with the Monty, and that could really help things, you know, with that task that I've said. Maybe go down Freezer, push onto that door, force your way into Highway, and that's going to clear out Pillar. It's going to make Wolves move around. That's going to be the big key here for Bliss. Now then, I think there is one player or no, it's Deadshot. He's just up at the top of Laundry Stairs. He's going to move back down. I thought that Wolves were just leaving one out in the map, and it was going to just make me question Bliss's sort of drawn efficiency, making sure that they were checking absolutely everywhere. It looks like they are on with it, but 1 minute into the round, and they're making reasonable progress. They're confident they've got the map. They're opening hatches.
Tells you a lot when the team brings along those light screens with them as well. That's the thing I'm looking forward to the most here. Monty's one thing, of course, very, very slow, does draw things to a little bit of a pause at frequent occasions. The same story with the Flores. Really here, Sage for me is going to be the difference maker. You don't bring along the light screens unless you have a plan ready for the round. Maybe there's a little bit of counter prep that's gone in here against Wolves, especially knowing that if this map was available, Wolves would take it without question.
Randall's just going to hold the angle from rear stage stairs at the minute. He just wants to prevent anybody flanking up there. When the time comes, particularly when electrical hatch has been opened, that's when he's going to start applying pressure and pushing down a little bit more. Order manages to get down into Freezer. So much as I suggested, the 3 positions that they're trying to push is where Bliss have gone for, and those are the players that they're going to need to move. 1 minute 15 left on the clock, and as of yet, Wolves are still fairly comfortable. However, Fisher guy, he is in there. He's going to be like a big magnet on this Montagna. He's going to take a lot of attention from Wolves once they know that that shield is inside a Laundry. He's going to just dip out for the minute, get the reload done safely, and then he'll likely move his way back across to become a bit of a nuisance.
That's exactly it, but I like how no one's gone down early on, which means the plan can be executed exactly the way that Bliss want. It's not like Wolves have got up there and disrupted them by taking out a couple of operators early on, and even now we're burning through the smokes, for example, still with 40 seconds on the clock with more light screens to deploy. Looking good for the Aussies.
Certainly is. They can try to work in behind this. They're just going to try and soften up that wall. They know that one's on top of the machines, but they just can't get the angle. The ping goes out. Oda's going to have to remain patient. 25 seconds left to go. It's still 5 versus 5. Not a single kill has been found. Mowgli, he's using that gadget to as much as he can, but it's not really buying him anything. He's going to be challenged on the door there. First kill is going to be essential because you feel it could be a domino effect, and it goes in the favour of Bliss. Wettables onto Deadshot. It's 4 versus 3. It's 6 seconds left to go. Fisher guy needs to think about getting that diffuser down. 2 versus 3, and Wolves somehow hold on.
It's a great retake, to be fair, coming into Laundry. Just players sweeping in from Cubby, in from Rotate, taking everything over. Once the Monty left the room, they realised there was no real front line for the side of Bliss, and everything started to fall from there. The information disappeared. He'd gone up Highway and in towards Supply. Well, you saw the outcome, but I'll give it to them. Really interesting round. Really cool ideas coming out there. And for a second, it did look like Wolves were going to buckle under the pressure, Tim. But so ultimately, they persevere. The French side come out on top, 5-2.
Yeah, you really think, I'm looking back over the stats, and I think Wolves would really help themselves out getting a few entries here. It's been a little bit sparse for them over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds. They've only had 1 entry, so they're playing at a severe disadvantage. Even when they're on the defence, they're still not picking it up, and I think that would be really something for Wolves, because it just really starts to knock the confidence of Bliss a little bit, maybe, if Wolves could get aggressive in that early round. But a good start for Wolves. As a Bliss fan, you sat there, and I think you'd have been expecting this to happen. You know that Wolves are going to make a run back at you here. It was fairly unlikely, I think it's fair to say, that Bliss were just going to come in and take 2 attacks and it'd be 7-1 and done. We know that Wolves are going to have a run back. Where we're really looking is those tertiary sites. If Bliss can actually grab one of the primary sites, Laundry or Dorms, it's going to be a huge, huge thing for them, because it really does set them up, for the win full stop. So we'll see whether they can do it here in round 8. It's up to the top floor. It's Dorms this time. P4 just inside of T2. Now then, are they aware of his presence?
Needless to say, I think maybe Mowgli might be regretting taunting Fisher and saying, well, we've banned away the Grim. What are you going to play now? Cappy, Monty, Ying? The answer is turning into being Monty. And Monty is so hard to play against, and you don't have the tools to deal with him. Thankfully they do. The Azami helps on one side. You've got a couple of impacts to play behind as well. You've got Legion as well available to you to slow down the Monty. But I do expect through a lot of this half, unless things start going tragically wrong for Bliss, you ought to see this Monty getting picked time and time again.
Interestingly, we saw P4 rotate back into Attic then and didn't have time to reinforce as he went. There was shots raining in around him, so he just had to leave it. So they've sort of given them Attic half soft. They've got the breach onto the wall as well with the Selma, so now full access to Attic for Bliss, and that's inside of the first minute. Deadshot, he's working around underneath. There's still somebody from Bliss outside of Garage at the minute. It's Oda on the Flores, and these two could potentially come together, especially if Deadshot hears that barricade opening up. For the time being, he's just going to be holding an angle through Split. He's just stood inside of there in the corner, keeping himself. Through Split, Des.
Where's that?
It's just outside of Meeting, Des.
What's it called, Split, Tim?
Because there's a split route in and out of it, Des.
Ah, got it, thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
First time in my life I got confused by that.
Deadshot's dead.
Yeah, and that tends to happen. It's at that moment where you just know things are going horribly wrong, and it's only gone from bad to worse because, Tim, both Deadshot and Mowgli have gone down now. We keep speaking about them as that go-to duo. Again, remembering fresh stat from earlier in a round where those two do not get a kill, which they have not this round. They only win 12.5% of rounds. This could prove to be that round for Bliss.
And again, the entry goes away from them. So once again, Wolves on the back foot as they have been so consistently. I don't think anybody realistically saw this coming on Oregon. A map that we know that Wolves are so strong on. And how Fisher Guy just trying to maneuver in around that goo mine will be taken out. Not inside of his legs, so he's
it's like an elephant being scared of mice, isn't it? When you see those goo mines
just going to tiptoe around this goo mine.
It's there, get rid, make it go away. And that's exactly what his team are there for. However, he's into a great position here to make things happen. Turns his back, so we've got the shield down as well, facing out towards the attacking or defending team. They found themselves another Tim, but here comes Bibu, finds one. Right sort of idea, but doesn't win the gunfight. Bliss are going to find that round that they so sorely need here, Tim. And it turns out again, Monty is the terror. Bliss are up at 6-2, up to map point. And we could find ourselves going through to Consulate.
Fisher Guy's playing a great game on the Monty. That much is absolutely for sure. And like you say, I think Mowgli eating his words a little bit at this point. And he came in there. Maybe he gave him the idea with mentioning the Monty. And maybe he wished that he had him.
I hate Xenox, man. He just walked in the room giving it the big one because I was taunting him after map 1. All right, Wolves in for a timeout. They know things are not going according to plan. You can tell that by looking at the screen. 6-2. The French side find themselves down. I did expect difficulty coming into this map because Bliss were the one starting on the defense. I don't think I quite expected a 5-1 half, though, Tim, and it's running now that momentum into the second half as well.
And I love to see it. We come in and obviously we say, yes, the expectation is probably for Wolves, and I think most Bliss fans, would probably have said the same, that it was going to be a difficult game and that Wolves, had a good opportunity to get a 2-0 win. But we love to be surprised, as we love to be proved wrong, and that's exactly what Bliss are doing right now. Absolutely dominating on Oregon. Wolves just not at the races. as you say, just taking that tactical timeout. The dead shot kill sort of says it all. I mean, I called it about 3 seconds before he died, but Bliss just pushed it so well. They knew exactly where he was. The flashbang came in. There was absolutely no chance for him whatsoever, and it's just Bliss have put Wolves in that position so many times throughout this map that it's been a joy to watch, realistically. We've had two, you know, yes, both maps have been dominated by one team or the other, but we said it after we came off the first map, you know, and Wolves had won. We said it was still a great clubhouse to watch because Wolves were just so electric and so fun to watch. And I'm going to give Bliss the same compliment here. They've been an absolute pleasure to watch so far on Oregon.
You know what the terrifying thing is if we get onto Consulate? Bliss have never lost Consulate. And amongst the teams they played on that map are, guess who? Wolves. And they beat them 7-2. So there's already a massive story coming into that map 3 if we see ourselves get there. It's a big hill for Wolves to climb here. And of course, as a reminder, let's not forget, the team that the winner of this game would have to play is G2, given they beat Liquid. That's already feeling like a pretty scary matchup to face off against tomorrow.
Honestly, you know me, Des. You know that I absolutely love a surprise, like, deep run into the tournament from a team that we maybe don't expect it from. But Bliss going fantastically well. Can they keep doing it? Like you say, their eyes are just going to be fixed on Consulate. They'll know those stats. They'll remember that 7-2 game. And they are going to be absolutely locked and loaded and thinking, just get us to Consulate and we'll have you. And Wolves, I'm sure, will remember exactly the same. P4 is going to be in a sticky situation at the minute. He's up in T3. He's taken a lot of damage. The drones have gone in. They know for sure that he's up there, and it's going to be a real challenge for him to get away. He actually manages to do a bit of damage onto Sage, and Deadshot picks up Wettables. Sage manages to get P4, though, in the trade, and that's going to be 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Mowgli's got himself out there. Not the end of the world. You've lost the Oryx and the for Pit 4 P4, 1 and 7 across the game. You're not exactly losing a strong gun in this game is the way that I would look at it. On the other side of things, though, the Capital going down, real stinger. Because those smokes, the fire, massive parts of the game and massive parts of an execute into this site for the side of Bliss.
Yeah, definitely a big loss there. You can't always pick when you're just going to stick your head out and have a look out of the window who you're going to get necessarily, but definitely come away with an absolute treat with the Capitao going down. Brendo is going to be looking to move inside of the building pretty soon, I would imagine. It's shaping up to look like there could be a bit of attention towards Master and Closet. Oda is just at the top of Freezer Stairs at the minute, so Bliss just a little bit disparate, just sort of spread out, and they need to come together really and decide exactly where this push is coming.
Decide now exactly how they're going to push their way through. By the looks of it, with the committal of these Flores Rotero drones in towards Trophy and Master side, going through a keeper barrier, now onto the shield inside a Trophy. The goal is to just slowly massage Wolves away from playing on the east side. And you can see now how the majority of players have actually drawn back in towards these top 4 rooms themselves. And that does open things up for the side of Bliss. Sage on one last little drone run around to figure out what's going on. Anything else they have to worry about? Nope. Explodes itself. That means this east side is theirs for the taking.
It just runs out of time on the Rotero drone, and it will destroy itself. Mowgli going to be trying to hold Brendo out here. The bulletproof cam is in use, and P4 is sat on it at the minute. It will be defended by that ADS as well, but Brendo just goes in and says, I don't care. You can know I'm here. I'm going to take the fight. I'm going to win it. Oda trying to push in, shut down, and all of a sudden, Wolves get a big 2. Shinka keeps them in this. Deadshot joins the party. It's 1v1. It's Shinka. The clutch master closes it out for Wolves and keeps them fighting for another round.
Closer, no doubt, than Made of Lights, but it came so close to Bliss, careering us through into map 3. And what a scoreline to do. It would have been 7-2, just as dominant as that first map for Wolves. Heaven knows how things could have then played out on Consulate, but for now at least, we keep on moving. Wolves need to win 3 more rounds to send us through to overtime.
My heart rate just went through the roof with that as it came down to the 1v1. Honestly, whoo, edge of the seat stuff we are witnessing as Wolves try to fight their way back into it. They were a couple of bullets away from going to map 3 then, and with Sinfisher guy do it already, definitely deserves his shout. 9-4, going fantastically well, but look across the team. Wearables 9-5, Brendo 9-5, really stepping up together to get this job done.
Team effort, Tim. Team effort. And we asked this question back on Clubhouse a little bit. You know, what does happen when Deadshot or Mowgli don't show up to the races? And we've been waiting to see yeah, it sounds bad to say it, but a classic Wolves thing at a major tournament is to see their big players just slip off and not perform at the level that they have been throughout the rest of the competition. And sadly for Wolves, that often comes around about quarterfinals times. They've held on till now. They're still in this game. They can still get 3 more rounds on the boards. They've still got a map 3 that we can go to. But I do just worry, are we getting to that stage of the tournament where you are going to see the French side kept quiet?
In goes the first Rotero drone, going to be usually aimed towards elbow, so we're clearing out this bit of utility. Just stops it short of the mute jammer there. Will take out the barricade, will take out the barbed wire, will not take out the Vulcan canister that is on the wall. Shinka going to be holding out in elbow for as long as possible. Plenty of smoke canisters in pocket, still 3 of those remaining. We'll wait until the pressure mounts before trying to get any more aggressive. And to be honest, Shinka's going to wait there for a while because Bliss have rotated away. Instead, they're focusing down into Freezer as they have done before. They paid a little bit of attention to Laundry last time. The Monte was, very useful for getting him in there, and they've gone with the Blitz instead this time. The chase is on. Wettables going after the Warden there of Mowgli, but he manages to get away elsewhere. Brendo picks up P4, and it's another good entry for Blitz.
The Warden of Mowgli was something I was going to talk about because, again, we've got the Thatch coming out for the attacking side when looking in towards the Warden on the downstairs. Now, Brendo plays that pillar spot. They'll know that Mowgli will be trying to do something similar here. If they can unseat him and clear him out, the rest of it becomes pretty open for them. So keep an eye out on the Ying when you see the Candelas light up on the left side of your screen. When you see Wettables start his march on forward, it's probably a sign that just a few seconds prior, Otter has got those EMPs out and they're starting their march towards victory.
Wettables is very slowly walking towards bunker here, but I'm sure that Shinka is going to be aware of it very, very soon. He's stood so close to that double door. I don't think you could get all the way there without him hearing. Mowgli is ready for the challenge on to rear stage stairs. He's just going to provide a little bit of support. Shinka dropping the smoke canister. Mowgli needs to keep them off rear stage. There goes the Warden gadget activated. He's watching for the drop. He knows there's one on the stairs. Mowgli is pulled a little bit pillar from post here and just can't quite find his angle, but does in the end take down Fisher Guy. Wettables on the rush though. It works. It's 3 versus 2, and Wolves, they stand up tall once again. 2 versus 2, Des.
Wettables has found his man into another as well. The shield comes up big for them towards the